And last night wasn't great either. And I think one of the things that he hasn't done a good enough job of is like reading the situation. I mean, Jarrett Allen was in foul trouble. He had 3 fouls. But, like, does that mean you have to go away from him completely? And Kenny talked about it after the game. Hey, like, it was hard for him to find his rhythm. It was hard for me in terms of my rotation. Sam Merrill left the game in the first quarter. That made things complicated as well. But Jarrett finished with 4 fouls. So, like, he had another one to give. And if he picks up his 5th, and then you want to be extra cautious about that, totally understand it. Yeah. Totally understand it. But the lineup that he threw out there to start the fourth quarter, this is game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. This is not February. This is not game 73. And playing Jarrett Allen, who was incredible in game 7, probably the reason why the Cavs won game 7 of the Raptors. Playing him for 18 minutes in that kind of tone-setting game where you need his length, you need his strength, you need his bulk. The Pistons obviously want to attack the paint over and over and over again. Cade wants to get downhill. I just don't think there's enough justification for that kind of workload for Jarrett Allen. The other thing is there is no rule that when you get to the Eastern Conference semifinals that you have to play these guys their regular season minutes or you have to use your regular season rotations. Rui Hachimura for the Los Angeles Lakers played 37 minutes last night. LeBron James, at 41 years old, played 36 minutes last night. Why do I bring those two guys up? Because that's more than Donovan Mitchell played last night for the Cavs. And I know the Cavs were coming off a 7-game intense war against the Raptors, and they didn't have much time between Game 7 and Game 1, and every single game this series is every other day, and Kenny might be playing the long game. But he is treating this, when it comes to his rotations with his lineups and some of his minute allocation, it feels like he's treating it more like regular season games in February and March as opposed to what it is, which is, do or die situations in the playoffs. Cade Cunningham played 42 minutes. Tobias Harris played 39 minutes. It's okay to push these guys a little bit more. It's okay to give them a little bit more trust. And for Jarrett Allen to only play 18 minutes, look, I get the foul trouble, and I understand being out of rhythm, but you just can't justify that. He's one of their most important players. So I put that one on Kenny Atkinson. That was a failure on his part.
All right, lay down the formula for the Cavs to win. Let's go positive for a second. Give me a formula where they can win. What do they need to do?
Well, the first thing that they have to do is outshoot their opponent. And you might say, no, duh, but it is a drastic difference for this basketball team. In the regular season, they were 42-3 when outshooting their opponent, and they were 10-27 when failing to do that. One of the problems with last night is they outshot Detroit. So that was their 4th loss all season long, where they outshot the opponent. And obviously the turnovers had to do with that, and other factors had to do with that. So they have to have a more competent offense against Detroit. Detroit's defense is one of the best in the NBA, but the Cavs' offense is supposed to be one of the best in the NBA as well. So that gap has to shift a little bit more toward the Cavs' favor. They have to continue to do a good job in making Cade Cunningham inefficient. They have to continue to do a good job in making him uncomfortable, wearing him down, forcing him into more turnovers, forcing him to look the way that James Harden has throughout the course of this playoff run at times. And I think the other piece is that the best players have to play like the best players. Evan Mobley has to be better than he was in Game 1. Donovan Mitchell and James Harden have to be better than they were in Game 1. They have to be better than they've been throughout the course of this particular playoff run. But I do think that there are exploitable deficiencies that the Pistons have. Do they have enough secondary creation aside from Cade? Do they have enough consistent outside shooting? Is Jalen Duren somebody that is going to be an offensive threat aside from dunks, layups, putbacks, and things along those lines? And can you find a way to get your offense to look a little bit more comfortable than it looked against Detroit for large stretches of game one? I thought in the second half the Cavs started to find some things offensively. In the fourth quarter, they started to find some things offensively, but more consistently than what it has been throughout the course of certainly this playoff run and game one as a whole.
Chris, thank you, buddy.
You're the man.
We'll be following in all your work on Cleveland.com. Chris Fedor covering the series for the Plain Dealer, and certainly listen to his Wine and Gold Talk podcast. Thanks, bud.
Thanks.
You got to guess. Anytime.
Chris joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Chris just said something that I think is basic, but needs to be pointed out. And I think he's absolutely right about it. We'll talk about it next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hello, Haven.
Haven, I'm sweating through my...
NFL news, the Players Association has announced the 2026 NFLPA Rookie Premiere, an annual event in LA that serves as the first professional business trip for 42 of the most marketable rookies. Browns first-round pick Casey Concepcion has made the list. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
By the playoff physicality, the playoff intensity, and the teams that they're playing against are doing things more consistently at a higher level than they are doing them. So I don't know why I would say, hey, going into game 2 or going into game 3, all of a sudden James Harden's going to take care of the ball. All of a sudden James Harden isn't going to be second in turnovers during this playoff run across the NBA.
That was Chris Fedor. A few moments ago here on The Fan, Chris was pretty direct about some things that the Cavaliers did last night and did against Toronto. I'm Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin right here.
Makes me think we're hoping for a prayer a little bit.
You think?
They've got to change their ways on things. I mean, you can't have 20 turnovers in a game. It doesn't take Mensa classes to understand that. You've got to take care of the basketball, and they just haven't done that. And he's right to have to go back and look at the Toronto series and lump it together with Game 1 against Detroit. Nothing changed other than the fact that they had a chance. They put it in fifth gear for a little bit there in the fourth quarter, and then they had to drop it back down to neutral. And they couldn't stay in fifth gear. I don't know what it was. They were grinding the engine, whatever. They were almost there, and they didn't pull it off. And you go back, it's self-destruction. I know you want to sit here and say, well, Detroit forces turnovers. They do, but you've got to be better than that. You've got to say, okay, they're okay. I admit we're going to turn the ball over a little bit in this game. It's got to be a little bit, though. It can't be the end-all, be-all because it's going to cost you the game when you're giving up 31 points off of turnovers. You can't just
Yesterday we talked about how the expectations for some of the key Cavs players from our fan base, I think, are through the roof. Cav fans expect Donovan Mitchell and James Harden and Evan Mobley to be outstanding each and every night. This is the thing that Chris said that I agree with, and I think it's a really strong point. And what we had talked about yesterday, Andy, those guys all aren't going to be outstanding every night. That just doesn't happen. That's unrealistic. But here's the point. Chris said the guys have to be better, and I agree with that. You can't have James Harden and Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley, all three in a playoff game, having okay games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They can't just be okay. They can't be. One of them has to have a big-time game. If two guys have an okay game and the other guy has big-time game, you're probably going to win. Like James,
especially if you get one guy off the bench,
yeah,
like Strus was last night.
James, let's say
that's a winning recipe.
Harden has turned it over too much.
7 times last night, yeah.
But he also had 22 points and 8 rebounds and 7 assists last night. That's okay. It
was also 1 for 7 from 3-point.
I know, but that's still okay. And Donovan Mitchell had 23 points, had 4 rebounds. He shot it okay. What if Evan Mobley had gone out last night and put up 22 and 12? Well, they win the game.
What if Jared Allen had 12 points? You would have gone to overtime.
Well, I'm not even going to count Jared Allen.
I don't know how you can't throw Allen in there though, especially after the last game.
Well, Terry Pluto was with us earlier in the week.
Yeah,
Terry said something that was, I think, on the money and profound. Why did the Cavs market him in the core 4? He's not one of the max contract guys. He's they're probably trying to be nice. Jared's a really good NBA player. He's not a superstar. He's a really good role player.
Yeah, 12 points isn't asking you to be a superstar, though.
No, I know. But he was only out there 18 minutes, and they got him 4 shots.
Yeah.
He was in foul trouble, and as Chris said, and I agree with him, it's up to Kenny Atkinson to get him back involved again. He only played 18 minutes in a critical game. That's not good. That's not good at all.
No.
Just it's not what you're supposed to do. In the second half, he had 4 personal fouls, and Jarrett played 12 minutes and 24 seconds. Significantly fewer minutes, 2.5 less than Dean Wade. Okay? All the starters played more minutes. And in the fourth quarter, game on the line, your defensive presence, Jarrett Allen, played 347. Didn't take a shot, got 2 rebounds. Kenny's got to put him out there. He's got to scheme it up, I would think. Richard's in Ashtabula. Hello, Richard.
Hey, Richard.
Hey, I was a little disappointed, a lot disappointed in the game last night. I think it would have been a whole different kettle of fish if Allen didn't get in foul trouble. He could have played a little more physical than he did and had more minutes. But I think what they have to do is you got to get Detroit in foul trouble. They can't play as physical as they want to then. You can't hold the ball as long as James Harden has been doing it because he's turning it over too much. Passing, the ball moves faster than a player.
Yep.
If you pass that ball, somebody's going to get open.
Richard, I agree with you. You okay there?
Yeah.
All right, good. I agree with you. You got to move the basketball. A little more tempo to the Cavs offense, I think Andy would help. You know? But bottom line is, James turned it over 7 times. You can't do that. Donovan was okay. He had certainly at least an okay game. Other than the 7 turnovers, James Harden had an okay game. Nothing wrong with what he did. And Evan Mobley had an okay game. You just can't have all 3 of those guys be okay. You'll lose. One of them at least has to be really, really good. Dick is in Dayton. Hello, Dick.
Hey.
Jeff and Andy.
Yeah,
well,
Andy.
I'm thinking, you guys, it's just I've been a fan, my family for years. You know, I love this thing. But I'm just saying, Jeff, it's good to talk to you guys. It's just that I like you, Andy. The mental mistakes are killing us.
Yeah.
And you know, you can't go on Mitchell and you can't go on those others and rely. You got to play good. And I'm saying that maybe they'll go to the 5th or 6th game. They'll come back if they overcome the mistakes and turnovers from a fan in Dayton, buddy. How about that?
Dick,
Thank
I'd
you,
say
Dick.
that's a pretty good assessment right there. The only problem is if you get to the 5th or 6th game, you know, before that all happens, you might not even get there. You know, they've got to get it taken care of ASAP.
I'll bring my band up, then they'll win, okay? Play outside of Huron Road. How about that?
I
There
love
you
that
go. Let's
idea.
hear it.
Bring it on up. Put them right there in the corner. You and that saxophone guy. You can all sit there together.
Yeah, well, have a good day, guys.
All
Always
right,
a
Dick.
pleasure.
Thank you very much,
See ya.
Dick.
Good take from Dick.
Dick and Dayton stuck to one subject on a phone call.
It's pretty amazing.
Way to go, Dick. That was outstanding. Proud of you, buddy.
And that's
We
the
got
show.
that fixed.
We got that fixed. Oh, Menigan and his toys. That's just phenomenal. Should you and I be more upset
I'm worried. No,
and pessimistic?
Because we've seen this before. We know NBA series go to 7 games. They go to 6 games. Somehow, some way, the other team's got to win a couple games. And I thought that when the Cavs came back last night, they gave you the opportunity to believe that they can win this series.
I did too.
I think on the floor they have better players than Detroit, but Detroit is just playing better as a team, and they were able to get what they needed. Now, you want to talk about the refereeing? I bet there's some fans out there that are not happy with the refereeing, and you talk about taking one of our players out of the game early on, or he took himself out, the way
Thank
Jeff
you.
wants to look at it. For Jarrett Allen, it changed the game last night. There's little doubt about it, especially after watching Game 7 against Toronto. I'm not going to sit here and say that the series is over by any means. I still feel like we have quality players that can beat Detroit and could have beat Detroit yesterday, despite the fact that they had, 21 turnovers in the game and gave up 31 points. Is that right? 21 and 31? Is that right?
20 and 31.
20 and 31. That, despite that, I still felt like the Cavaliers could have won last night. Don't you? They were close in the end. They brought it back
After
and they
being
had the
down
opportunity.
18 and tying it up with under 6 minutes to go, they certainly had a chance to win. You know what might be the most distressing part of the entire night? Is after they tied it up, they were outscored 18-8 to close the game.
Yes, that was the hard part.
That might be the most distressing part of the game. Mark's in Cleveland.
Hey, Mark.
Fellas, I don't have any faith in this team. I mean, and it's mainly for the reasons that Jeff been laying out for years, the reason Kobe Altman, what he laid out last year, and it's basically our dude hasn't popped yet. He's averaging less than he did, Mobley, less than he did last year. We need him to be more. 14 points is okay, but when you have plays ran through you, now 14 points for Jared Allen is excellent because he gets his out the mud. We run plays for Mobley, and listen to this, Jeff, he is actually touching the ball the same amount of times as Mitchell. And when they say touches in the NBA, they mean when you're in an aggressive position to do something with the ball. We need this guy to be more if we're going to do anything. 14, we need this guy to hit them 25 points, to have one of them Allen games. But until we do that, it's just like Kobe Altman said last year. We didn't win because Mobley hasn't popped. And the same thing Jeff said. If Mobley doesn't be the man or a key part of it, we're not going to win. That's why I don't have no faith in this, man.
Mark, thank you very much. I've watched Evan since he's been here. We've all watched him since he's been here. He's been a very similar guy the whole time he's been here. To me, that's good because he was good as a rookie. But I've been waiting. Mark's been waiting. Andy, you've been waiting for that move to happen. And to say that part of it is not on Evan would be a misnomer. Of course, part of it's on him. We've heard his sound bites. Dano, you have an Evan sound bite you can play. Just find one somewhere. And the reason I say that is listen to Evan. By nature, he is not a guy who is a jump through the microphone, yell at his teammates. That his personality, he's a very calm guy. And there's nothing wrong with that, unless you're trying to be a basketball player. Here, just listen to the way Evan handles himself.
I think we're on a good headspace. We know a lot of this was self-inflicted. We fix those things up, and it's a whole different game, and we win the next one, and that's the whole goal right now. Scratch this one, look at the film, fix what we have to, and win this next one. I'm not gonna bash a guy because by nature he's a nice, calm fella. Nothing wrong with that. But when he gets on the floor, he needs to continue, and I think he does. He needs to continue to be aggressive and push it. And I also think, Andy, his team needs to get him the basketball. And as Mark said, he gets the ball. Yeah, he gets the ball, but he also moves the ball. He plays a real team game. And I would love to see him be a little more forceful. I'd love to see his teammates get him the ball in even better situations. And I'd love to see his coach it up a little bit more to make him a big part of what's going on. Even bigger part of what's going on.
They need more than what we get. 16 points last night between the two of the big guys. So, whether Mobley gave you Mobley had 14 and Allen had 2, and Allen was in foul trouble. That's the bottom line is if Harden and Mitchell are going to give you 45 points from the two of them, you better get more than 16 from Mobley and Allen. You have to. And Strus gave you a lift, too, off the bench with 19. The elements were there for them to steal that game last night, especially after a bad first quarter where they were down 37-21. All the elements were there. They were all right there, yet they weren't able to get into gear late in the game.
216-474-0092, number to join us. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
2026 NFLPA Rookie Premiere, an annual event in Los Angeles to serve as the first professional business trip for 42 of the most marketable rookies. Browns first-round pick Casey Concepcion has made the list. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
It's only one game. If it becomes 2 games, we can say, okay, they haven't lost the home game yet.
Then we say, it's only 2 games.
Yeah, you lose 2 and 3, you got a problem. Welcome back to Basket of Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin. We're going to take some phone calls, 216-474-0092.
You know, as always, you can listen to this show and all of our shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You sure as you know what can. Drew is in Aurora. Hello, Drew.
Hey, Drew.
How you doing, guys? Love the show. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you. Nice of you to say.
There's a lot, as you guys know, and I've been listening to, there's a lot of things that can be pointed at here. But to me, it's all of what you said, plus the addition of Kobe Altman has his work cut out for him in this offseason, because to me, you know, we were all jumping in how happy we were with the coach when we got him, and last year what the team looked like and everything. Well, now they're playing a lot different than they played last year. The ball movement's completely different, and it was even different, you know, before Darius Garland got traded. The thing I think is a big problem is regarding the need for coaches in the NBA, well, actually in all of sports, this whole thing about not hurting anybody's feelings, that's part of the problem. Can you imagine a coach from the 70s or 80s putting up with some of the stuff we put up with now? I mean, some of the passes in the game are so unbelievable that some of the old school coaches would pull the guy out and say, you're going to sit until you understand what you're doing wrong. You can't just throw the ball at people's feet. We throw the ball at our big guy's feet constantly. Why would a coach put up with that? I mean, that is a coaching problem. You have to be okay. I was in management and manufacturing for 30 years, and my best teams of workers were the people who understood the need for fair discipline. And the key there is the fair part of it. It's okay to criticize somebody if the point of doing so is to get better. Dean Wade should not be starting any game. He shouldn't be starting a game for a college team. But we have him starting a game. He can't stay up with anybody when the other team has the ball. He's always a step behind them. Yet the next game, we start him again. Everybody that I talk to in my friend group all look at that as a joke. Why are we allowing that? And I think that is with the coach.
Drew, the one thing about Dean Wade that they like his length defensively, and they think he can stay with people. And I've always thought that Dean had pretty decent feet, so I disagree with your point on that one. My point about Dean is this. He's a three-point shooter. He can shoot the ball. And if you're going to play him, and if you're going to play him, it's probably because of his defensive ability, which Drew didn't like. But if you're going to play him because of that, he's still, if you're going to be out there 28 minutes, you got to take more than 3 shots. You have to give
more than 2 3-pointers.
Yeah. You have to give the defense, the Pistons in this case, something to worry about, something to think about. But if you know the guy's only going to take 3 shots in 28 minutes, you don't have to defend him. And what does that do? It leads to what Kenny Atkinson said, they are all over our ball handlers. Why? Because the other guys don't scare them.
Because Mobley, Harden, and Mitchell were the only ones that shot last night, other than Strus when he was on the field.
Or Court. I said the same thing.
Yeah. No, I'm just double down on what you're saying. You're right. I mean, it's just.
No, I said field.
Oh, sorry.
I think yesterday instead of Court. Marcus is in Aurora. Hey, Marcus.
Hey, guys. Great to talk to you. Listen,
hey, man.
A factor for me is the age of the Cavaliers backcourt and the youth of the Pistons. That to me, that's a major issue at this point in the season. And the other issue for me is, I don't think Donovan and JB are going to be having lunch anytime soon. So I think Bickerstaff, he's going to do everything in his power to keep Mitchell from getting off. I don't see Mitchell getting 30 points in any of these games, and I believe he's worn down a little bit. This is his 9th year in the league. So, and you're right about Mobley, or somebody else has got to pick up the slack. Otherwise, they're not going to get out of here in one piece. That's it, guys. I appreciate you.
All right, Marcus, thank you very much. And the one, if you're looking for a JB Bickerstaff point in this, I think Marcus may have just hit it, and he knows Donovan Mitchell is the tail that wags the dog, or he just might be the dog, and everybody else is the tail.
Okay.
JB's going to make sure that Donovan, if he's going to get his points, is going to have to work like absolute crazy to get them.
Until they start calling foul. It is interesting to say that and then realize what he had 2 free throws last night. 2.
And Kenny Atkinson said, we keep stressing to him, get to the paint, get to the paint, get to the paint. First, something to think about because Kenny actually stressed that, which I found to be...
They got to give him to the free throw line. Let's see what the game 2 looks like for him if they can get him to the line more often.
Jackson Mayfield. Hello, Jack.
Hey.
Hi, guys. I'll tell you one thing. I think Jared Allen is one of the most important people on the team. From watching the last series and watching this series, I argue that Jared Allen has had the best defense and been the best rebounder in the whole Toronto series, and I think he's going to be the best rebounder defender in this series. If you told me that Evan Mobley was Defensive Player of the Year last year to now, I won't believe you. You can look at all the highlights from Toronto series, and it's Scotty Barnes or it's Barrett or it's the rookie. They're all dunking on Mobley. Like this defense is terrible. Then Jared Allen gets into foul trouble yesterday because you don't want him to foul out, so you hold him off. Then we tie it up in the fourth quarter, and you take Jared Allen out of the game. That's the part where I have a problem with Kenny. He's our best defender, and you've taken Jared out. Jared's going to go for the rebound. It just looks like Mobley's not. If the ball don't come directly to him, he's not really fighting for the rebound. And I will say for Dean Wade, he's the second best defender we got. So if they don't play Jared Allen, let him get 6 fouls. What are we saving him for? He gets his resets after the first game. It made no sense for Jared Allen not to be playing in the fourth quarter when it tied up at 93-93. I'll let you guys go.
I'll buy what you're saying.
Agree completely.
I think we're all on the same page. Yep. Did Kenny fall asleep on that, or what happened?
Agree completely. I don't know. He had 4 fouls. That's it.
Yeah, but at the end, who cares?
No, that's what I mean. He had 4 fouls. It means he had 2 to give. Go out and use them.
Might as well.
Chuck's in South Euclid.
Hey, Chuck.
Chuck, welcome.
Hey.
Chuck can't hear you, bud.
Chuck, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
There you go.
Hey, what's going on?
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Hey, listen, I get a little upset when I see D Wade, and Merrill, when they got the ball, instead of trying to go to the hole or take a shot, they throw it right back to Harden or either Mitchell. I mean, it's like they don't trust their own shot. And I've noticed that a lot of times. And that just, if you're a teammate, if you're a starter, you got to be some kind of way. It's got to be 3 guys that can at least shoot the ball real good. And as far as D Wade's, like 3 points or 5 points a game, and then you get rid of Okoro, which would average more points, and Okoro was a better defender. So, and you get rid of DeAndre Hunter. So that's 2 defensive guys you gotten rid of, and you got no defense or offense now with Merrill and Wade.
Chuck, thank you. They'd argue with you on Dean Wade. I think Dean's a good defender. I did not, to be honest, I didn't understand the DeAndre Hunter trade. He was a big trade for them last year. He wasn't playing as well this year. It wasn't working quite as well. And I like Dennis Schroeder and I like Keon Ellis. But take a look at that Pistons team. Take a look at Duncan Robinson. Take a look at Asar Thompson. And wouldn't DeAndre Hunter be a nice matchup against those guys? I thought Hunter was a piece that the Cavaliers could really use. And though it wasn't working quite as well, give it maybe some more time and coach it up. He's 6'8".
We say this all the time, Coach. We both do. I say it too. And it's just like, how many coaches are willing to coach it up?
You better be, or you're going to be unemployed. Don't you think?
Yeah, but I feel like we say it way too often.
That's the one trade I didn't quite get. I didn't mind the Isaac Okoro trade for Lonzo Ball.
Mm-hmm.
If you thought Lonzo still had something left, fine. I've never been a huge Isaac Okoro fan. I think his offensive game is so lacking you can't really put him on the floor. And so I don't have a problem with that. And I always thought, though, I thought his defense was solid. I thought it was overrated. I never thought he was a stopper or anything like that. But the DeAndre Hunter move, I didn't think DeAndre was, the second coming of the great small forwards in NBA history. But I thought he was a unique enough piece that it helped this team. And I was a little surprised when they made that trade. Ken's in Brooklyn. Hello, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, I've had some things to get taken care of today. But anyways, listen, Adam Silver wouldn't allow me to watch TV yesterday because of the a la carte programming we have now.
Yes.
And we've talked about that, right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which is just total joke to me.
Ultimately, I think it's bad for the league, Ken. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I think not only the NBA.
Didn't Dan Gilbert talk about this too?
League.
Dan talked about it, just saying you got to make it easier for fans to watch. Why are we doing this?
Yeah, well, it's a disease in all of sports today, and as you said, I don't think it's good. But anyways, I hear people talk about Dean Wade. And somebody did bring up he's one of our best defenders because he can defend multiple spots. Okay.
Yes.
The thing about I brought this up a couple weeks ago. Can't we run a couple of plays for Dean Wade? They run nothing, and I think if they ran some plays for him, it would be better. Just a couple. He had that nice little jump shot, a mid-range jumper in the lane against Toronto. Stuff like that. And guys, we talked about this. Dean Wade doesn't realize how good he actually is. And the other caller was right. He keeps deferring to everybody. Dean, go take the ball to the rim. What don't you understand about that? But I was kind of following the game on my phone, and it's just perplexing to me why this team turns into Pepperidge Farm.
Pepperidge Farm.
Seriously.
Chocolate cake isn't bad, though.
Well, okay, fine. They got good products. Don't get me wrong. But I'm kind of going between people that have the game and everything.
Yeah.
And it's just so frustrating. And then J.A. gets 3 quick fouls, and I'm like, are you serious?
And they never incorporated him back into the game, Ken.
No, well, yeah, and the thing is, I think that we have better players in Detroit.
Ken, thank you very much. I hear the music. The Academy would like to thank Ken for his fine contributions to the game of basketball. Chris Rose works with the NFL Network, covers football, works with John Boy Media, does baseball galore, does BattleBots, does American Gladiators, but he loves his Cavs. It's coming up next on Basket and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for
game. And I don't know if Jarrett's the knee tendonitis was bothering him down the stretch. He played 8 minutes in the second half. I can sit here and over again harp on Evan Mobley isn't tough enough and he's not playing good enough defense. We all know that those two work better as a tandem together. Like defensively, they're so much better together. Offensively, I think it helps them out. And we got like no minutes of them playing together in the second half outside of those opening few where they were on the floor together.
Overtime with Jake Volnick, weeknights at 7. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah. 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. All you need to do is enter the code. Today's code word is DASH. D-A-S-H. D-A-S-H. And enter that for before 2 o'clock at 923thefan.com. The word is DASH at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. We love Mr. Hero. Let Mr. Hero deliver your next meal with DoorDash or order online for pickup, and they'll have it ready when you walk in the door. Order online through the app or at MrHero.com. It's all from Mr. Hero. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. The code word, as I've said before, is DASH, and go to 923thefan.com before 2.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. We go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He works with John Boy Media. Baseball stuff galore. He works with the NFL Network. In his heart, he's a Cleveland guy and a Cavs fan. And he's distressed today, I'll bet. He's Mr. Chris Rose. Hello, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Hello, boys. How are you?
We're all right. How about you today?
Good.
Nice.
Good. Yeah, it's one game. Although, have we had any turnovers since we started this segment?
Andy had one. I think I had one.
Okay. Yeah, well, just keep adding. Man.
Mr. Hero has delicious desserts. Maybe like a turnover.
Yeah, that's not what you're looking for, is it?
Yeah.
No, but that's just been the name of the game through 8 playoff games. I cannot believe the rate at which they're turning it over. It's just, for a veteran team, we make a lot of silly mistakes.
Chris, I have a hard time, and I'll admit, I've had a hard time since he got here, buying into the narrative that some people throw about James Harden, that he's just a terrible playoff player. And I know he's one of the greatest players in NBA history. I've loved watching him over the years, but I am waiting to see him have the huge impact that I think the team thought that they would have when they picked him up. What have you thought of his work so far?
I think that, so truth be told, and I think I said this when the trade was made, I've not been a huge Harden guy. Appreciative of what he brings, right? I mean, the guy plays a ton of games, a ton of minutes, not afraid of big moments, all that sort of stuff. Excellent passer, really bright guy on the basketball court and stuff like that. But, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of pounding the ball into the woods. You know, like that's not how I like watching basketball. It's just, for me, like I like watching the ball move around. And I actually think that there are times where we're better with him not in the game during the playoffs. But I also understand why we made the trade. Like, we could not live defensively with Darius Garland out there anymore. It just wasn't working. And you can't push Harden around, and he gets his hands in passing lanes and things of that nature. So, you know, this isn't all on him. Donovan has not shot the ball well at all from the outside, at all. And I think that he presses when he doesn't shoot well. It's just like he's trying to shoot himself out of it. And, you know, our inability to – I mean, we had 20 turnovers. Even if you cut that number down to 13, 12, which is where you can live, man, you know, a minimum of 8 to 12 more shots a game is just going to help this team so much more. And it just feels like they just are kind of trudging along in the first half of games. That's just not going to work.
16 points from Mobley and Allen. Well, I should say 14 points from Mobley and 2 from Allen. It's just kind of weird. He had 4 fouls, but how about a little bit more from him at the end of the game?
Well, you got to be in the game to do
that's
anything.
the point.
Yes. It was strange, no question about it. Yeah, I thought they mismanaged him early when he got into foul trouble. Yeah, I just didn't. It wasn't a good game. Now, I'm not like going nuts because I do think that this is going to end up being a long series, and I think that you just make them make threes. That's. I don't know. Listen, the Merrill injury is going to be a problem, I think. So Deion's going to get some burn here, and we'll see if that works out for us. I still feel okay, but they just have to, I'd love to see them come out and just tear it up, which is something they have not done since the beginning of the Toronto series.
Agreed with you on that one. Chris Rose joining us. The Kenny Atkinson, J.B. Bickerstaff storyline is fascinating and it's fun. The one thing where I think this might be an edge for J.B., he coached a lot of these guys for a couple of years. He was Donovan Mitchell's coach for a couple of years. And I would think, and we saw part of it last night, he's going to do everything he can to make sure Donovan doesn't beat him. Now, how does Kenny counter that?
I mean, I guess. I'm not worried about J.B. Bickerstaff. I don't know about you guys. I thought he was wonderful for what we needed at the time. I thought he did an amazing job taking over what was not a good franchise at the time in terms of like kind of where we are and pushing it as far as he could. I really thought he did a great job. But I never felt like we ever had an edge with him as a coach. When Ty Lue was our coach, I always felt like, now, granted, he was coaching LeBron, but I always felt good. Like out of timeouts, I knew we were going to get good shots. I always felt like Ty Lue was a very, very good coach. And I don't know. I'm not worried about that aspect. I'm sorry. Like when I worry about a series like this, J.B. Bickerstaff barely even enters into the equation for me. Maybe I'm wrong.
All right, fix the Cavaliers. Make them better. How do they win?
Start giving an SH you-know-what at the beginning of a game. I mean, it's maddening to me that they have they waited until the fourth quarter of Game 6 in Toronto to play like it was a closeout game. They kind of got it going toward the end of the first half of Game 7 against Toronto. I think they were fortunate they didn't get totally blown out of the water there, and they were only down whatever it was, 13. It felt like 23 at times. I really want to see their energy level get better. I mean, this is hard for me to say because I really like these guys. I really do. But it feels like we as fans are caring more than they are. And that is a terrible spot to be in. Now, once again, maybe I'm off. Maybe your listeners
not.
are like...
No, you're not, Chris, because I've said the same thing.
Because that's never the way I've felt about this squad. Never. And the last two semifinals, the Indiana thing was really weird. I know we were banged up and the Garland toe issue was major, but that was different than where we are right now. Like, I feel pretty good. The Merrill injury, like we said, is going to be a problem. But that's a role player who, somebody else just got to figure it out and step up. But, man, I really want to see us come out with fire, and I don't know why we haven't. That is disheartening.
Your Guardians could use a little more consistent starting pitching. Bullpen could use a little help, and the offense could use the guys who are supposed to hit a little bit. And yet they're still just going along just fine right now. Is there anything in your mind to be overly concerned about with the team?
Nothing that, $25 million of payroll can't fix. Yeah, it's just, this is how we live.
Yeah.
This is how we live. I know that Kwan has not played well. Manzardo started to hit a little bit, but it just hasn't been a good start, I'll be curious to see if they do anything with Bo, who's got options remaining. I don't, I've told you this several times that there are certain guys on this team who have like a 3-week shelf life. And if you don't show it in that span, then they will shuttle you between here and Columbus. We just saw it with George Valera. I wonder when Arias is healthy, what's going to happen there. But, to me, there's certain guys on that trajectory. And it's Angel. It was Nolan Jones last year. It's Valera. It was Rocchio last year because they sent him down.
Sure did.
Why isn't Bo also there? Right? I mean, Hedges is playing well enough where if you brought up Cooper Engel, who I know has had his health issues, but once they feel like he's good to go, like, why wouldn't you?
That's a great question. And you can only hear so often, well, Bo's hitting it hard. He's just hitting it right at people. And we've been hearing that a lot.
I know. Look, I talk to a lot of front office people around the sport. That's not just the Guardians. That's everybody. They are very, very in the expected world instead of the reality world because they feel like it's the process and not the result, which to some degree I understand. I will take a ball hit 102 miles an hour virtually every time. If a guy happens to be standing in front of it at the end of a play, that's baseball, Susan, to honor the late, great John Sterling. But, when you're a team that really, really scuffles to score runs, we have to try everything. There are two guys, in my opinion, that you're just not going to move off of, and that's Jose and it's DeLauder. And everybody else has got to be consistently proving their worth. Bazana, now that he's here. I would hope he doesn't return to the minors, although I suppose there's always a possibility he could.
The idea of Naylor going down and doing what Rocchio did last year sounds appealing, doesn't it?
Sure.
Go down, figure it out, and come back.
Listen, I do a daily podcast with Trevor Plouffe, who was a former first-round pick of the Twins in 2004, and it was hard for him to make the big leagues, and he finally did, I think, in 2010. And then he was up and down. And he said, the hardest thing for players to understand is that when you get sent down, it's not a punishment, and it's not the end of the road. It is, hey, we need you to work on certain things, and we can't have you doing it when wins and losses count. And so we still believe in you, just that this isn't the best atmosphere for you to be figuring it out. And Bo hasn't been sent down, has he? Right? Since he came up in 22, right?
That is
He's been with us
correct.
ever
Yeah,
since.
I don't remember him going back down.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, so he didn't really play at the end of 22, right? He came up late.
Played 5 games.
And then, right.
And he's been up ever since.
He came up.
He came up in
something like
23 and played in 67 games and played 60 in AAA that year as well.
Right. So then I think he joined us like that year in Arizona, and then he hasn't been down since. So my point is he hasn't been riding the bus back and forth. Maybe it's time. And that's, by the way, guys, focusing on Bo Naylor is not going to cure all of the ills of this team. I mean, really, it's been DeLauder and Schneemann has saved our butt. But other than that, it's been tough going from watching from that standpoint.
Always a pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, guys. We'll see you for game 2.
Yes, indeed.
See ya.
Chris Rose, John Boy Media, NFL Network, joining us on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Bo Naylor has an on-base percentage under 2. Hey, analytics man, is that good? Just saying.
some other NFL news, the Players Association has announced the 2026 NFLPA Rookie Premiere, which is an annual event in Los Angeles to serve as the first professional business trip for 42 of the most marketable rookies. Browns first-round pick Casey Concepcion has made the list. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Don't look now, Andy. Your Guardians are under 500. They have a 3-game losing streak.
Yeah, but what place are they in?
Don't look now, Andy, but your Guardians are 1 game under 500, and they have a 3-game losing streak.
And?
To be honest, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to the standings yet.
But you'll take a look at the record?
Right now, they're tied for first. Yeah, I always look at the record.
I mean, the record doesn't mean a whole lot when you...
They're tied with the Tigers, who just lost Tarek Skubal, unfortunately, for them for a couple of months.
Means something if you're going to look at the standings. That's about it.
Okay. I tend not to get hung up on standings in April and May. But that's okay.
I don't either, but
I get more hung up on how they're playing. And so far, they've been okay.
That's exactly what they are. They're okay. They are what their record says they are. Right?
Which is okay.
Okay. And even better when you're in the Central.
Well, in this case, yes. Way to go, John Hart and Danny O'Dowd.
In most cases, that Central's helped them out plenty of times.
Business department, we should be in the East with the Red Sox and the Yankees. Baseball department, we should be in the Central with the Twins and the White Sox and the Royals. Yay.
Yay.
You know what's weird about this season to me?
Tell me, Jeff, what's weird?
Well, Jose's not off to a good start.
No, he's not.
And Stephen Kwan's not off to a good start. And to me, that's maybe the strangest thing. And along with that, you were hoping Kyle Manzardo would build on what he did last year. And he's not off to a good start.
Although Jose is among their, I don't know, I'm just looking at some of the stats. Total bases, 55.
Okay, but they're not off to good starts.
I mean, yeah, he leads the team in walks. I don't know. Does that matter to you?
No,
I want to see my best hitter hit. Is that what you're going to say?
Yes, Andy.
I want to see guys get on base.
You can walk all the time. You're not going to get into the Hall of Fame. That's not why Jose's going to be a Hall of Famer. That's not it. It's just strange to me that.
Why is it so bad to take a walk?
Andy. It's not bad to take a walk. The point is your best hitters aren't hitting.
Well, that's true.
That's the point.
212 isn't good?
That's the point. Your best hitters aren't hitting. And in order for this team to get to where you want it to be, where they want to be, those guys are going to have to warm up, and I'm assuming they will. Let's be honest. Jose is not going to hit around 200 for much longer, I don't think. Stephen Kwan, that might be another story. I'm wondering what might happen with Stephen Kwan.
Are we seeing second half Stephen Kwan in the first half now? Is that what we're seeing?
Well, if you are, imagine what the second half could be.
On another team.
Yeah, but so much for trade value.
True.
Right? The fact that they have some young guys who have come along, DeLauder's been refreshingly fun. That's been terrific. Pizzana deserves time to figure things out. He's only played in 7 games. They keep churning the bottom of the roster a little bit with some of the young guys and hoping that they maybe catch fire with somebody. I would think at some point you're probably going to have to commit to somebody. I mean, we've seen Brito, Valera, Kafis, Petey Halpin up now. I wonder, can somebody catch fire? God bless Angel Martinez. He's been very good.
Consistent.
And Daniel Schneemann looks like a guy whose bat you want in the lineup. And good for Daniel, because I don't think we all could say that before, but right now he's one of the better hitters on this baseball team. I thought Chris brought up a really interesting point about Bo Naylor.
Well, hey, just go back to your better hitters there. And would you find it interesting that, it's pretty much your outfielders that are supplying the, you got to go to, yeah. So, I mean, DeLauder, Schneemann, Martinez, Fry, and then your next best batting average is Rocchio.
Yeah, Fry's not getting a lot of at-bats, but I'm okay with that. I'm still steamed that Rhys Hoskins isn't getting more at-bats. Rhys last night hit one out, hit a 3-run homer. That's why you brought him here. He can change the game.
Mm-hmm.
He has 2 homers in his last 4 games and 3 RBIs in 2 of his last 4 games. Put him in the lineup and leave him there. Let him hit. Let him get really comfortable here. Remember, he's back, and even with interleague play, he's playing a lot of pitchers that he hasn't seen, through. Let's put it this way. He's been in the National League his entire career. He's in the American League. Even with interleague play, maybe he's seen some different pitchers. Just let him play. Get him some at-bats. Get him a lot of at-bats. But right now, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 guys have more at-bats than Rhys Hoskins. I think that's bad. He can change the game. Play him.
So what do you want to do? I mean, Manzardo's hitting, 202 and Hoskins.
The problem is,
207.
The problem for Hoskins is they don't want to play DeLauder every day in right field because they want to keep him healthy. So that immediately means DeLauder is going to DH, and then who's going to play first, Manzardo or Rhys Hoskins? If DeLauder were good to go and could play right field every day, that would be a different story.
At what point are we going to determine that he's good to go and he can play every day?
I have no idea.
I mean, that's just a matter of the front office saying, okay, turn it loose, right?
I mean, he's playing a lot, but he's DHing. I mean, don't you think this would be a much better lineup if? And I'm assuming, and Manzardo's warmed up, but if Kyle and Rhys Hoskins and Chase DeLauder are in the lineup every day, isn't that a better lineup? I think it's a much better lineup.
Give it to me one more time.
3 guys I want in the lineup every day.
Yeah.
Manzardo, Rhys Hoskins, and Chase DeLauder. So you're putting DeLauder out there every day, either at DH or in the outfield. Good, you should.
Right.
But you're kind of platooning Hoskins and Manzardo and pinch hitting when they do pitching changes and everything else.
You're kind of getting the same from both of them.
Let them both settle in and find something.
But how do you let them both settle in?
You play DeLauder every day in the outfield, but I know they're trying to protect him. That's the balancing act that Stephen Vogt's trying to do right now.
You're trying to get Hoskins and Manzardo equal.
Both in the lineup.
One's DH. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I think you're a better team. I mean, I
think the Naylor question, you're right, is better.
It's big. And I want Angel Martinez out there every day too. And Angel can play. But how do you pull all that off? That's a question.
What's Cooper Engel hitting now? Do we know?
Last I saw, he was like 350.
He is hitting 390.
Okay, that's even better.
Yeah, I don't know how you walk away from that.
Well,
at some point you got to make a move, don't you? Can you let?
See, you can't.
Can you let Naylor do this the whole time?
Well, here's the other thing.
I want to see what Engel's got.
Good. It's not good for Bo Naylor to be sitting up here and hitting 127. That doesn't do him any good. I mean, go down to Columbus, pull a Rocchio like Brian did last year.
Yeah.
Go down, find it, and come back.
Spots is.
As Chris said, well, it is for now.
Well, I still think, based on history and all the other thing, that no one wants to walk away from him, right? Nobody wants to.
As Chris said, Trevor Plouffe, who he was with, said the tough thing for the players to understand is it's not a punishment to get sent down. We need you to work on things, and we can't do that in games that matter. Dude's hitting 127.
I know.
I mean, and
by the way, I mean, we've gone almost a month here when no one's really started saying it until the last couple of days, right? Like, kind of like
everybody's giving him a pass.
Everyone's giving him a pass, but I do think that
127 is 127. You ever seen a guy in the majors for any extended period of time hitting under like 160?
No, and Engel's doing really well. That's the other problem, too. So you might have a minor league catcher that's pushing him even harder, which is okay. I mean, we don't know what Engel's going to look like in the pros, but, I mean, you got somebody pushing. Dan, what would you do there? Would you give him a shot? Would you send him back for a minute?
He's got to find his swing. And
God forbid you have.
He's not doing that against major league pitching.
I mean, to give your previous point of guys who hit that low and still make their way to the majors, Adam Dunn and Joey Gallo would like to have a word for it with you.
Yeah, except for one
they
thing.
Make careers out of it.
Except for one thing. There it is.
Batting average is silly.
No, they beat the snot out of the ball.
Exactly. If you hit the ball far enough, people can get over it pretty darn quick.
You
and walk.
hit the ball
You
far
have to
enough.
walk, too.
What comes along with
Back to
that?
Andy's point.
But what comes along with hitting the ball hard and far? Runs.
Yeah. Yep.
What about Engel? Does he get a chance?
They're in such a weird spot with this catching position. I mean, we're borderline at the point, guys, where we could make an argument that Austin Hedges should be the primary catcher
Without
right now.
question.
And how weird of a spot does that put you in?
I don't think they want to do that, though.
I don't think any of us want to do that.
Hedges hitting 310. Play him while he's hot, man.
I don't think any of us want to do it.
Play
It's
him
just
while
kind
he's
of the
hot.
situation you're in.
Trade Naylor?
He's got no value.
Well, yeah, what are you going to get for him?
I mean, that's
Want a bag of donuts?
Exactly. We're kind of in this position again. You can't just take all of your garbage and put it together and go, okay, here you go. Now give us good player, please.
I would personally.
It's the old Cavs thing where you would start every trade conversation with our renewable. It's like, great.
And what about him? Don't be talking about our renewal.
I know. It's just, you can't exactly take everything you don't want and hand it to a team for something you want.
Here's the other aspect of this.
I think my other point, though, is at what point, if Engel's hitting 390,
bring him up while he's hot, Andy.
Or bring him up while he's hot, or maybe, Bo gets plantar fasciitis for a week or two and has to go on a rehab assignment.
This team sees catcher as a defense first, second, and third position. I mean, they really do. They see catcher as a defense.
Oh, that hangnail is going to keep you out for 3 weeks.
Thus
man.
the career that Austin Hedges has had here.
Right. They see that position as a defense first, second, and third. And if you give us anything with the stick, good on you.
And you understand that. I understand that. We all understand that because this team is based around pitching.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have good pitching without good catching.
And they trust Bo Naylor.
It truly helps.
Whether you hate what he does with the bat or
they
not,
trust
they trust
Hedges.
Bo Naylor.
They trust Hedges more. And one of the things about Engel that we've heard, all right, he's working on the defensive side of the game. So, when the pitching staff's not really cooking, do you want to bring up a catcher? You know what I do? And the main reason I do is it's not because of Cooper. I want to help Bo Naylor. Go figure it out, man, and then come back. Just go figure it out.
The other side of the coin
you
is
just can't hit 127 in the major leagues and play.
What does it mean to the pitching staff if you take a guy who normally is your catcher for most games and you have confidence, maybe your own confidence? I'm sure that Naylor's got a pretty good relationship with the pitching staff. So
if the pitching staff
Engels,
were lights out right now, that would be a concern, but it's not.
All right, I'm buying it. All right,
I think they'd rather have a little more offense rather than the complete comfort of throwing to the same 2 or 3 guys all the time. Anyhow, it's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you make the most of Westwood One Sport. How about a 2-for-1 special? I'll keep the first one quick. I'm a diehard Knicks fan. I do not believe they will win by more.
announced the 2026 NFLPA Rookie Premiere, an annual event in Los Angeles to serve as the first professional business trip for 42 of the most marketable rookies. Browns first-round pick Casey Concepcion has made the list. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Welcome back to Basket of Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Sandy Baskin, Meredith and Dan. We're having fun today. But we did get some bad news today. And that is the passing of the iconic Ted Turner. And Ted, of course, was a businessman, a guy who changed our business, Andy, I think, forever. And
he is the man that killed the two words sign off. Remember that? When we were kids? I mean, TV stations just sign off at the end of the day and
play the national anthem.
And when he came up at CNN, 24-hour news, suddenly everything changed.
Cable news network. He had WTBS, which, of course, is still an absolute powerhouse. And he put the Atlanta Braves on WTBS and made them America's team.
They would probably be, I think you could argue maybe a little bit, they are probably the fourth most popular baseball team in Major League Baseball. Behind the Yankees,
Dodgers,
Cubs.
I would agree with that.
They are probably
and the Cubs, same type of deal on WGN.
Yeah.
But Ted's dad owned a billboard company.
He's from, Ted was born in Cincinnati, moved to Georgia when he was 9.
Ted, with his dad, the billboards you see on the side of the road, Ted took it over in 1963. His dad apparently committed suicide.
Ooh.
And Ted started going and bought this Atlanta TV station. Remember UHF before cable came along?
Superstation.
WKBN here was Channel 61, wasn't that it? KBF, whatever the call letters were.
I think that was the second time
Channel
around.
43 was WUAB, but those were UHF stations. They weren't just on cable like
what was
everything
the
else.
original channel?
And Ted buys this UHF station, and two things skyrocketed WTBS. One was the Atlanta Braves, and the other was wrestling.
Yeah.
They went nutso on wrestling. He started a World Championship Wrestling, and it just became this absolute powerhouse. And then it leads to Turner Network Television, TNT, and CNN, and all kinds of stuff. Owned the Atlanta Braves, owned the Atlanta Hawks, and I'm not sure about this, but I know at one point, outside of the United States government, Ted Turner was the largest landowner in the United States. Owned more land than anybody in the country other than the government.
And when I lived in Montana, he had land out there too. It was a big deal. Like every once in a while, you'd hear that he was out there, and no one
He
cared.
gets a lot of credit for bringing the buffalo back from near extinction.
Yeah.
But, think about the way that our business has changed. And then the Superstation, all that led to regional sports networks, which for the most part are having a real tough time. But it's certainly changed the way things go because they had Braves games all over the place. I mean, you could see all of them.
Yeah, and it was also I remember. I know this is not Montana again, but it is. When I moved out there, I would ask people, do you like the Mariners? Because I don't even know if the Rockies were just up and going when I got out there, and they were like, no, I'm a Braves fan. Like there were Braves fans all over the place. Probably for two reasons, I think, especially out there, because one, they got to watch them on TV, and part of the Native American culture was they kind of linked on. There were the folks that were living on the reservation that I knew out in Montana were all like, oh yeah, Braves fans, we're Braves fans because of the Native American tie there, which is kind of goes. It's weird.
Anti a lot of thoughts about all that.
Yeah,
but that guy had.
It was years ago, though.
He had an incredible run.
He did.
And, just passed away at the age of 87 today. And so that's a shame. Had been in poor health in recent years. But, man, certainly changed not just our business, but the way we consume sports on television.
He ended up owning.
Really cool.
He had the Hawks for a while, too, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. I said the Hawks and the Braves.
Yeah, and so when he had I just remember traveling to Atlanta to go watch them, and you're like everything seemed like it was CNN down there too. I remember going down for the Olympics still in '96, and CNN, and the entire entity. It wasn't just that; it was the Turner Television Network. That whole entity. It was just so gigantic down there. You think about it. Major impact in the way you ingest, I guess, television these days.
I don't think there's any question about that. And the one thing about it that I always enjoyed, he had some personality, man. And so he's doing all this stuff. And when you saw him doing stuff, he was fun. He was entertaining. Said some outlandish stuff.
Mouth of the South, wasn't he?
Did some really big things. And you don't find a ton of people like that. You don't see that.
When he bought that, there's a good line that ESPN has a good line. He said Turner purchased the Braves in '76 following a '67 and '94 season, saying at a news conference, "I don't want to see any more headlines calling Atlanta Loserville, USA. I want Winnersville, USA."
In 1997, remember he actually named himself manager of the Braves for a game?
No, I didn't realize that. No.
He did. He lost. But it's you
big
think about
impact on free agency too when he took Andy Messersmith. Remember that? I forgot about that. I was just looking through some of the
you think about people who have such an impact that they change things.
Yeah.
And Ted Turner was certainly one of those people. Kind of cool. We had Chris Rose on the show today. We enjoyed talking to Chris, and Chris Fedor joined us at noon. If you happen to miss a moment in our show, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Moment of the show, Meredith Kane.
Moment of the show comes from Chris Fedor and some poignant remarks he had on the Cavaliers.
They are being bothered by the playoff physicality, the playoff intensity, and the teams that they're playing against are doing things more consistently at a higher level than they are doing them. So I don't know why I would say, hey, going into game 2 or going into game 3, all of a sudden James Harden's going to take care of the ball. All of a sudden James Harden isn't going to be second in turnovers during this playoff run across the NBA, where all of a sudden, Donovan Mitchell is going to find a little bit more comfort within this offense and attacking these opposing defenses that are really long, really athletic, really physical. Yes, this is a series. Things can change. Just because they lost game 1 doesn't mean that the series is over. But if we're 8 games into this thing and we're talking about the same problems, I'm not sure how with a straight face I could say, you know what, they're just going to figure it out and these things are going to go away. I think what it comes down to is they're going to have to overcome these kinds of things.
Chris was right on the money. And we all know if they win game 2 tomorrow night, Indy, very different feel.
Totally different.
But I think Chris was all over it and absolutely nailed it. Again, the Cavs have not won a road game so far in the playoffs. 0 for 4 on the road, 4-0 at home. Why are we smarter after 4 hours of Basket and Phelps? Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. It's 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads. Fedor was outstanding. I'll also add this on the Ted Turner front. Thank you for Cartoon Network, because without Cartoon Network, a lot of people my age would not have been exposed to a lot of great cartoons that were out there. So good for him for putting that together and introducing us to the world of Dexter's Laboratory, Ed, Edd and Eddy, and various other fun things.
Smart dude. No question.
Looney Tunes was on there. Captain Planet was on there. A lot of that good stuff.
Miss Kane.
I can thank Ted Turner for the amount of Braves baseball I watched as a kid, because it just felt like it was always on the TV.
Right.
Every time I turned it on, it was, even though at the time the Orioles were the local team, it was always Atlanta Braves, which I didn't mind.
And then he had some good teams. Some good pitching. AB.
I'm going to go with I'll go with Fedor. Fedor laid it out pretty clear about what the Cavs need to do, what happened, and where they're going. I just got a text from a buddy of mine, Double B, played football at Brown, where Ted Turner
went to school.
Yeah, and he said Ted used to come in the locker, give speeches. We loved when he would come in the locker. was a booster there. Interesting.
Nice.
Very cool.
Yeah, it is nice. I'm smarter today after our little exercise, would you, about the Cleveland Browns. Interesting to hear some of your thoughts on that, AB.
Was neat.
Maybe.
We should.
All I know is you and I agreed we'd go out and get a veteran running back.
I would. I'd go get.
We disagreed on which guy it was, but we agreed. Add a veteran running back to this team. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening today. We do appreciate you. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. You know what's coming up next. It's the Afternoon Drive right here on 92.3 The Fan.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports.
9.5. We were probably at a 7. Tough to win on the road with that kind of disparity.
You look within first. You look at my turnovers, and a lot of them were just on me. That's the game right there. I'm trying to get downhill, trying to get to the bucket, and sometimes people are in my way, and I'm trying to fight through contact, and I'm not getting these calls.
We gave ourselves a chance, even playing as bad as we did. So next game we clean those things up. Totally different game. We're gonna look at it, clean all that stuff up, get the next one.
We got to figure it out defensively, and that can help us win a lot of games.
At the end of the day, they were the more aggressive team.
The show is back, and so are Cavaliers turnovers. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. We are reacting to game one by the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Pistons are up 1-0 in that series. Let's not even talk about the Guardians right now. They're upsetting me. The Browns, just by doing nothing, are doing the best of any Cleveland sports team today. That opened courtesy of NBA on Peacock and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the supreme leader today, because if we didn't, there would be consequences. Bang, bang, pow, pow. And we got Jake Marin, man on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, producing for us as well. Like our videos, we like to be liked on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel if you are following along. And don't forget to subscribe. It is free after all. And Matt Corrali, Bang Biscuit Baby Doll on the 2020s all show long. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you today?
Better than I was last night.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was...
that's for sure.
Here's the funny thing. I didn't. And maybe this is something that I didn't give them enough credit for in Toronto. Because they just habitually got down on Toronto and then made even the games that they lost pretty much games, I actually did think at some point that they would come alive and that would be a more interesting game. So I wasn't panicking in the first half. And once they got to 93-93 with 5.5 minutes to go, it's like, well, this game's over and Detroit just doesn't know it yet. And then the opposite thing happened. I didn't really lock in on rage until about, and it was a slow build towards pure madness last night. It was about 90 seconds to go. About the fifth time, they just let Jalen Duren right backdoor him, and then they went down the opposite side and then didn't convert on like simple baskets where I was like, oh, well, bleep you. This is not about the Pistons. This is about you and your inability to either figure it out defensively or offensively.
It's interesting because I had the same thought you had then in watching the first half. They went down 18. I wasn't sweating. At the half, they were down 13, and then they flashed up on Peacock, whether it's DraftKings, FanDuel, whatever sports book it is, and it's like, oh, it's a 10.5 point line, and I'm like, well, I would take the Cavs plus 10.5, which, by the way, still would have won because they lost by 10, but that's neither here nor there. But the point is that no part of me was sweating. No part of me was worried. And then you mentioned they get to 93 apiece. Harden scores 11 points in a row. You get to 93 apiece, and it seems like the comeback is happening, and just nothing. Yeah. Just a big nothing burger. A fourth quarter that Allen and Mobley combined for 0 points. Harden was the only one that really scored in the fourth quarter at any sort of rate. Donovan at least took shots, but it was just a disaster of a quarter from about 5.5 on.
And it's funny. Like, again, I think the idea of, they played on Sunday is the biggest crock of crap ever.
Well, so did Detroit.
So did Detroit.
On Sunday.
And Detroit had the tougher path to win that series because they came back down from 3-1. So if anyone should be a little exhausted right now, it's the team that literally had to sing for their supper 3 straight games to advance to this point here, and not the Cavs, who I don't give a rat's ass if you call it intensity. I don't care if you call it energy or effort. It's all the same thing. And it's so funny, like Harden's turnovers, oh boy. Donovan, disappearing act. Oh, boy. Evan Mobley acting like he wanted no part of Jalen Duren and gave the guy easy baskets, like 4 or 5 straight easy baskets when the game was on the line.
Yeah, Duren, that was an exclamation point to people like yourself that were saying he's going to be soft in the postseason.
Yeah.
Duren came to play.
Yes, he did. And again, as you can point out, Thomas Bryant getting minutes in the fourth quarter.
How is that opening lineup even possible? How do you have Thomas Bryant and Keon Ellis in the start of the fourth quarter as your lineup?
I don't know.
How does that exist? What happened there?
By the way, you can't even have one of those guys in that lineup spot.
I don't understand how that is a thing that Kenny Atkinson looked and said, this is the answer right now. And then as predictable as you would think, it went poorly.
But like all of the things that we can take away, and you got to understand the monsoon of crap that had to happen for them to lose that game. Like, and I know Detroit, much like Toronto, probably boo-hooing. No, the Pistons beat the Cavs. The Cavs didn't beat themselves. Bull crap. Awful defense. I mean, 20 turnovers. That was not the act of a serious team last night.
But it wasn't even a good Pistons game, is the other
Yes.
side of that. Like, if you're like in Detroit today, I don't think they're going to sit around and be like, whoa, that was an awesome performance by us. Cade Cunningham, superstar. No, Cade didn't have a particularly good game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when they did the Jared Allen drops, that was an interesting tactic by the Cavs. Like, of course, he's always going to score there. He wants to get downhill. He's going to be able to do so. But, like, that was not a great Cade game. It was a great Duren game, but there wasn't that much that was awesome from Detroit.
But of all of these things,
they hit 10 threes.
All of these things you could choose to gripe from. As mad as each one of those things individually, I was so mad last night, JP. Usually I confine my rage to Cabin Boys, maybe my buddy Nate, right? Maybe one of my brothers, and that's where I channel it. Because most of the time, I like people to get my first take on something. Like my real thoughts on something when we open the show.
You were crickets in the Jonathan and John Fanta group chat.
I was in Moblin's DMs. I was in countless other people's DMs. And if I knew they had a gripe with this Cavs team, like Moblin, who's been hard on Kenny Atkinson, I hit him up in the DMs and I was like, all right, you're right, bleep Kenny Atkinson. That's like, I went scorched earth in people's DMs. I don't do that.
Why?
But because I was that pissed, because I didn't want to tweet something, one, that would give away how I feel, and two, just get something that would get me in trouble.
Today, you got a right to be angry. There's no denying it. And I think the saddest part of all of it is that the turnovers continue to happen, and it's some of the same problems you just saw in a Toronto series. Like the saving grace for this team was supposed to be brand new series, brand new opponent. We're going to see them look different than what they just did, and they just looked exactly the same that they did against the Raptors.
And that brings me to the thing that is my biggest gripe about Game 1. Your head coach came out after the game and said, intensity-wise, they were about a 9.5. We were about a 7.
I don't know why he had to put numbers on it. Doesn't that seem like just patently stupid?
I actually kind of like it. You're an analytics guy. You should love it.
No, because it's just a made-up number is all it is. It's whatever his vibes were.
It felt right.
That's like the opposite of analytics.
Right.
That is playing into meatballs more than it is anything.
Like they were playing hard. They just weren't playing that hard.
No, we all watched you, Atkinson, sitting down on the couch looking like it was weekend at Bernie's. I don't know. Why is that his demeanor? And I get it was very popular with Vinewood this morning.
Are you saying you'd like to change his face?
No. Why is he doing the like he had the Belichick pose. Where Belichick always has his arms crossed and looking like he'd rather be anywhere but there. Like he encapsulated exactly everything you think about this Cavs team on the court in one still shot of him sitting with his arms crossed and looking like he doesn't really care about the results.
All right, fair. However, we just should not be talking about you can figure out turnovers. You can figure out defensive rotations. You can figure out your lineup and how you want to when you want to deploy or if you want to deploy Thomas Bryant. Everything that caused them to lose. If you clean one of those things up from last night, you win that game and you're up 1-0, and it's mission accomplished before you even get to game 2. My problem is the one thing you can't clean up is effort intensity or energy or whatever we're calling that. And so I think Kenny's resigned. I think Kenny's like, yeah, they played harder. Like that
can't be your answer. How is that your answer?
Because it's the truth. Like I don't know what it's going to take to get to these guys that they have not won an NBA championship. And that while, yes, you are more talented than Detroit, I think you're more talented than anyone left in the East. You can't just out-talent everybody in the NBA playoffs.
And what's weird is
you have to match people's intensity.
For like 3 minutes to start off the game, I actually thought they were doing that. Like the first 3 minutes of the game, they were grabbing all sorts of offensive rebounds, and even the broadcast. We can talk about Noah Eagle at some point. He sounds different, and I'm happy for him. For a while, it felt like he was doing an impression of his dad.
Did they drop?
Yeah. For a while, it sounded like it was an impression of his dad. Now it sounds like that was big boy stuff. I like that out of Noah Eagle. But the broadcast kept just kind of referring in the first 3 minutes of like, oh, if this is how it looks for Pistons, it's going to be a long night for Detroit because we were grabbing every rebound. We were doing everything. And then it just stopped. And then it just went back to everything we'd been watching in the previous series and the intensity and everything that comes with it. We got a solid 3 minutes out of the gate, and then that was it.
Well, and listen, there were a couple stretches where they picked it back up. But how in the hell do you go through everything that you went through in Toronto? And the central lesson wasn't, We have to maintain a requisite amount, a specific amount of intensity. And if we do that, this will be a much easier series. How is this not the lesson? Because when you don't learn your lesson, one, the NBA is going to teach you that lesson by bouncing your ass out in the second round of the playoffs for the 4th straight year if you don't learn that lesson. And am I on 1 or 2 or 3? One of the
you
three.
Made 1 point.
2.
There we go.
But potentially also 3. At some point, I just have to question your heart. And I know these guys have heart. I know Donovan's got heart. I know Tyson's got heart. I know Schroeder's got heart and balls. I know Jarrett Allen has heart. I know, but they can't get it together to figure out how to play with that intensity and that focus together. And it's the one thing you can fix every other thing I saw last night and every other thing I saw in Toronto. And I have no doubt that they can. It's not a talent issue. But nothing scares me more when yet now into another series. I'm not just talking about, guys playing together, playing hard and playing focused together. That's not even about time on the court together. That's just about everybody buying in and doing the things it takes to win. And none of these guys are kids anymore. None of that is acceptable. I can accept you losing for so many reasons, including stupid turnovers, which are just like bottle it the hell up, right? But I cannot excuse your losing because you're getting out-efforted consistently. I just can't. That's infuriating.
And one of the tropes going into the series was Detroit's going to be more physical and they're going to make it harder. And they were more physical and they did make it harder. And the Cavs didn't have much of a response there.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The next time you say, I know what people say about me and I want to win, I no longer believe you. That's all I've heard from anybody in that locker room at any point, no matter who the coach was, no matter whether Darius was here, no matter how many years you're into this with Jared and Evan. Like, no, I hear the same things.
Yeah, they're very quick to take the responsibility of it all. And it's like, guys, just show us.
Yeah, yes. Hey, man, they played harder. Why are we throwing that away cavalierly and then, pardon the pun, and not then turning around and being like, maybe we should play harder?
But this is part of, again, where a lot of people are getting on Atkinson, even with that 4th quarter lineup we talked about, is like he's treating that like it's game 47. Like you do that stuff in game 47. You don't do that stuff in game 1 of the semifinal. Like this isn't the time to do that.
216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys today. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. What is your biggest gripe off game 1? For me, energy, intensity, effort, whatever you call it. It wasn't there, and that is unacceptable for a team that has the talent to compete for an NBA championship this year, but might not have the heart for it. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. AshleyBastock.Cleveland.com. We'll talk about the offense and who's going to be number 1 for the Cleveland Browns this year. Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider at 4:20. One prominent analyst says the Browns should take Brendan Sorsby, the old gambling fella right there. We'll ask Mark Schlereth about that and his thoughts on the Browns. And then Daryl Ryder joins us coming up at 6 p.m. today. Plenty to get to. A little bit of Gardos, a little bit of Brownies. But, of course, we're talking about the Cavs now down 1-0. We haven't even gotten to the meat of the truth of yesterday's game yet. But what is your biggest gripe off game 1? I don't know exactly what I mean by the meat of the truth of game 1. But we're going to hash it out in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
in efforts to play. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk. Immediately after every playoff game, Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
These Cavs have played 8 playoff games, and they haven't been good. They just haven't looked like the team from the regular season. They haven't looked like a legitimate title contender. If you have James Harden, if you have Donovan Mitchell, if you have Evan Mobley, you're paying those guys to come through in those situations. The Cavs were right there. Turnovers are a problem for this team because the styles that these teams that they're playing are bothering their offense. They're one of the worst turnover teams in the playoffs so far. So at some point, I think they're just showing too many flaws to give them the benefit of the doubt and come away from these losses feeling optimistic of all these different changes that they can make. Because we're having the same conversation here in Game 1 that we had for the duration of the Toronto series. Physicality, not coming through in clutch situations, not taking care of the basketball, and then most importantly, James and Donovan, their 2 most important players, just not being good enough.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, NBA and Cavalier reporter on Baskin and Phelps earlier today. So he's 100% right. But the most frustrating thing about everything you can say about last night is the Cavs should be up 1-0 right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think it's debatable. Like, the Pistons, I do think their limitations shone through, and the Cavs didn't play good defense or good offense yesterday, at least consistently. They only really played it in spurts. And so, like, we're in a weird way where it's like, man, if the Cavs just fix those intensity issues and work on a couple things, they should coast through this series. How is that possible? That was my takeaway from a Game 1 in which I'm questioning your effort for roughly the 8th time this year.
Because it didn't seem like there's anything Detroit did that was that impressive.
Yeah.
And it's hard because, when we said some of the stats going into it yesterday, Detroit led the league in turnovers. Detroit had the number 1 defense in the regular season. Like there's a lot that Detroit does that's sneaky and will be like, you look up and it's like a team that averaged 120 points a game, scored 101 and barely got by. But it's just, you always feel like you're in a game with Detroit. They made 10 threes last night, Nick. They didn't shoot awesome from the perimeter. They didn't do anything spectacular to blow you out. Those type of, like, how they play will always keep you in a game.
In fairness, they went 10 of 26. That's 38% three-point shooting. And they did that because the Cavs continue to be like, you go ahead and take that open three. Like,
I think that the Cavs
that again gets back to effort.
Well, no, but only 26 threes though is a very tiny number, and especially when you're making 10, like that's a very tiny number. You win basketball games if that's the opponent's 3-point shot.
Not if you don't guard them when they make at least attempt to guard them on several of those threes. Mac,
and 2 of those are buzzer beaters, 30+ feet away from Ron Holland.
All right, we're having a mic issue. I blame Keith.
Is that right?
Actually, no. I'm going to blame Corrali. He's lower on the totem pole than Keith. That's a safer blame there. So here's the thing. I hated Kenny Atkinson after the game. So I didn't hate him saying we played it at 7, they played it at 9.5, because I think that was just truth. But like when Kenny Atkinson said, Jared Allen's 4 fouls really impacted our rotations, that's literally just your job. Yeah.
He just has no excuse for why he didn't play him as much in the second half.
Or first half, playing Thomas Bryant to start the fourth quarter.
Well, this goes in the second half side of things, right? Like when Jared Allen had 12 second half minutes, that's just unacceptable. Like, and Jared Allen had a pretty lousy game, all things considered. But like Jared Allen only playing 18 minutes in a Game 1 is just I get the fouls happen, but it's inexcusable.
But it felt like the foul thing was an excuse when it came to Jared. I do wonder, is somebody dictating the rotations for Kenny?
Because they're so bad?
Well, yes, because he gets a little mechanical with them, and then he starts doing wonky stuff that can't be explained.
He's done the Thomas Bryant thing. He did that in Game 5 against Toronto, and I thought it was dumb then, too. I don't know what he's doing.
Does somebody hand him the card, Thomas Bryant in the fourth quarter, no matter what?
You know what it feels like? Not draft day, but you know what it feels like. It feels like almost as if he's like predetermined it.
Yes.
In order to not be, he's just not malleable enough. He's not he's not watching enough of the game. It feels like to be able to be like, this is what this calls for in this spot in this moment. Because it just none of it None of it really made sense. And he did admit that, again, Allen being out and the fouls that happened completely threw him off. And it's like, so are you kind of like when Stefanski used to dial up those 15 plays to start a game, and then everyone would be like,
outside of it?
No, but everyone would be like, why is he so awesome? And they always scored in the first drive, and it was like, why is he so awesome? And then, the moment he gets outside of it, it's a completely different thing. Is that just what Atkinson is?
I'm going to continue to try and fall back on that. I do think some of his struggles in this postseason are tied to he doesn't know his team yet. And that is the one flaw of reorganizing the chairs in the Titanic here at the deadline this year, and then guys getting hurt. So I give some of that credit to the idea of he's still learning his team in real time. I also don't think he's the biggest problem by far. Like, to me, this is very much a player issue with what we're seeing in these playoffs as opposed to a coaching issue. But, Kenny, don't make it so damn obvious.
Yeah.
Because fans always blame the head coach first. I think that's a truism in every sport. Mm-hmm. So if you give them even an inch to deal with, they will take a mile and just be like, well, that's a Kenny Atkinson thing, to avoid blaming their favorite players like Donovan, like Harden, like Evan, like Jarrett. Like pretty much anybody that isn't Kenny Atkinson.
Well, and the truth of last night is everybody not named Max Strus, we could find faults with what happened in that game. You know? I mean, Harden with the turnovers, Donovan not being nearly as aggressive as we need him to be, and his usage rate was the 5th highest in the team in the fourth quarter. Thomas Bryant had a higher usage rate than Donovan Mitchell in that game. Explain that one to me. Evan Mobley didn't play particularly well at all. Jarrett Allen was basically a non-factor. Like, all these guys that we're talking about, everybody not named Max Strus was open to criticism. I guess Tyson, too. We'll throw Tyson in the mix as well.
Yeah, he had
a solid 18 minutes from Tyson.
I think it was Matt Derry today that said Jalen Tyson should be in the starting lineup. The problem is I don't want to take...
Danny Cunningham said that.
Oh, Danny said it. I don't want to take Max out. Strus and Tyson are two guys that I trust more than just about anybody right now, and the guy you'd swap Strus out for, or Tyson out for, is Strus. But of all the things, of all the excuses that really pissed me off yesterday, Donovan Mitchell chose the wrong time to probably pick a valid argument when after the game he talked about only getting 2 free throw attempts last night.
I want to separate this from the game. The free throw disparity is not why we lost tonight. I want to make sure I say that, but I don't know. I'm trying to get downhill, and a friend of mine got fined for talking about flop, so I'm not going to try to double down. But I mean, like, I feel like that's what I got to do at this point. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get downhill, trying to get to the bucket, and sometimes people are in my way, and I'm trying to fight through contact, and I'm not getting these calls. You said I had, 13 in the last series? 16? I mean, I'm just not getting the calls. I don't know why. I don't flop. Maybe that's why. And this isn't just a tonight thing. This has been the entire series, and it's frustrating a little bit, but because I'm such a dynamic driver, right? Like, I can't control that. So if I'm not going to call for me, I got to find a way to finish through that. But you know me, I'm never one to sit here and complain, and that's not why we lost the game tonight or whatever. But at some point in time, I feel like me getting to the basket's got to relate to something. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see.
All right, there's a myriad of things that we get to pick apart from this. The funniest thing in the world is a teammate of James Harden saying, I guess I have to start flopping. Maybe it's because I don't flop, especially when James...
It almost feels like an attack on James, like right in front of James.
Yeah.
You're like, it's odd. I mean,
it lacks a little self-awareness, but that's okay. You did just lose a playoff game.
18 free throw attempts in 8 games is astounding for somebody that tries to go to the basket as much as he does, though. Like, it's almost incomprehensible to think about. And I do think it's something the league's going to have to at some point fix, or at least address, or find a way. I've maintained for a while I think it's a skill. But like SGA having 400 more free throw attempts than the person that's in second place over the previous 2 years, like, some people are abusing that. And so I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. But if I was Donovan, I would have learned from Harden or whoever how to get to the free throw line better.
I will.
If you know flopping's the answer, then flop.
Here's
flop like a European soccer star. Like, get after it.
I don't think he's going to the hole nearly as often. And I felt that way in the Toronto series too. The drive and bail move, I feel like I've seen more in 8 games than I saw in 82 games. Well, so I don't think Donovan is making it easier on himself.
The numbers say, this is strictly the numbers, in the regular season he was driving to the basket 14 times per game. In the postseason he's driving to the basket 12 times per game. Mm-hmm. So that number is down. It's down relative. It's not. He's getting to the hole maybe more than you think, but it still is down from the regular season.
Here's the other thing. Listen, I do think making comments like this help Donovan. I think that's why players and coaches tend to mention things like this. We saw Toronto do it, the Toronto coach doing it after Game 2, where he mentioned the physicality and how what Cleveland was getting away with, and all of a sudden it swung the other way because apparently NBA officials are goldfish and can just be lured by goldfish food, little sprinkles here and there on top of the surface. But beyond that, it's a respect thing. Like, this is where Donovan, like, the problem with NBA narratives in NBA, I don't know, is it legacy? I don't know what you would say. The problem with those things is that eventually everybody starts to buy into them. So they're called superstar calls for a damn reason.
Yeah.
It's not because he's not a big wing. It's not because he's not a big man. Or it really comes down to, I think it's a lack of respect by NBA officials, specifically in the postseason, because it's not happening in the regular season. And this is NBA officials telling Donovan, we're not going to treat you like a superstar because you haven't achieved superstar status in the postseason. Well, fair or unfair, I think that's exactly what this is saying.
And this isn't a baseball series where in baseball you stay with the same umpiring crew the entire stretch for the entire 7 games. This is the NBA. They change these out every single game. And you got a different crew. And this is 8 different crews essentially telling you, Donovan, you're not doing it the right way. You're not baiting the calls the way that you're supposed to. There's a game within the game that has to be played. So I do say, I do think it's a skill. I really do. Flopping and getting and drawing the foul is a skill, and Donovan just doesn't possess that skill.
And yet,
if I were him, I'd learn how to, but I don't know that he can do it that quick right now.
I expect it to swing the other way now that he's made these comments.
That's the thing. You got to get in front of this stuff. That's why everyone complains about these guys complaining, but when they complain, it usually comes out and works in their favor.
But there's a catch-22 here where it's like, I think if you win this series, the deeper you go into the playoffs, I do think he's going to start to get more of these calls beyond just calling it out and having to call it out every couple games when the calls start to fall off again because, again, NBA officials are goldfish and they have the shortest memories apparently in history when it comes to stuff like this. But no, we're in a weird spot here where I think the answer to the solution that Donovan's looking for is just go into the postseason deeper and you're going to get those calls. But yet, it's not helping you right now.
We got to draw attention to it, though. That's why I think that was smart. Like, he didn't want to get fined, but if I were him, I would have taken the $50,000 and made a big deal about it, and just made sure everybody in the world knew. Now, it got the point across. Everyone's talking about it, but you were a 19 differential in the free throw attempts. Like, this is the time. You got to make these things known.
Also, why are NBA players making Jaylen Brown to be a stinking martyr? The guy went on a Twitch stream and blasted the league. It wasn't even in like a post-game presser, which, by the way, didn't handle that great either. No. Jaylen Brown is doing everything but going on Regis and Kathy Lee or whatever that show is now called.
Regis and Kathy Lee.
Kelly and Mark. We're married. Nobody cares. But he's doing everything short of going on daytime talk shows to tell everyone what ass clowns NBA officials are. I think if anyone has earned a $50,000 fine from the league, it was Jaylen Brown, and Donovan's like, well, I don't want to. My friend just got fined. Your friend was acting like an ass clown.
I'm going to let you know Regis has been dead for 6 years, just so you know.
To you.
No, he's been physically
to me,
dead.
He'll never die.
He's been physically dead for 6 years.
He'll never die to me.
Yeah.
And by the way, how do we know rich people actually die? Let's think about this the other day.
What do you mean, how do we know that rich people actually die? You think they just exist in like a different world after this, or they just go to like an island or something?
I think we have a lot of abilities financially.
Why would you want to kill yourself off? Give me the incentive.
No, they're not killing themselves off. They're somehow regenerating to a younger version of themselves and going by a different name.
Oh, that's kookier than if you were just going to tell me they were just going to go to an island and just kill themselves off.
I don't think billionaires are on islands anymore.
Oh, they're on islands.
I think they're steering clear of islands right now.
That one didn't stop.
Yeah.
They still own a lot of islands. Just what happens on those islands
They're
are
actually
different.
now shifting to more of a peninsula strategy.
Is that right? It's good branding is all.
That's like the new billionaire strategy is only isthmuses.
So wait, do we think Regis is, or you think Regis is like actually like he's got like the body of a 25-year-old now and is just like walking among us?
Yes. Yeah.
Does he keep his bank account or does that also leave with him?
I think they find ways.
Yeah.
Listen, billionaires can do anything, right? They can do literally anything in the world. They basically run the world now. You telling me they don't know how to I
think at this point,
when Warren Buffett dies, you think he really died, or did he just get young again?
No, I think they die.
Not a chance in hell.
I think they get buried.
I think poor people die.
Is that right?
I think rich people get reborn.
Maybe like 50 years from now, that might be the truth. I don't know.
And 50 years from now, when you're dying, and you find out that Warren Buffett's now my age again. How the hell did that happen? You're gonna remember me. I'll be dead 30 years by that point, but you're gonna remember me. That's a sound strategy, by the way. I think I got that.
Sounds like a threat of you're gonna remember me.
That didn't sound great. 216-474-0092. Why isn't Donovan getting these calls? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I got a challenge.
SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Hear all the latest from Browns rookie minicamp starting on Friday.
Come on, man, wake up! There we go.
Right here on your radio home for Browns football.
Here we go, buckle them up!
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Ashley Bastock coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick and Jonathan back with you. Well, here your guys' biggest gripe from game one. I was just intensity. I'm so sick of talking about that with this Cavs team. They're so talented. They really tried at, I don't say no business, because they played really well those final 2 or 3 minutes. It's because the Cavs kind of looked like they just laid down. So more on that game, more on some Guardians concerns as well, what to do with Stephen Kwan, some Brown stuff coming on the way as well. But let's go ahead and get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, I saw this yesterday, and it annoyed me so much that I almost tweeted about it. I was like, no, I'm going to get to this with JP on the show. Giannis Antetokounmpo might be on the move this summer, and despite being stuck in basketball hell, the Nets reportedly are hesitant to trade for him. According to this report, the Nets have reservations about trading for Giannis because it would mean bringing his 2 brothers onto the roster as well. Is this a valid reason, if you're the Nets, to not trade for Giannis?
Not a valid reason at all.
Isn't it the dumbest reason?
It kind of sounds like the Nets know they're not getting Giannis, and so they're already trying to protect themselves.
I don't hate that.
We don't even want Giannis. Okay.
I don't hate
Sure.
that. And the funny thing is, if Giannis is coming at a discounted price, the Nets should be all over that.
Yeah, definitely.
Giannis and MPJ, and I think the Nets do have a top 14 pick. I don't know if it's theirs or somebody else's, but that's enough to at least be competitive in a weakened East.
They're still probably not going to accomplish much, but that doesn't mean you don't go for it. You go for it. And the idea that Giannis wants to get to New York, this is the only thing the Nets have going for them is that they're the team that you go to if you don't end up going to the Knicks and you just want to be in New York. That's it. That's your selling point.
Yep.
You got Durant, Irving, all those guys based off of that. This is again, your come up happens only because of your location, not because anyone thinks you're a good franchise, because of your location. And if Giannis desperately wants to get to New York, and let's say the Knicks all of a sudden go to the NBA Finals and they're like, well, we're not tearing this up for you, Giannis. Well, guess what? And that's your option.
Also, I have no idea how Sean Marks still has a job. The Nets GM.
Yeah.
He started building a decent roster with devoid. It was the fallout of the Celtics picks. Then they traded all that away to get KD, Kyrie, and James Harden, which then completely blew up. And now they're back to trying to build up for that. But they don't like their best players, MPJ. That's not great.
No, they're in a bad spot.
Igor Demin, is that your next best?
They did get a lot with the Mikal Bridges trade, though.
Haven't done a damn thing with it.
All right, Joel Embiid out for Game 2 tonight. One of the big commentary before this series was, all right, if Joel Embiid can play the entire series, maybe the 76ers have a real chance. And now we've made it to all of a sudden Game 2, and Joel Embiid is not going to be on the court tonight.
Sure feels like Embiid beat the Celtics and felt that like that was his version of winning the finals.
Maybe. It's so weird how these, and I can't, I mean, so many NBA players are just getting injured. It's just in a crazy high rate, but the way that some of these teams are just laying down, like yeah, it's even Tatum with Boston. They looked around and the reason why I didn't play Game 7 is because they looked around and said, well, we're not winning a title with this team, so let's regroup and let's figure it out for next year. You almost wonder if Philadelphia is doing the same thing with Embiid, and I just think it's Looney Tunes.
Joel is the closest thing I've ever seen to Hakeem Olajuwon. From skill set, I mean, it is like watching a younger, slightly heavier version of Hakeem. The difference is Hakeem was a grinder. That dude played hurt. That dude played 20 years in the NBA. And Joel, and I don't want to accuse him of dogging it, but there have been accusations that maybe he could play through more of this stuff. I just can't imagine getting to the second round of the playoffs, being where they are. Edgecombe's great. Maxi's great. Paul George occasionally gives you some good minutes. And
he's
like,
good.
Like in a weekend East, this might be this. If I'm saying this about the Cavs,
it's all right in front of them, really.
Same thing with the Cavs.
And they're just not taking advantage of it.
Yeah.
It's just too bad.
Well, you will have that. You will have that.
I guess that does happen.
Yeah. All right, the Mavericks named Masai Ujiri their new head of basketball operations this week, but ESPN's Tim McMahon? Yeah. Says someone else in Dallas eyed the role first.
What is extremely clear, a couple things. Jason Kidd did try to become the president. He's known for months that wasn't going to happen. Okay. They're bringing in somebody who he was not involved in bringing in the organization to be the president. And very clearly, Masai Ujiri is the boss, period. There's no question about the power structure. Masai Ujiri is the boss of all things basketball with the Dallas Mavericks.
If you're Ujiri, now that this is out there, you pretty much have to fire Jason Kidd, right?
I don't think you'd blame Jason Kidd for wanting to get as much power as you can. If anything, I'd look at him like,
trust him.
Well, I don't think you can trust Jason Kidd anyway. Well,
That's fair.
The reason why Jason Kidd has that job is in part of the relationship he has with the people that own the team and because of the casino operations. Like the people that own the Mavericks, like 10 years ago, Jason Kidd gave the wife of the casino magnate his Olympic medal as like a good faith gesture. Like Jason Kidd does some seedy stuff that the general public is just not hip to, and so there
are some things we're hip to about Jason Kidd.
Yeah, fine. He does seedy things that we're hip to, and seedy things that the general public isn't hip to. The point is that it's on the table that Jason Kidd would have been given everything and then some. It would have been disastrous, but it's definitely on the table. And saying all that, I don't know that in Masai Ujiri is like, I'm going to examine this franchise head to toe. It's like, congratulations. I don't think you're going to get that wish either. Maybe if they sell the team to Cuban back, maybe if that happens, then you'll get your wish. In fact, I would almost guarantee that would happen if they sell the team back to Mark Cuban. But in the meanwhile, I just don't see Jason Kidd going anywhere.
I think I would not surprise me if Masai Ujiri actually was the one leaking the bit about Jason Kidd trying to get the president of basketball operations role so that he can then turn around and justify that to being like, this is out there. My power is compromised, and firing him. It'd be brilliant, by the way, if he did it, too.
Mike Breen was on the Ryan Russillo show and said that he thinks LeBron could play for another 8 to 9 years. 8 to 9 years. That would put LeBron at 50 years old, still playing basketball. I have maintained for a while that I think LeBron's playing beyond what people expect. I don't know if that's 4 years, 3 years, 2 years. I think the idea of him just playing next year and being done doesn't add up to me. And so I think it's very interesting that now more and more people are not only talking about the longevity of LeBron, but making the suggestion that the way he's playing and how he's playing, 8 to 9 more years was realistic.
It just doesn't. It feels like at some point, LeBron has always said he doesn't want to be. Yeah, I don't think he's ever said this name specifically, but he doesn't want to be Vince Carter, where Vince was for 15 years, 14 years, was the top of the pops in the NBA and then became James Jones. I believe that about LeBron. And so I expect LeBron to leave a year sooner. Meaning if he's starting to feel any sort of slippage, I think he's going to leave a year. I think he's going to leave early as opposed to too late.
No, I see what you're saying. I think the interesting thing about how he's played this postseason, I think the Lakers thought, and I think even the Cavs, if we're going to be involved in him in this offseason, I think everyone thought he was going to play at some sort of mid-level exception at best, like a $10 to $12 million deal. He's not playing like a $10 to $12 million player. The numbers he's putting up and the rate that he's playing, he still deserves every bit of north of $25 million plus. And so it'll be interesting to see how much of a discount LeBron takes in order to continue playing, or if the league just kind of is like, all right, hey, you have been good enough. And the Lakers do accept that and make that what that is.
I think LeBron should play for less at home because he's just a really nice guy, and he's just a kid from Akron. Unbiased thought there.
Mm-hmm.
The American Football Coaches Association, which you all just found out existed.
The AFCA.
I'm a big AFCA guy.
Everybody
knows.
Always have been.
Tried and true.
They're one of the people that told me 4 levels of football.
Yep.
is what we both could coach on, and so how do you get that distinction? AFCA.
When the AFCA looks for a vote, they call Nick and Jonathan and say, "Is it okay we vote?" And we're like, as football guys,
like the Pope, we just give them that blessing.
Yep, we acknowledge you. Anyways, they've recommended some changes for college football. Here are the 3 big. A lot of changes, and some of them are really stupid and trivial. However, 1, expanded playoffs with maximum participation. The number they set out there is 24. Elimination of conference title games and ending the college football playoff by mid-January. Next year, it's going to be January 25th for the championship game. Which one of these do you like the most? Which one of these do you find the least necessary?
Okay, I like the idea of eliminating conference title games. It makes no sense to me. I don't know why they exist anymore. I think we should be done with them. I also like the idea of ending this earlier than late January, and get us back to mid-January or early January. That's great. I don't love the idea of taking this to 24 teams.
I think more teams equals more money, and I do think that's good for college football.
I like the idea of there being some line you have to actually cross in order to get in. Like in college basketball, I think the problem they have is that you can have teams that are below 500 in conference play that still make it into the tournament. And I feel like what you have to do in the regular season gets weakened, then the regular season itself, in fact, gets weakened as well. And it'll just turn this into one big bracket, which I don't necessarily love.
I think my only problem with going to 24 teams isn't about 24 teams. It's I know these greedy bastards won't stop. And that's my exact – if you said we're going to lock it in at 24 and then we're never going to move off that again, I'd be like, cool, let's do it today.
Yeah, they can't control themselves.
But they're going to take a couple huffs of that money and be like, it's better than 24, 36. And then we're not going to stop until we have 76 football teams, much like we do what the NCAA just did, which – nobody asked for.
I mean, when you look at the AP top 25, there's always teams at the very end of it where you're like, this isn't even a good football team. Like, congrats on your top 25 votes. This isn't even a good football team. I think if they go anything higher than 16, I'll be upset. I like where they're at with 12. But I'd like 8 better if we're being truthful about it, but they're not going to go back to that. Or at least start something like that.
216-474-0092. Yay or nay on 24 college football playoff teams. And we are moving closer to a big decision for your Cleveland Guardians. It is getting desperate. Up in here, that's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Weather's warming up, just not today. But the point is, it's spring, and that means it's time to take a look at that home improvement project list. And the most important thing you can do in spring is get your roof.
going to be. If the Cavs are going to win this series, I do think this might have gone unnoticed by some, or they were so mad about Harden that they never wanted to see him again in the Cavs uniform. But you're going to need Harden to win this series and to make any kind of a run.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I've heard dumber things. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
We got Ashley Bastock coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. And yes, we will continue on getting to some Cavaliers talk. I don't know if you heard about this, if you've seen about this. They lost last night in Game 1, but Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider, also joins us at 4:20. We'll talk about the Browns' offense, how to get it righted, all the many things. But last night felt like a loss, just a total loss, because while the Cavs were in the midst of just fiddling around against the Pistons, the Guardians lost yet another game, their second straight, to the Royals, which would make 3 straight games. And they did it in a way that just kind of felt just as laissez-faire as the Cavs lost to the Pistons did.
4 total hits in the game.
Yeah.
Gavin Williams not pitching particularly great, just not a great night at the ballpark.
But I think it's interesting because Matt Derry was filling in for Ken this morning with the Morning Boys and Owen. And he threw out that maybe it's time to have a real conversation about the Guardians lineup and some overdue changes needed.
Stephen Kwan now, it's been going on almost a full year because he had a nice first half last year. He's a really good player. Don't get me wrong, he was an all-star. He's a gold glove outfielder. But when you're lofting lazy fly balls to center and left every at-bat, you're striking out more than you have in your entire career. And your whole own radio announcer. I mean, listen to I watch the games and I put the radio audio on and I have Hammy going. Hammy's torching him a little bit, going, he knows Kwan's got to be better. Stephen Vogt's got to move him down in the order and let him take a breather. I'm moving DeLauder to the top of the order.
I don't hate that last part because every time I see Chase DeLauder hitting 6th, I get a little pissed.
He's been in the 2-hole recently, though. It's a good spot for him.
I feel like they bounce between DeLauder there and Angel Martinez, trying to normalize it.
Yep, nice job.
Until they switch it back again, and then I'm allowed to call him Angel again. But I do, with specific to Kwan, I have no expectation that they're actually going to do this. One, they're a very conservative organization. I also think they're really smart, and this is where this is not a criticism. This is actually kudos to them.
Mm-hmm.
I think they also know how these guys work. And I think when you've got a guy that puts too much pressure on himself, sometimes the worst thing you can do is take him out of that spot because it just feels like more failure to them.
They tend not to panic in these spots. I do feel like if they moved him, it would be an admission that Stephen Kwan is just not ever going to be the same Stephen Kwan. That's disastrous if they're going to actually try to move him at the deadline.
Although
that ship probably is sailed if he continues to play the way that he's played.
So it's tough because I am overall, I agree with everything Matt said. I agree that, there's your take, which is I don't think he's ever going to get back there again, and we can't have him kill the top of our lineup. There is, we're going to give him a breather and move him to the 6th spot, and then once he gets hot again, we'll bump him back up in the lineup. This is like a valid thing that other teams do. It carries different weight with the Guardians because they just don't treat all-star players this way.
No, it's interesting though. Like this whole entire stretch with him, and by the way, if you go deeper into the numbers, if you look batting average and balls in play, he is one of the unluckiest hitters in the sport right now. I think it's a 211. He is not only hitting the ball poorly, but when he is hitting the ball poorly and is getting in play, he is having what is baseball terms incredibly bad luck. Okay, and so some of this will normalize. It naturally does because you don't have a 211 BAPIP for the entire year. It'll start to creep back into normal places, and so he's going to look better, but will he look like anything to what he typically has over the previous 3 seasons? That I don't know.
Yeah, and I do think it's tough when your number one thing is I've got a good contact skill and I get on base. And you're not doing that. I don't know where in the lineup I can hide you. In a lineup that isn't 1 through 9 uncompromised. I will say there are like 6 or 7 guys, 6, 7 guys in the lineup right now that I have more confident than I thought. Reese Hoskins has kind of turned it on. Angel Martinez has been very good. DeLauder's been really good. Schneemann, Rocchio, weirdly Austin Hedges. But like, I look at this and go, because Rocchio's having such success out of the 9-hole, that's where I normally would move a guy like Kwon. I don't want to dislodge a guy who's honestly, like, it's wild. I don't think I've ever recalled a player as in love with hitting 9th the way that Brian Rocchio openly is like, that is my spot, and I got that on lock.
That's where I want to be.
But that's where I'd send him.
Okay.
But you can't. Am I going to bat him 8th? Am I going to put death to the bottom of the lineup potentially? That's an even bigger struggle for me.
And even in days where like Rocchio isn't playing and you put Schneemann at short like they did last night, then Bo Naylor's got to be in the 9th spot because Bo Naylor can't hit water if he fell out of a boat.
Yeah.
Like they're in a really weird spot. And the weirdest part about all this is that it's not just Kwon that's not hitting. J-Ram now we're going on a month of not hitting as well. And what's weird is that DeLauder's kind of picked up the pace and the slack for what you typically would get with J-Ram production. Mm-hmm. And so we're having the same lineup that's existing with the infusion of new hitters and new talent that is there, but they're just picking up the slack for guys that typically would hit that aren't hitting right now.
I do think this is why you always bet on a guy with more than just one tool. In like Kwon is, I know he's really good. He's a great fielder. That's not enough. Like he's we're talking borderline unplayable. At least with Hosey, I got some pop. You know, at least with Hosey, Hosey's also walked more than he struck out right now. Like
and again, in his slugging numbers, I mean, he's got like 6 homers on the year. His slugging numbers are way down from what a typical Jose Ramirez season would be. But at least every now and again, he is going to get you that 2-run homer.
And with Hosey is one of those guys.
He'll also steal bases. Like there's other things that come in play with Hosey.
And Hosey historically not as good in the early cold months, but once he gets going, he just tears the cover off the ball. With Kwon, it really is. I mean, I know Kwon has had half seasons where he looks elite. I don't think you can discount.
It's usually the front half of the season.
Exactly.
That's the weird part about this. Usually we get 3 months of good Kwon, and then it's kind of trailing in the back end. And this is not. I don't know. Maybe it'll be the invert this year, and it'll all of a sudden it'll flip up on its head. I don't know.
Now I think the tough thing.
How long can you wait and figure it out?
Well, I think that's. You were able to wait this out to some degree because you were winning more than you were losing, right? And yes, the offense was inconsistent, but you're getting some production from Martinez and Schneemann and DeLauder and all these guys, and you're still getting the production from those guys. But now we're getting the meat of the schedule where we still haven't figured out what this team is and what is the backbone of this team and what Stephen Vogt can just fall back on when he's up a specific creek without a paddle. And now you're losing games. Now you've lost 3 straight. Now you have lost, I want to say it's 4 of the last 6 series or something like that. So you're not winning enough to justify just looking at this and go, well, he almost hit 400 that one time. You know what I mean? And I hate it because I think so much of Kwon's problems I think it has become mental. But there's one way to do it. Matt suggested it. And there's not really a great spot on this team where you can just say, well, hide him in this spot and he'll be fine.
Yeah, that doesn't really help out anyone that is struggling mentally. You're just spotlighting it is all you're doing. But I generally don't know what the Guardians will do at this point because they give longer leashes to these guys and they let them try to figure it out. And if it was me, I mean, I'd have to put Kwon lower. At this point, I'd have to. I'm just not convinced that he's ever going to really turn it around. But again, the unlucky nature of some of these hits does have to creep into play in this discussion.
And here's the thing.
With the low BAPIP the way it is.
So we've talked about, all right, you move Kwon to the 9th spot or the 8th spot or the wherever, and then you move DeLauder up. I also think the Guardians are really smart to understand it's not just, well, Steven hits really well. He finds his stroke, and all of a sudden he's back there. Because if DeLauder takes that spot, good luck getting it back from that kid.
I like DeLauder in the 2-hole, though. I get what Matt's trying to say and putting him in the 1 spot, but I like DeLauder in the 2-hole. I'm more of a – that sounds more traditionalist thinking with DeLauder there. I guess I'm more what baseball's been in the past 5 to 10 years. If DeLauder's going to be one of your best hitters, having him in the 2 spot is better for me.
I'm torn because I think DeLauder's just an all-around fun hitter. So I think he would be a better leadoff hitter than Martinez would be. So DeLauder into Martinez into Hosey. just sounds like box
Again,
office to me right now.
You can't lose because the idea if you put him at the top is he's going to have more at bats than anybody. So you can't lose there. But it's a little counterintuitive to what baseball has been in the previous 5 to 10 years.
But it just wouldn't surprise me if Kwon himself was resistant to this. Because I think he's smart enough to know.
He's got to be resistant to this.
If you surrender the top spot of the lineup to DeLauder, you're not getting it back.
We might get late night Instagram posts from Kwon if this happens. Okay, like everything's on the table.
Emmanuel Clase, where we get the pictures.
He goes over his awards.
Yes,
I'm talking more about the one where he was trying to get paid more money, and it made it very obvious that he wanted more money. We might get a full meltdown from Kwon if this happens, because it would just be showing such a lack of belief in him turning around. Why no one's freaking out about Jose, even though he is getting older, and maybe we have to start to have some of these discussions when he goes through slumps, is because he'll turn it around, and he's going to get there, and he'll find it. We don't know that with certainty with Kwon. We don't. And that's got to be, if you're Stephen Kwon, you waited to get paid this big payout the entire time, and it might just not even happen.
He was a fringe prospect.
He's going to melt down. I would melt down for him.
He's a Gold Glover in left field, very serviceable, but I don't think Gold Glover in center. He is. I don't want to say he's a one-trade player, because that's not fair, because he is a Gold Glover. He's a very good defender, but he is a contact-based guy. Those are the guys, like that profile that I mentioned, are the guys who give you 4 good years and then disappear. I mean, routinely. Everybody's got a guy that fits that profile that just one day stopped hitting, or the bat speed fell too low, and then he was just a dude.
And Kwon this offseason read stories about him being paid $100 million, and I think his career earnings right now is like 9 or something insane, because he signed the 1-year arbitration deal for like 7.75, whatever that is. Like if you're Kwon, I mean, I get why he's pressing, and I get why he's struggling. Maybe this is just the mental part that you talk about, like the idea that this year was going to be whether or not he gets paid $100 million deal or doesn't, and maybe that's just too much on his plate, because that would wreck me in many ways. But he's got to find a way to get over that, because before you know it, we're going to wake up and he's going to be in the 8 slot hitting, and he's going to have no offers out there, and instead of making $100 million, he'll have left his baseball career making like 15.
So yes, there's one other thing I don't think we've talked nearly enough about. It's not just enough pressure to be, having $100 million or $120 million on the line. It's also, he understands that he would not be here if Emmanuel Clase doesn't get suspended last year. He and Clase were on the verge of being traded to the Dodgers for a holy bleep level package. And I think he knows if he plays well this year, like the upside of him starting to hit is, we're going to trade you then too. I think that's another level of pressure. Like, I think, okay, you're the leadoff hitter. We're going to trade you if we get to the deadline and we're not above 500 and winning. And, by the way, you really got to start hitting, because you've never had a full season in baseball, and there's like $100 million on the line. That's an asinine amount of pressure, even in a town where, it's not like we're baseball crazy when it comes to talking sports and putting pressure on individual baseball players.
I couldn't imagine the amount of pressure he's under on a day in, day out basis. But and then especially when you start to struggle. Now he's starting to press, and now he's doing things that are uncharacteristic of him. We talk about the high strikeout percentage numbers for him this year. He's never near 12% striking out. That's not him. And part of that, and you've seen some weird at bats that he's had. It's pretty obvious what's going on. But is he going to be able to snap out of it?
You know what? Stephen Vogt should get him a book called "What's Going On Down There."
Is that what's going to help him?
Yeah. But down there in this case would be the strike zone.
Is that right? I got to show you the cover of that book one day.
I almost bought it.
Did you look it up?
So I looked it up, and there was a
Is it still the same cover it was when I was a kid?
I have no idea.
Where it was like a cartoon character, and then he just had hair down there, and I was like, that's the cover of the book. I'm telling you, that's the cover of the book.
I don't doubt. I believe you.
It's like the kid looking, being like, what's going on down there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's just like Stephen Kwon.
Thanks, Mom. Thanks.
Getting leadoff.
Thanks for the birds and the bees talk. Thanks.
Will the Guardians remove Kwon from the leadoff spot? Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
as he's been receiving around-the-clock treatment in efforts to play. Cleveland.com's Ashley Bastock joins the guys next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Back to some Cavs talk here at 4 o'clock. Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider at 4:20. However, if you missed a moment in our show today, like the extreme disappointment with the Cavs' effort last night, which we started the show with, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. And this is a real honor here because not only is this person incredible at what they do, they're award winners, all right? And I was not here when the award or the ceremony or whatever.
Wait, she was nominated. Did she win the award?
I only assumed.
I don't even
Am
know.
I now going to put her in a bad position if it turns out she didn't win
I
it?
offered up. I said, we'll trash everybody else that got nominated. I got no problem doing that. She didn't want to go down that road, rightfully so. You know,
We'll see how she feels now.
You know, I go low, she goes high. Good job.
That's smart.
But I don't know if it's been announced. I missed it.
Well, I didn't realize
I feel really bad now if she won
corner
this
that
award.
I was painting her in, but that is this show on the Wise Heart, right? We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline, Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. So did you win the award, Ashley?
JP, have no fear. You didn't miss it. The award has not been announced yet, Nick.
Oh.
You just missed the nomination last week. The award, I believe, gets announced June 3rd. The PFWA announces one of these each day. So I believe it's the last one, and it's not till June 3rd. So I think that's a Tuesday, though. So maybe first week of June, guys, we'll have some good news to talk about on Wednesday in my weekly hit.
Who's your competition?
I'm not talking about my
It was one Ravens
guys.
reporter, and then I don't remember the other person.
Two other great writers from Philly and Baltimore.
Sure.
I'm really happy to be nominated for this, guys.
I heard the guy from Philly has got a gambling problem.
Is that right?
Yeah, I heard he and Brennan Sorsby are buddies. The guy from Baltimore.
I think it's a girl from Baltimore.
She's very nice.
Yeah.
But not as nice as Ashley.
That's right.
There we go.
Vegas says you're the front runner for this award, so I don't know what to tell you. If you lose, I'll be shocked.
Well, thank you for your unwavering belief in me. I appreciate you too, as always.
So who do you like more of the two people that you're going up against?
You guys, I'm not talking about this award anymore.
All right, that's fair. All right. So we kind of have the picture of what the offense is going to look like, barring any surprise trades from Andrew Berry. I was thinking about this today, driving in. What do you think is going to be the strength of this offense?
The strength of this offense, that's an interesting question because I think for years we would say the O-line. And I do think while I like the moves they've made to remake the O-line, it's still a bit of an unknown entity. So I would say for me, the strengths are going to be predicated upon what was good last year. And I'm going to have to give it to the run game as my number one, just because I think Quinshon Judkins had such a strong rookie year. Now, that's going to be predicated upon how he comes back from his injury that he suffered. But I would say it's either that or the tight end room led by Harold Fannin. And, I mean, Harold Fannin would be the main reason for that. But those would be my two picks right off the bat because I think I've liked the moves they made to shore up the O-line, to add more pass catchers in that receiver room. But until I see it, I'm not ready to make that leap. And look, I think this team is going to want to run the football in many different ways. So that's kind of my gut instinct right now.
Todd McShay was speaking today. He said the Browns should take Sorsby. Is this more in play for the Browns than people believe?
You know, I have no idea, quite honestly. I haven't heard anything about that, so that's the first I'm hearing about it as well. So don't really have much more to add.
Would you, what would your reaction be if they did decide to make a significant offer for him, be it a second-round pick in a supplemental draft?
Wait, I'm sorry. Who are we talking about again?
Brennan Sorsby, the Cincinnati turned Texas Tech turned FBI investigated quarterback.
Okay, yes. I think probably just stay out of that one is my first instinct.
What do you got against gambling quarterbacks, Ashley?
I think this football team has had players with too many off the field legal issues or otherwise in recent years, and you might just want to sit that one out is my gut. And I think there's some interesting things that potentially we could see them do with Taylen Green, and that's the move I expected them to make, right? Like we talked before the draft, I think there's going to be 4 bodies in that room. They've typically liked to go into training camp with 4 bodies, keep 4 quarterbacks as long as humanly possible, sometimes parlay them into other assets. So, I think I would be surprised if they make a move like that. And that, to me, just doesn't really make sense given where the roster is now, how we know they've operated in that room. I feel like they're kind of set, barring something really, really, really unexpected, and that would be included in the unexpected for me.
Okay, yeah, I did want to ask, how settled do you think the quarterback room is then? Because Dylan Gabriel, I think everyone thought was going to be traded at some point. He's obviously not traded. Is there something about Dylan that maybe we're missing and they actually really do want to continue to see?
Yeah, I think they do want to still continue to see what he's going to do. And obviously, I think he came off an injury. I think, the interesting part of this with Todd Monken is this idea of even though guys may be competing, reps aren't going to be equal. So I am curious about that. But look, I think the preseason, we know how those preseason games go. And I'll be curious to see how Todd Monken wants to run those preseason games with reps and when he's going to choose to rest guys and when he's going to need another body. But I think with this team, they're always strategically looking for moves potentially. I would think if something's not imminent, that doesn't mean it wouldn't happen in the future. And look, we know they really liked Kenny Pickett last year, right? And then when they got a good deal for Kenny Pickett after Kenny Pickett was hurt, they took that opportunity. So I think it can be multiple things, right? I think maybe they still want to see what else they can get out of him development-wise, figure out his role here. Is he somebody they could see being a long-term backup, for example? Is he somebody they want in that room? Or is he somebody that they can parlay into a piece later? So I feel like the room as it is right now is kind of set going into this the next stages of this offseason program, going into training camp. And we've seen them try to wheel and deal. Kenny Pickett, obviously Joe Flacco in the season. They brought in Snoop Huntley and tried to wheel and deal with him on their roster before. So it just wouldn't be that shocking for me to see something down the line and see them figure it out that way.
Ashley, now that we're through a bulk of the offseason, again, there can still be surprise moves out there, but they tend not to be significant moves. How would you stack up the 4 teams in the AFC North?
How would I stack up, in terms of how do I think the division is going to finish?
Yes.
It's way too early, I think, for me to...
No, ma'am.
Wait, guys.
No, if you want to win that damn award, you're going to give me the rankings right now.
Yes.
We don't know who the quarterback is for the Steelers or the Browns. I get it, right. Ashley. I get it.
Yes, we don't know who the quarterback is. The Steelers and the Ravens both have a new head coach, obviously, along with the Browns. There's 3 new coaches in the AFC North. Zach Taylor's the last man standing. So I think that's what is making it so hard for me to tell. The Bengals defense was just such a mess last year. So was a lot of the Ravens, quite honestly. And I feel like, given all the moves the Ravens had made and hiring Jesse Minter, their defense is going to be better than it was last year. So that's kind of how I feel like they're the team with the fewest questions, maybe. But I don't know. It's it's all just such an unknown to me, given the coaching changes, given the quarterback uncertainty on multiple teams. It's interesting to see the trajectory of this division after being a couple years removed from that 2023 season when there was just so much good. But there's been a lot of turnover, so I think it's way too early to try to figure out any possible form of division rankings and stuff.
Well, allow me to redirect then. A valid point on the Browns quarterback spot, definitely. So what do you see as maybe the difference in your expectations or maybe win total expectations if Shedeur wins versus if Deshaun wins?
Win total expectations dependent on the Browns starting quarterback.
I know. I was wordy as hell. I really set you up there.
I know. Look, we don't even have the schedule
Mine's
yet.
pretty massive,
That's
Ashley.
what makes it so hard.
My difference is pretty massive.
We don't even have the schedule. What is your difference?
It's like a 4-win difference. I feel like if Shedeur plays, you can be in the 7, 8, 9 category. I feel like if Deshaun plays, you're in like the 4, 5, 6 category. I feel like Deshaun is mentally broke. I can't believe they're going down this road.
I hear the trepidation in regards to Deshaun Watson because I think Browns fans in his time here just obviously haven't seen it outside of half a game in Baltimore in 2023, right? They haven't seen what the expectation was. But I think what makes it so tricky with Deshaun Watson, number one, the fact that he hasn't played a full season in so long, right? Like 2020 is a long ways away at this point. And what also makes it tricky is the injuries. Like, you just don't know. And I know that's not exciting fodder for Browns fans, and it's not the hot take maybe that people want out of me with this question. And by people, I mean Nick Wilson. But I think, like, that's just what makes it so unknowable to me is this idea of the injuries. So much has happened since we last saw him play a full season. And I think, like, what I've said before is that Todd Monken is confident in his abilities. And I think if Deshaun Watson surprises people, number one, Todd Monken's going to have a lot to do with it. And number two, the injuries and how he rebounded from it is going to be a positive that not a lot of fans expected. So that's just kind of how I feel about it. I mean, I'm not surprised they're going down this road just because, like, I thought there was a point last year we were talking about, are we going to see him play in 2025, right? And especially when they opened that practice window, like, we just didn't know. So I think I'm less surprised than you, JP, for that reason. But I don't even quite have like a win total difference number in mind with those two guys just because of the injuries, because we don't have the schedule. We can't play that schedule game, which is wrong most of the time anyway, but it does kind of inform some thinking. So that's what makes it tough for me to lay any numbers out like that right now.
How important do you think the schedule is? Because I thought last year, with how hard it was in the beginning, it just kind of sunk the season before it ever even got going.
Yeah.
Like brand new offensive line, 5 new guys on that O-line. I would think the schedule would matter a lot this year, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, last year I definitely think it played a factor, right? All those the division games early that they had, coupled with the London game being in week 5, like, that stuff was really interesting, and it feels like to me the league has maybe gone away from backloading division games as much as they did. Like when I first started covering this team in 2021, all 6 of their division games were like week 8 and later, and we just really haven't seen that. Like we've seen early division matchups. Those are tricky when these teams like know each other so well. Now you have the different head coaches on 3 of these division teams added into the mix like we talked about. I mean, I do think the schedule game, it's not a perfect indicator necessarily all the time, but there are instances where you look at last year. I mean, I have this schedule in front of me. You had to play all 3 division opponents by week 6 last year, and then 2 pretty tough NFC North opponents, and then another NFC North opponent on the road in London. Like that schedule, we were talking about those first 6 weeks for a large chunk of summer and spring, it felt like last year. And I think it ended up being proven right. I think sometimes the schedule gets overblown. I do think this year their schedule is going to be a little bit easier, but it does, I think, play a factor, especially when you're going to have a young offensive line and a quarterback situation with some uncertainty.
All right, Ashley, are you? I know you occasionally you do have some Cavs duties as well.
Yeah.
I have to ask you, what did you think about the debacle in Game 1?
I mean, man, oh man, this team and the turnovers. So I will be covering games 3 and 4 in Cleveland. So I'll have more to talk about with you guys next week, I'm sure. But the turnovers are just killer. And I think it says a lot about Detroit's offense that the Cavs were able to hang in it. I mean, I was kind of shocked given how much they were down that they were able to come back in the fourth quarter. But the turnovers are just going to kill you in these sort of do or die playoff series. Like it can't happen. You have to protect the basketball better. And I know Cleveland fans are probably used to talking about turnovers between my main beat and the Cavs right now, but I think to me that was a huge issue.
I think this is the one that gets you the award. I felt it like halfway through there. You didn't want to go too far in some ways. So you played the two-car
cross-sport analysis.
There was some real journalism, I think, exhibited in this interview.
You know what? We're the opposite in this way, but I think like it'd be boring if we were all the same, right? Like you want me to give a hot take sometimes. I'm pretty hot take averse, but I like to talk through the facts. I think we typically meet in the middle ground. We bring the best out of each other. It's all good vibes here.
Well, now you've taunted me. What's your hottest take that you can share on air?
Yeah, give us your hottest Browns take.
No, just hottest take. It could be about anything.
Life, anything. Okay.
Okay. A hot dog is not a sandwich. It's its own entity.
It's a very basic hot take.
Yeah,
it's not even a hot take
I feel
anymore.
like you can do better than that. We believe in you,
I got to think about it, guys. You can't put me on the spot. Give me a week.
Have you met us?
Give you a week?
That's like half.
Give me a week.
Can't you tweet it in like an hour?
Like 10 minutes?
Yeah. What if we give you the 4 o'clock and you can tweet us?
All right. I'll text Mac. Mac can get me back on with you guys on the hotline.
No, let's cut out Mac of the middleman. Mac will butcher it.
No.
You got to tweet it. Tweet the hottest take. And I'm sure nothing will come of that tweet.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm not going to do it, quite honestly. But, maybe next week we can follow back up.
Wouldn't it be funny if that's how she fumbled the award? Ashley, you were going to win the award. And what was with that tweet?
Why did you go there?
I know. Yeah. Then, I don't know. You guys would owe me big time. That's why I'm not going to tweet it, guys. Come on.
Yeah, you're right. You're just going to text JP and I, and then I'll tweet it for you. All right, Ashley, we appreciate you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. I don't think she's going to do it.
I don't think she's going to do it.
Yeah,
I think she would have called back in, though.
Yeah.
I think she would have called back in 4 o'clock hour and delivered
dismiss that too quickly?
No, you were right, too. Yeah.
I'll forget about it. And she joined us there on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what she had to say and something we might have missed from Albert Breer yesterday on the show in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I've got a challenge.
strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider, coming up at 4:20 rather. We'll talk about the Browns' improvements. Always great. You never know what Stink is going to say, but you know it's the stinking truth. That's pretty good, right? Yeah, his name's Stinking Truth Podcast.
Okay.
No, very excited to talk with Mark there. Now, that being said, great step with Ashley Bastock just now, except where she refused to go in on the people that she's competing with for this award. Like, do you want the award? Do you not want the award?
She doesn't want to get in the mud.
That's how you win.
I guess she doesn't think so. I don't know.
Like, listen, hopefully there will be a time where civility reigns again, and we all have boundaries, and we remember how to treat other people. That's not 2026. The people surviving, not
Hasn't
surviving.
the die already been cast? I would think in this though. Hasn't they? Have they already voted on it? I imagine. Is it like an ongoing voting process
until they announce it? I consider the matter open.
Now, instead of making her tweet out her hot takes, what we should have done is found a way to hijack the other people's, the reporters.
Find their old tweets.
Find their old tweets. Everyone's got old tweets somewhere.
Yeah.
Let's find these old tweets.
And it might be old Facebook posts, could be old MySpace post. Now, for those kind of things, that's a lot of work. We just put Mac on it.
Well, then we wouldn't get anywhere.
Hey,
is Mac going to unearth great? All right, Mac, you're on it.
No,
prove
but he'd Google
prove me
it.
wrong.
He'd
Prove me
Google it.
wrong. You're on it.
And then we'd find nothing on Google, and he'd be like, got nothing.
I'm going to show faith in you here, Mac. Your job for the end of the show is to unearth 2 problematic tweets, one from each person, the one that covers the Ravens, and the other one was the Commanders, I think is the other person. And then we'll review, and in case we missed it, and see what you unearth.
I don't think you can do it. This is the Stephen Kwan thing. I'm kind of
you're
negging
doubting him. I can tell you're doubting him just so that it inspires him.
Yeah.
What if at like 6:50 he's like, guys,
he hits the mother load?
I found it.
Now,
this is a problematic human.
Now, clearly, we've started this in a fun way, right? There would be a very interesting moralistic thing that happens when we actually get that information.
Yes, it's like when Pablo Torre actually finds out.
Yes.
Satisfying on a million different levels.
But he still has, like, he
starts with a little bit of a hunch.
Yes.
We have zero hunch that these 2 people have done anything wrong.
No, we just want to destroy
ever.
them because we want our friend to succeed.
Exactly
That's
right.
all.
That's really all it is.
Mm-hmm.
And even that, we don't even have the commitment to do the work ourselves. We're outsourcing it.
Yes.
To Mac and kind of trusting him to get it right. But here's the thing. Pablo, he runs everything through a journalistic filter.
Yeah. Ours is not that.
You and I really haven't had a lot of opportunities to prove that we're either morally superior or that we really are just scumbags. And I kind of
We haven't
like
had
that.
many opportunities to do that?
Not that people know of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of my
So is this like
questionable moral behavior
showing...
happened before I got
But
into
I
radio.
think most people would hear it and they'd be like, well, that's not really much of a scumbag move. You're just trying to make sure that your friend, you're putting your thumb on the scale to help out a friend. And what's a Therese Paylor award anyway? Am I right, guys?
No, I think people would realize that we're playing that it's dirty pool that we'd be doing.
It's not our fault. If we unearth really problematic tweets from either of these individuals that she's running against, that's not our fault for unearthing it. It's their fault for originally tweeting it.
You're not okay. By the way, you'd be a tremendous devil on the shoulder. Because you've swayed me from morally we're in muddy waters here to it's really their fault.
We're not the problems. They're the ones that initially tweeted a problematic
what
thing.
What many are thinking are probably racist tweets.
If anything, it's the people in those markets' problems for never identifying what a problematic person they really are.
Because they never sicked their version of Mac Robinson on these people to make sure that there's a quality control, that these are good people we're dealing with.
Listen, if somebody robs your friend's house and then you go be like, hey, police, they robbed my friend's house, are you the bad person? No, I'd say the people that robbed the house are the bad people in this equation.
You think you could do it?
The people that actually commit the crime, they're the bad people. Do I think I could tweet horrific things? Yeah, I'm probably capable.
No, not could you do it.
I wouldn't do it, but I'm probably capable.
Could you do it? Because if it was going to happen, it would happen last night.
Could I win the Therese Paylor Award?
No.
Yeah, probably that too. If I put my mind to it, maybe.
I'm saying, could you release If you had damning information on your person about somebody significant, could you release the files, as it were?
Who am I releasing it about? Is it somebody that I'm going to go race with to win an award, or is it somebody? It all has to stack up. Mm-hmm. If it's somebody I care about, why would I release that? I'm not releasing that. But if it's somebody I think nothing of,
define nothing of.
All right,
you just don't know them, or you actively dislike them.
Here's the thing. I don't think I would, only because somebody else would do that work for me.
You would pass it off?
I would tip somebody off and have somebody else do it potentially. Yeah.
That's worse. Or I think that's worse because it's so chicken
what's my gain? What's my gain here? I got to figure out what my gain is. Why am I doing this? I don't just throw bombs in people's life to throw bombs in people's lives. What kind of horrific thing are they saying? What did I unearth?
The thing that you don't want somebody to say.
Ooh.
Whatever that might be.
Well, then screw them. They're bad people to begin with anyway. What do I care about their outcomes? But ultimately, yeah.
I don't think you could do it.
No, I don't think I could either. At the end of the day,
I really couldn't.
Not. But yeah, again, it's all. What am I searching for? I just don't want to get in that mess. That's the big problem I have. I don't want to get in the mess enough of that.
Unless you can pass it off on somebody else, get in the mess.
If that comes back on me for some reason, it's like, yeah, Jonathan's the one that really sent this everywhere, and it's like, and now I got a grudge with somebody. I don't do well with grudges. That's not a thing that I'm good at.
I don't know. You and I can be petty bitches off the air, so I don't know that I agree with that.
I'm not good at grudges, though.
You're not good on air. Like
the only media feuds I have is because I'm a friend with a friend of you. That's why I have the media feuds. They've all started because of me being friends with you.
I don't know about that one.
Every one of them.
I don't know about that one. I remember some tweets.
I've only got two. I've only got two media beefs, essentially. And they both started by being... Yeah, let me just tell you on the air. They both started by being friends with you. I don't know what else to say here.
And you're welcome.
Thank you.
And you've never been more alive.
Thank you. We're running from it.
I'm running right to it.
So you don't think you could do it then?
No. Even if it's somebody I really just don't like, and there are, everybody probably knows who they are. There are people that there are just a few. There's really only actually like 2 or 3 people I've come across that I can't find a redeemable quality about, and I just think are filth.
I tend to think nasty people expose themselves in the long run anyway.
That's not a bad point, but it would be nice to make it happen quicker. But I still wouldn't do it.
The only flip side of that, and like why I don't believe in karma, is the idea that I've just seen way too many people in this industry not be necessarily great, and it just nobody cares.
JB Bickerstaff.
And they keep advancing.
JB Bickerstaff fires back at Donovan Mitchell in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I want to separate this from the game. The free throw disparity is not why we lost tonight. I want to make sure I say that, but I don't know. I'm trying to get downhill, and a friend of mine got fined for talking about flop, so I'm not going to try to double down, but I mean, like, I feel like that's what I got to do at this point. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get downhill, trying to get to the bucket, and sometimes people are in my way, and I'm trying to fight through contact, and I'm not getting these calls. You said I had, like 13 in the last series? Like 16? I mean, I'm just not getting the calls. I don't know why. I don't flop. Maybe that's why. And this isn't just a tonight thing. This has been the entire series, and it's frustrating a little bit, but because I'm such a dynamic driver, right? Like, I can't control that. So if I'm not going to call for me, I got to find a way to finish through that. But you know me, I'm never one to sit here and complain, and that's not why we lost the game tonight or whatever. But at some point in time, I feel like me getting to the basket's got to relate to something. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see.
Donovan Mitchell last night after the Cavs late game collapse. I got to get free throws. We got something. We got a little clap back there from JB Bickerstaff in a moment. But Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider, coming up in about 20 minutes. We do have a Cavs ticket giveaway coming up at the 5 o'clock spot as well. So plenty to get to on the show. And just as a quick callback to what we talked about earlier, he kind of has to do this because he's not getting the calls he wants, and this is kind of how the NBA works. But my big takeaway is this is how NBA referees show you whether they respect you or not. So him not getting these calls in the playoffs, to me, is a sign of a lack of respect that because it's the playoffs, they're not going to give him those regular season calls.
Yeah, and it's just a criminally low number. I mean, 18 free throws in 8 games is astounding. And we've seen the Cavs in the past couple years. We've seen them go out and complain about not getting the free throw attempts. This is not the first time we've heard them go down this road, but I do think it's more prevalent and it's amplified because the foul merchants that exist across the NBA, you either are one or you aren't, and it's definitely benefiting the guys that are.
So while Donovan made those comments today, Pistons head coach, I don't remember this, former Cavs head coach JB Bickerstaff was asked about Donovan's comments, and here was his response.
I mean, it's all, Donovan's very intelligent, you know what I mean? And it's all messaging, and we understand that. But, again, our message is flopping is a violation.
It's a funny line.
It's a very funny line.
I mean, he's not wrong. Flopping is a violation. This is why I do believe it's a skill. It's just, it's cheap in many ways, and that's fine. It's fine to accept that it's cheap while also being a skill.
That is spoken like a victorious man.
What do you mean, JB Bickerstaff or
yes.
me?
No, JB Bickerstaff.
Yeah, I mean, got the 21 free throw advantage in last night's game.
Like, it's one, it is a funny quip, and I do have to admit that. That's just a good callback. And two, he's right, and yet when I heard it, it did just piss me off. Like, man, I want to beat this dude. Because I do think if the Pistons make quick work of you, I don't think JB's just going to beat you. I think he's gonna let you know that he beat you. And that is the thing that I hate. I hate losing about as much as anything, but I hate losing. And then every step of the way, the person lets you know that you're losing. That's what that comment felt like.
Well, the funniest thing about it is that, so we mentioned in series past, was it the Orlando series a couple years ago, where the free throw discrepancy was just very off, and it's like JB himself was the one doing what Donovan is doing right now. Like, we've heard him go down this path, we've heard him do this, and it's got to be a little bit funny to JB to be like, oh yeah, still dealing with the same issues, huh? Okay.
So it's funny because there's a few different kind of pillars to talk about here. One, I agree, egregious flopping is still a plague. SGA, even James Harden, like I don't understand why the NBA officials reward these guys for excessive flopping when it's obvious and they have a reputation.
It's also not a good television product either, which is why I think it will get rectified at some point. Nobody wants to see the games won at the free throw line.
And then there is just the real fact that superstars get calls that stars don't get. And stars get call that your average players don't get, and average players get calls that your bench riding guys don't get. All of these things are controllable, and yet the number one thing Donovan said is right. Like, it's not why you lost, and that's why. Like, I understand Donovan having to bring it up. It's still you can buttress it by saying, well, it's not why we lost. The meat of it is, I think it's important enough that you did feel like it factored into the result, and that to me screams to the mentality of the Cavs still don't get you lost because the other team played harder than you. You could have made every turnover you had last night. You could have made all the mistakes you made. If you played with the effort that Detroit did all night long, I think that game goes the way that we hoped it would when it was tied at 93 with 5:38 to go in the game.
I know, but it is tough to see at the end of the night when they went to the line 35 times and you went 20 fewer. Like, that's hard for the Cavs to see, and nobody wants to hear them go up and complain about that stuff. Obviously, you just seem like you're coming off in poor form, and they should have played harder, no questioning. But if I'm Donovan, I'm trying to figure out why in these last 8 games, why do I not go to the line? What is happening here? Does he not make it look awkward enough? Is that the problem? Like, sometimes these refs, what they end up calling is just based off of whether or not it looks like something different than normal happened as you were trying to go to the basketball, or you were trying to go to the hoop, and it's just like, sell it a little bit more than Donovan. Like, if you know the secrets and you know how to hack it, then go ahead and hack it.
Now, from Donovan to Kenny Atkinson, so there's a lot to this. I do want to know, like, just big picture. How much blame do you think falls on Kenny Atkinson for last night?
Not nearly as much as what should fall on the actual stars of this team. Mm-hmm. Now, there's some things that I just don't think make any sense. Thomas Bryant playing as many minutes as he did, and that Bryant-Ellis combo makes absolutely zero sense. The mismanagement of Jarrett Allen's minutes makes absolutely zero sense. He can't, even with foul trouble, he can't play only 12 minutes in the second half of that game. That's just there's no other way to look at it. But ultimately, the stars got to be stars.
Yeah. It's interesting. I have no problem with very specific criticisms of Atkinson. The minutes thing or the rotations thing is totally fair. I had no problem with him saying they just played harder than us, but him trying to explain, I just haven't found the right rhythm. Nobody cares. When you have a brain fart that leads to Thomas Bryant and Keon Ellis starting the fourth quarter, when you have tangible momentum, you were part of that loss. You were part of
for sure
a disruption in where you were going because they immediately started attacking Thomas Bryant. And yet, as true as those criticisms are, he's not even in my top 5 of blame. And a lot of this is at some point, because again, I saw it felt like it, and this feels like this every time with coaches. Coach is always the first guy that we blame. And Kenny Atkinson is not blameless. But it's 2 different coaches. It's 4 years. Now, a 4th different roster. But certainly, you've altered the core 4. You've made substantial moves the last 2 years. At some point, we got to start at the top here. It's Donovan and James are the 2 most important players to win it on any given night. They played like crap last night. And I think some people think James salvaged it because he scored some points in the fourth quarter. Doesn't take away the 7 turnovers last night or the general feeling that he looked washed, right? Donovan just looks lost. And it goes beyond just not getting foul calls. Like, at some point, it's got to be about the players. I think what drives me crazy about people that want to maybe blame Kenny Atkinson more than anyone is it's like we all agree that NBA coaches have never been marginalized more. They've been minimized. And then you've got a team that for 4 straight years has continued to underperform as opposed to our expectations, hopes, and dreams and desires. And then the first thing we do is, damn Kenny Atkinson.
I know. I think the problem that at least reared its head last night is that I don't think there's a Cavs fan watching that thought at any point in the series J.B. Bickerstaff would look like a much better coach than Atkinson in any of these games. And last night he did. And like that's obviously not great. It's gonna hit extra hard when the guy you swapped out for was the better coach last night.
But here's the thing. I don't think he was the better coach. I don't think JB has a lot of tools to use in this series. The best thing I can say about JB's coaching is he just didn't try and do anything other than the obvious. Like Darko for Toronto spent 2 games trying to beat the Cavs in some other way. And then eventually was like, hey, I don't think they like physicality. Maybe we should get physical. I took that dude, I almost called him a name. I took that dude 2 games to figure that out when I've got 4 years of tape on the damn thing. JB, The only way his team wins is if they just out-physical you and push you around. And
they did a lot of that last night.
So, can he get credit for it's the only way they can play? I don't know that's out-coaching as much as just not getting in the way, which it did feel like Kenny got in the way.
But that is how you out-coach someone like Atkinson who just kept getting in the way, though. And so,
isn't that process of elimination?
But even little things, though, like even what he did with Thompson defensively, I thought was incredible in many stretches. And it's there were definitely things Bickerstaff did. And maybe it's because he's a defensive-minded first guy that we focus on a lot of that. But when you hold one of the best offenses in the NBA to 101 and make some of the adjustments that he made, you got to give JB some credit there.
I think, to me, it felt more like JB wins the who coached better, simply because Kenny just didn't have a good night.
Even what he did with Jenkins and LeVert, there's often times throughout the Pistons' regular season where you'd be like, wait, their two best players aren't offensive creators at all. This isn't going to work. He had Jenkins out there and was prolific, and then he had LeVert out there often, and you're like, he clearly put an emphasis on the offensive side of the ball that I didn't know he was going to do. And so, I don't know, I thought he had a nice game for himself, JB did, but I kept waiting for him to step on it. That was the point. I kept waiting for JB to do what he did here in Cleveland and step on it, and he didn't do that. And so that was, I guess, against Atkinson sometimes that's all you have to do.
I think with JB is never going to be the guy that I think coaches his way into the next series, and I don't think he'll ever be the guy that coaches you out of a series. He just kind of is. I think Kenny Atkinson is showing he might be that guy who he might help coach you into. I think his rotations last year when he knew that team actually helped the team early in the playoffs last year. He also might be the guy that can coach your way out of a series, especially if your guys aren't playing hard enough on any given night. 216-474-0092. How much blame does Kenny Atkinson get for the Game 1 loss and just the general malaise the Cavs have played with in the first 8 games of the playoffs? Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL insider, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. We'll get his take on the new look Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Ohio Lottery's Made from Scratch show. Today, I'm sharing how you can make
night on the road at 9:30. Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth joins Nick and JP next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The best playoff coverage in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. The lead coming up in about 40 minutes. Got a chance to win some Cavs tickets coming up in about 40 minutes. Really like to, I hope we get the winning game, right?
The winning game? What do you mean?
Yeah, like
Game 4 is a winner?
Yeah, I always feel bad when you get somebody tickets and then the game turns out to be, whatever game 1 was.
Yeah, that sucks. You want everyone to have a good time.
Yeah, except when Ken and Anthony give away tickets. They can get the loss.
I actually thought an odd point on this. Game 7, because my father-in-law went with my brother-in-law. Game 7 might have been the perfect game to attend because you got like a half of sweating it out and being like, this is a close game, and then the other half of just breathing easily and just making it just an absolute just beatdown.
I want 4 quarters of sweating it out. No.
You want 4 quarters of sweating it out?
Yeah.
Because you got to have some of that.
Remember.
You got to have some of that. Like the tension has to exist. You have to think for a second. What are they doing? What's happening? And then you also need the conclusion of just a beatdown.
Games are so expensive. I want my heart pounding, and it's not hard. I am obese. I want my heart pounding for all 4 quarters. Yeah, I want to, and I want to win.
I want to sweat it out for a half and then feel good the other half.
No, like I want like in the third.
Give me time to enjoy the nachos a little bit.
In the fourth quarter, I don't want to go to. I'm like I can't go to the bathroom. Because I'm going to miss something that happens that I'm going to want to remember and tell. For how expensive games are, it better be, and it's the NBA, so it's never this way, it better be 4 quarters, 48 minutes, and I'll even take overtime of just pulse-pounding action. Now, see what former football player thinks about this. You know him from the Stinkin' Truth podcast, which you can now hear on 92.3 The Fan on Sundays from 7 to 8 a.m., on the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline, the man they call Stink. Mark Schlereth joining us now. Mark, welcome to the show.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you guys.
Well, I got to know, we were just having this debate. My co-host here saying Game 7 for the Cavs-Pistons was the perfect way to enjoy a game because the first half was tense, and then the team we wanted to win ran away with the game at the end of that game, so you didn't sweat for the second half. I want 4 quarters of just fist fighting. I want to live and die with every play, even if cardiologically speaking, that's not great for me at my size. Where are you? Do you like 4 quarters of pulse pounding, or do you like an easy win?
I like an easy win. Yeah, you know what's funny? What's funny for me is we get this. I get this all the time, where fans are like, hey, we want to play that team at their best, or we want the toughest path through the playoffs. We want to prove. And I'm like, man, I want all their guys to be injured. I want every guy to have the flu. I just want to whip their ass and get off the field and go home. And so, no, I for one, like to not have to pay that close of attention. I'd like to be able to get up and go get something to eat and have a conversation with whoever I'm watching the game with. So I would rather have the easy win where I can just kind of enjoy it and not be stressed out.
All right, Mark, let's get into the Cavs here. Right now, we've been debating for a week now who has the inside track between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. But one of the convos that has come from this is whether or not Deshaun deserves a clean slate. Do you feel like the Browns will be able to give him a clean slate, and is that the right move?
A clean slate tell me what that means. What does a clean slate mean for Deshaun Watson?
I think we're still trying to figure out what it means.
The idea is that Todd Monken would come in and he'd look at none of the past. He'd look at none of the injuries that happened with Deshaun, none of the play that happened with Deshaun, and he would just be evaluating based off of who he sees with his own eyes as looks like the better quarterback when the practice field, what the practice field would tell him essentially is what that is. And I don't know that that's possible for us Browns fans to have that, but if Todd Monken, first-year head coach here, would he be able to have that?
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me, right? To come in here and say, hey, man, we're going to wipe this thing clean. It's going to be an open competition. Obviously, Deshaun Watson's been in a league, and he's got some pelts on the wall from although it's a long time ago that he was good. But I think you come in here, you give him the first reps, and you give him an opportunity to go out there and to prove himself and to prove that he can play, because he has proven that in the past, and he has operated when he was with Houston at a very high level for a time, obviously. So I think it's the best way. I think that the thing I loved about playing in the NFL, and I was a 10th round pick that went on to start for 12 years, but the big thing for me is the best players get to play, regardless of who's getting paid what, regardless of where you came from, whether it was a big school or a small school. It's meritocracy, and the best players with the good organizations, that's how they operate. Hey, if you're the best for that position, you get to play. And when I did a Cleveland game late in the season out in Cleveland, watching him move, watching the movement skills of Deshaun Watson, and it was just individual, right? It was just him throwing in individual and him running boots in individual and all that stuff. As I watched him, I was like, wow, he looks like he's moving exceptionally well. He looks like he's back from all these injuries, and he's throwing the ball well. So, the biggest thing is going to become how you operate essentially from the neck up, how much of the offense how much you can assimilate, and how you can execute the offense. Do we have to hold you back? Do we have to pare down the offense for you to play? And that's a big part of playing quarterback. That's a big part of choosing who's going to lead you into the future.
So it's interesting. I see what you're saying from the Monken side of things. The last time Deshaun was on the field, I think it was 7 or 8 games, somewhere in there in 2024. And it felt like there was a black cloud hanging over the organization because it was just a downer. Deshaun's mood was off. There was a lot of pressure on that team, a lot of expectations. And when he got hurt, it almost felt like a freed from the burden of whatever the hell was going on with Deshaun at that point. Half of the locker room is still here from that. So I'm curious, is it possible for guys in that locker room to etch-a-sketch themselves and go, I don't remember any of the bad football we played with Deshaun previously?
Yeah, it depends on how he plays. The locker room can be the most forgiving place on the planet. And so if he plays well, yeah, it's easy to let that stuff go. I will tell you, there are some guys, and I've been in the locker room with all types. There are some guys that can have all kinds of off-the-field issues and problems, and they can use the football field as a sanctuary to go out there and play exceptionally well. And it's like, man, how is this guy going out and doing that stuff when he's got all these things hanging over him, right? And some guys just have that ability to go, thank goodness I'm away from all those problems. I'm on the football field where I can just be me. And then there are guys like me. Man, things have to be right in my life when I step on the field because I'm human, and that stuff bothers me. And so I think for Deshaun, if he can come to grips with his past and the things that happened to him in his past and the things that he was, I'm not giving him a whole pass, the things that he was involved in, and he can go out there and just play well, hopefully that can become somewhat of a sanctuary for him. I understand all the things and all the accusations and all the lawsuits and all that stuff. Man, I don't know how anybody would be able to step on the field and not have that black cloud hanging over them.
Yeah, do you feel like he can get past that? Because the question I would have is, we've seen him be really good in practices for years now, and then on the field, mentally it's just different, and it just doesn't translate. And the time he's been in a Browns uniform stink. I got 2 good games out of 19. It's not the same as what we see on practices where we've seen for years him look awesome and in command, and the ball is zipping out of his arm, all these things, and something's not mentally translating there.
Yeah, I have no idea. And I have no idea, what's going through his head, how he deals with the issues of the past. And I have no idea if he can get, step beyond that and go out there and play well. But I will tell you this, watching him in practice like you guys, and mine's a very small sample size, but watching and understanding what he was when he first came into this league, it's in him. He has done it. He has been exceptional. We were talking in Denver before all this stuff went down, Deshaun Watson, and people were talking about somewhere between 3 and 5 first-rounders to trade for him. And, everybody's like, yeah, that sounds reasonable. like, yeah, I would do that. And so I know that he's had it in him. I don't know what it's going to take for him to go out and to be able to play. And I'm sure he hears, I know how it is in an NFL stadium, when the fans are hanging over the edge, screaming at you and saying the things they say. It's kind of like social media. And do you have the ability to just let that roll off your back or not? And in the past, it doesn't seem like he has been able to do that. I don't know if he'll be able to do that going forward. I will say from a skill set standpoint, what I know about football and what I know about playing quarterback, is he better than anybody else you have on your roster? I would say 100% without equivocation he is. So he's like, again, Monken, I think, will give him the first opportunity to go out there and perform. But you just never know.
Stink, I got to refer to your Twitter here. For those who might not be aware, you're based out of Denver. You had a great career. Half your career was in Denver. I'm assuming that's where you live now. And the Avalanche are in the second round, the semifinals of the Stanley Cup playoffs. They're up 2-0. But you put a tweet out, I think it was last night or the night before, that said Quinn Hughes looks like Bruno from Encanto. How the hell do you know what Bruno from Encanto looks like? Because I've got like 12-year-old kids. That movie was like right in their wheelhouse. I didn't know you would have a frame of reference for Encanto.
Oh, I've got grandkids.
I was thinking grandkids.
I mean, I'm on the grandkid phase. So yeah, I mean, I've watched Encanto a million times, and you cannot tell me that Quinn Hughes doesn't look like Encanto. As a matter of fact, on my Twitter feed right now, I just retweeted it. Some guy put, AI put Bruno from Encanto in a Minnesota Wild jersey, and identical. It is identical.
Oh no, the analysis is spot on. I was just shocked about the Encanto part.
Let me ask you about Todd Monken. Has he just been overlooked for X amount of years? Like, are the Browns getting basically a diamond in the rough, or is there a reason why he hasn't been given the opportunity before?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know. I don't really know Todd Monken. It's funny. Like most of the guys, head coaches and former offensive coordinators and things, I've done games where that guy has been, in charge. I haven't done a Baltimore game in a while. So it was funny. Todd Monken wasn't part of the organization last time I did a Baltimore game. And so I've never met him. I don't know him. And I can tell you he's highly regarded as a coordinator. But some of those guys, it just depends on how you interview, how dynamic you are in an interview process. It was like Vic Fangio. Some guys kind of Peter principle raised to the level of their incompetence, and maybe they don't interview well. Maybe they're not that dynamic. I will say this. The other thing is I would call it age discrimination. Call it whatever you want. But young offensive coordinators are like Viagra to 80-year-old owners. I mean, they get, you want to talk about excitement. And so when you get a little bit older, they don't have that same level of excitement, So that's another one of those things that you get, you get with ownership and with NFL franchises right now. So I have no idea, and I don't think anybody really knows how a guy is going to be until he gets that opportunity to be in charge. And so I'm glad he got the opportunity. We'll see exactly what he makes of it. But I know one thing. I think he did a phenomenal job in Baltimore, with the development of Lamar Jackson. There were some times or criticisms in the playoffs where you just kind of forgot to run the ball or you didn't run the ball. That would be my only criticism of what I saw in his time as the coordinator in Baltimore.
Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. And you can hear the Stinkin' Truth podcast every Sunday from 7 to 8 a.m. here on 92.3 The Fan. I'm not sure if you've caught up with the Sanders family discourse here, but a week ago, Mary Kay Cabot, very beloved reporter, very respected reporter in town, reported that Deshaun Watson came out of the first phase of minicamps ahead of Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur's brother, Shiloh, then responded on Instagram that go make him a sandwich. He has then doubled and tripled down on this. I'm just curious if you caught up with the Sanders family discourse and any thoughts you might have on it.
I saw it, and frankly, Shedeur Sanders, based on the coaches I talked to, I did several Cleveland games last year. The coaches on the staff, they have no reason to lie to me. There was a lot of work to be done, and on film, and you study him, there was a lot of work left to do. So it doesn't surprise me that Watson's ahead of the game. He's a young player. And so that doesn't surprise me at all. Also doesn't surprise me that the Sanders family had something to say about it. I mean, they are very vocal when it comes to their support of Shedeur, and I think Shedeur has got some, growing up to do, like we all did as young players. And I think he's, got some maturing to do, not only as a person, as we all do, but as a football player. And there was aspects of his game based on the coaches that I talked to, and I talked to a bunch of them, that needed to develop, that needed to be better. So, I can understand where Watson is better. And Shiloh, those comments are, apparently he needs to grow up a little bit too. So this is not about favorites, and this is not about self-anointing, and this is not about I am him and all the, legendary baloney that came out during the draft and everything else. You got drafted in the 5th round for a reason. Is because, your skill set or your interview process or whatever the case may be was not what NFL scouts and NFL management thought it should be. And that's why you got drafted there. There wasn't a conspiracy, and Kevin Stefanski didn't say, "Oh, Shedeur's in. Let's give him the crappy plays quick." Like, we didn't change the game plan. We didn't we didn't try to sabotage. Like the Shedeur stands out there, the sycophants they're so stupid, and it's so ridiculous. Like the organization, a coach wants to be fired, so he's going to sabotage his young quarterback. Give me a break. You guys cannot be this stupid.
Stink, it's always great to catch up with you. Very happy to have you on The Fan every single Sunday from 7 to 8 p.m. with the Stinkin' Truth podcast. We appreciate you, buddy.
You got it, guys. Take care.
Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Again, the Stinkin' Truth podcast, which you can hear on 92.3 The Fan on Sundays from 7 to 8 a.m. We'll react to what Stink had to say about your Cleveland Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you didn't make it to the home show, or you did, and maybe wish you bought, well, here's your second chance. Nick Wilson here for Northeast Factory Direct, who've extended their home show specials, and the savings are big. Right now, take up to $5,000 off select hot tubs, plus free delivery.
him to be the starter this season. So if that opportunity is there, then go earn it and forget about all the other stuff.
Listen for Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram Monday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick and Jonathan back with you. Cavs giveaway coming up as well. But great stuff with Mark Schlereth in the previous segment. And so we go from the stinking truth. It might end up being the stinking truth. Todd McShay on the Todd McShay Show. The big debate is, will Brendan Sorsby get cleared by the NCAA to play college football in 2026? And if not, will he go ahead and, I think, fulfill a threat? It feels more like a threat now than a reality to go ahead and bypass college and go into the supplemental draft. If that last part happens, Todd McShay has a suggestion for your Cleveland Browns.
If I'm the Browns, more importantly, like the Jets, the Cardinals, I'm meeting as if this is April 1st or maybe March 15th with my staff right now. Like, come back. Because if we have the quarterback coach and we have the contract the right way, we have the psychologist putting a stamp on it, we have the FBI agents working in the security department in our organization. If we can get aligned and say collectively, we are comfortable taking this risk, I'm not batting an eye, man.
All right. That's really, really strong.
Yeah.
I am batting an eye, but I certainly think it has to be a conversation given what the quarterback room is.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get comfortable. There's really only been one NFL starting quarterback that I can remember having real gambling problems coming into the NFL, and it's Art Schlichter. I know a lot of other people don't remember that name. Art really never pulled the nose up for Art.
Yeah, different time, but still,
Now it's legal.
Now it's legal. And he was just betting on Reds games. It's not the end of the world, right?
Yeah.
I honestly am not concerned about the gambling side of things with him. I think he's a young kid and college with a lot of money. That's we can't be shocked that that's how that went down. Now, does it show a level of just kind of being stupid? Yeah, it does. Like, if you can't pass the obvious test, maybe that needs to be the bigger red flag of they give you a couple things you can't do in college sports. Gambling should be at the highest, and if you're going to gamble, then maybe you can't. Maybe you're just too dumb to mess with? Maybe is that the takeaway?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fear is it takes him having a lapse of judgment or
a consistent lapse of judgment.
No, really once. If he tweets inside
in this process, that was a consistent lapse of judgment.
But if he just has one of these in the NFL, that's a year gone. Or I think the first penalty is I think it was 3 to 6 games. But still, I mean, that's it. I know technically injuries can take you at any point. How can you get peace of mind on it?
Did he just think every quarterback and every person in college sports was just doing this?
I think you shouldn't use the word think with this because I don't think there was a lot of thinking going on.
Well, I just wonder, though, did he think it was one of those things where it's just enough of his teammates were doing it or somebody – he was under the assumption that this was an okay thing. And I don't know how you ever become as high in college football as he was and think that gambling on any other sport is an okay thing.
I think what's fascinating about
that's the part that's confusing me.
Is the math of a supplemental draft. I don't expect a lot of our listeners to know how a supplemental draft works. It's basically – all 32 teams put in a blind bid for the player. It is based off of last year's draft order. And so the Raiders would get the first chance in the first round, and then if they didn't put one in, then it would go to the Jets, and then it would go to the Cardinals, and then the Titans, and then who was the original? Oh, no, it was the Giants, and then the Browns. And then if you get through the first 32 picks and nobody submitted a bid in the first round,
last couple years,
you go to the second round.
Last couple years, no players have been selected.
In fairness, I can't remember the last time a player was selected. Maybe it was Jared Gaither. That's got to be 15 years ago. It could be Josh Gordon for all I know.
In Albert's piece, he had mentioned the past couple years no one had got selected. I was under the assumption that someone 3 or 4 years had been, but I don't know who that is off the top of my head.
The worst part is you're going to say the name and it will piss me off.
Probably.
I knew that.
Yeah, probably.
But I do think the whole point is if you submit a bid and you're the winner, so you're the first pick, if let's say you're the 6th pick of the second round, you then lose your second rounder the next year.
Yeah, and I think we should clarify for people, too, that aren't as familiar maybe with Sorsby's game. The projections that he has is he would be a first-rounder in 2027.
Yeah.
And, so it's like, does that mean he's a second-rounder right now? McShay in this clip tried making the case, first-rounder, you go for it if you're the Browns. Like, I don't know. I don't know what teams are going to do with this. For me, the risk side of it isn't that large, all things considered.
It depends on the risk. If it's a first-round pick, I'm not doing it.
No, I meant from the gambling perspective.
Oh, okay.
Like, from that perspective, I'm not as worried about that as I feel like other people are. Like, when we had Ashley on, she's like, well, anybody with off-field stuff, you just be cautious, basically. Yeah. I'm not as concerned about that with Sorsby. I'm just not. But when it comes to actually weighing out, like, this would be your stab. This would be it. Like, you're out of the 2027 draft completely if you make this move.
Even if you only use a second rounder on him. And I think that's what makes this so interesting is the Steelers at 21, even though they just took Drew Aller, might think to themselves, well, we don't plan on picking top 16 next year. We're going to go ahead and take this guy, and hopefully it's the 25th pick in the draft, right?
Yeah.
There's somebody else that makes a hell of a lot of sense in the back half of the first round that is escaping me right now. The Browns, I can't imagine that they would risk a first-rounder, even if you have a first-round grade on him had he come out this year.
What this would be is you guys, whoever this is, whether that's the Browns, the Jets, or the Cardinals, saying we need to win games this year. We need to start off, if that's the Cardinals, for instance, we're starting off LaFleur's tenure with some wins. And we need to win immediately more than just let's take this 1 year transition year that it feels like everyone wants the Browns and the Cardinals to be able to do.
So if I try to mesh my Browns thoughts on it, I immediately do kind of go where Ashley is, which is, for the love of God, can we just not?
What do you think Monken's rooting for?
Oh, I think Monken wants to win this year, and I think if he thinks Sorsby's better than the 4 quarterbacks that he's got, I bet you Monken will be all over this. Coaches love
Monken's
aggressive moves like this.
I think Monken's rooting for it, for sure.
And here's the thing. Sorsby is a big, athletic quarterback. I think he's like 6'5", like 225, 230. He can move. He's got like the physical assets. I think what's fascinating is I don't remember thinking back to, the draft determination process. I don't remember what anyone said he would have been this year if he had come out. It did feel like everyone banked on a big year at Texas Tech was going to catapult him in there.
Yeah.
But based off the physical skill set, this is a guy who at some point, if he comes out and continues to have success, you would expect to be a top 32 pick.
Without question.
So, and remember, value-based front office, if you can get somebody you think would be a top 10 pick next year for the 39th pick, you're going to look at that and saying that's an opportunity cost you can go ahead and afford.
I mean, where I agree with Schlereth 100% is you got to get everyone that you think in your draft room, all your scouts, all your everybody, act as if the draft is happening again for the supplemental draft, and you got to evaluate this guy.
Yeah, and that's anybody that needs a quarterback or might need a quarterback in the next 3 years. Todd McShay says the Browns should take Brennan Sorsby. Is this more in play than people believe? I will say I think it has to be. If you don't have a quarterback, you need to seriously consider this because he was one of the guys that in 2027 was thought to be a potential top 10 pick with just one more year in college. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, the elephant in the room is going to be if the Cavs are going to win this series, I do think this might have gone unnoticed by some, or they were so mad about Harden that they never wanted to see him again in a Cavs uniform. But you're going to need Harden to win this series and to make any kind of a run.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And the Fan is looking for a winner. Be caller number 3 right now at 216-474-0092 to win a pair of tickets to see your Cleveland Cavaliers take on Detroit. Game 4 action May 11th at 8 o'clock at Rocket Arena. Tickets available at Cavs.com. It's all from your Cleveland Cavaliers and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Good luck on... When was the last time you won something, JP?
Oh, I won Instagram giveaways for like a long stretch.
What'd you win?
All sorts of golf stuff. I've won rangefinders. I've won golf balls. I've won basically every tchotchke you can imagine in the golf world. And that's what that was. It was not the Instagram giveaway world, Nick, was not a... It wasn't really the most honest place in the world. You just had to submit a lot of different times, and then you'd win all these things. It was a numbers game, complete numbers game, and I would just take advantage of that.
So Vanessa says I win stuff all the time, and I don't think she's wrong, but I don't make a habit of remembering the things that I've won.
Do you enter a lot of things or no?
No, I mean, obviously I play the lottery, but like I will periodically, enter things, but it's usually like big things that I want to win. Like, if it's something I can buy, like you mentioned tchotchkes, if it's like a rangefinder, it's like, I know rangefinders can get up there, but it's like, I'll just buy my own. You know what I mean?
There's a fun part of it of actually winning, though.
I should get more in on it. I guess
it's oddly satisfying.
Maybe this is the point outside of our contest. I'm mostly skeptical about doing anything online.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I think there's got to be a scam at play. There's something about my Medina County upbringing that's like people don't give things for free. And that is mostly tracked in my life.
For me, it was just too easy because you'd have like 100 entries or whatever it was. And if I was like 30 of them, I was going to win a decent amount of these, right? And part of my thing with golf, the early parts of golf was like, I just don't want to spend any money on it. I want to, if I could win all the tchotchkes attached to it, I felt good about it then. And so that's what I did. And so I ended up winning a decent amount of things. And now I don't play them anymore. Because that world's kind of gone away a little bit.
I want to win more things, and I want to win a lot of really expensive things, but not have to pay the taxes on it. I want to have my cake and
like
eat it too.
Like that free year of baloney, that'll be like $12,000 in taxes.
Nor a lifetime. It's the $1 million for life that I want to win. That one seems sexy to me.
Oh yeah.
After taxes, about $640 a year. I can work with that. That would buy me a little peace of mind.
What's the most you've ever won in the lottery?
Ooh.
One-time win.
From like a single ticket?
Single ticket, one-time win.
Probably $800.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah. And then I've had a couple where it's like, where there was one time where I won an $800 ticket, and then I bought, because I used to do the half and half. Mm-hmm. Half of my winnings go into the bank, and I don't think about it anymore. And then the other half I just reinvest in the lottery.
Yeah.
And there was a train that I went down.
I like your term, reinvest.
I ended up putting like $3,000 or $4,000 into the bank because I just kept winning, but it was like $400 a pop. It'd be like I get like two $400 tickets at a time.
Yeah.
And so again, I'd just half it and go back, and it was a great run. That was 5 years ago, and I'm still chasing that.
I was going to say, did you then dip into the bank funds when your reinvest money went dry?
No, because theoretically yes, because I'll still buy. That's how. But no, Vanessa reinvested that money.
There we go.
Yeah, into things. Chris Fedor of Cleveland.com joined Baskin and Phelps today. He explained why the Cavs don't deserve the benefit of the doubt after losing Game 1 to the Pistons.
These Cavs have played 8 playoff games, and they haven't been good. They just haven't looked like the team from the regular season. They haven't looked like a legitimate title contender. If you have James Harden, if you have Donovan Mitchell, if you have Evan Mobley, you're paying those guys to come through in those situations. The Cavs were right there. Turnovers are a problem for this team because the styles that these teams that they're playing are bothering their offense. They're one of the worst turnover teams in the playoffs so far. So at some point, I think they're just showing too many flaws to give them the benefit of the doubt and come away from these losses feeling optimistic of all these different changes that they can make. Because we're having the same conversation here in Game 1 that we had for the duration of the Toronto series. physicality, not coming through in clutch situations, not taking care of the basketball, and then most importantly, James and Donovan, their two most important players, just not being good enough.
Yeah, and I think the frustrating part for someone like myself is it just kind of feels like the Cavs aren't comfortable until they're behind like double digits. Mm-hmm. And it just feels like they're just, there's too many things that Chris is talking about that they just seem way too comfortable being, and that's obviously not great.
Yeah, it like this team spent so much time talking about how they wanted to beat the allegations, that they're not tough, that they kind of warp in under the pressure of the playoffs, and then that's what they've done in the 8 games. And I really have trouble going to bat for a team that intensity is really behind everything that all of your issues. Like, it's not talent. If the Cavs played up to their talent, they would have swept Toronto, or at least a gentleman's sweep. If the Cavs played up to played up to their talent, they would have whooped Detroit by 20 points last night. That game would have been over at the half. If they played up to their talent, you can't trust them to. For about a 5-minute stretch yesterday, they played up to their talent, and they erased a double-digit deficit. And then they thought, well, I guess we won the game. The problem is there were 5 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. I don't know how you fix that. That is systemic to me. That's not a Kenny Atkinson problem. I do think it's a massive leadership problem, and I think and I hate to say this, Donovan talks a good game. Well, games like last night, or where I need my best player to not allow his team to do what they did last night.
Yeah, in the past I've said I think the Guardians are they're just your dumb kid. And you just root for your dumb kid. You just want them to succeed, but there's limitations there because they're just not the brightest bulb in the box, right? This Cavs team is like a really, really smart kid that is just not putting in any work and any work ethic attached to it, and you in turn you never feel bad for the really smart kid that is just lazy. Yep. You don't. And like the end result is you end up being like, why aren't you doing more? Why aren't you accomplishing more? I know there's more in there, and that's how I feel about this Cavs team right now.
And eventually they host Afternoon Drive in Cleveland. It's me. I'm the smart kid that just is lazy.
Okay.
Then I got dumb as I got older.
There we go. Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff spoke with the media today. He was asked about Donovan Mitchell's comments about flopping to get the fouls that he's not getting now.
I mean, it's all, Donovan's very intelligent, you know what I mean? And it's all messaging, and we understand that. But, again, our message is flopping is a violation.
He's not wrong, but bleep that guy. If they take this series in 5 games the way Bobby Marks suggested...
Oh, screw Bobby Marks, that Muppet.
He looks right now. But he is, like, J.B. Bickerstaff is going to dress like Willy Wonka and just do somersaults down East 9th. Like, I think he's literally going to form his own parade here in Cleveland.
Chalamet Wonka or the original?
The only Wonka, not Chalamet Wonka.
I knew you wouldn't recognize Chalamet's Wonka.
He was rabbit ass. Oh, I'm just going to talk weird, and that's...
I think it's funny how all these NBA coaches, when it works in their favor, now all of a sudden they're like, flopping's a skill. Flopping's great. Of course, everyone should be able to flop. And it's like, yeah, you know that because you've watched Donovan play basketball for 4 years, and you understand that he's not a European soccer star. He doesn't have that in his arsenal. But I would love if, like, in between games 1 and games 2, Harden and Donovan had like a quick sidebar 5-minute lesson of like, this is how you act when you go to the hole and you want the call, and then maybe something translates.
I think J.B. Bickerstaff might be the one guy who might actually be morally opposed to tanking. His dad was in the NBA for like 40 years. He came up the right way, went from the assistant route. I mean, I think he was a video coordinator, then assistant, then became a head coach. Like, I think JB might be the guy who actually believes in ethical basketball. Let's go with Odyssey. NFL insider Mark Schlereth joined us last hour. He sounded off on Shedeur Sanders fans. We asked him about Shiloh's response to Mary Kay Cabot's report last week.
Frankly, Shedeur Sanders, based on the coaches I talked to, I did several Cleveland games last year, the coaches on the staff, they have no reason to lie to me. There was a lot of work to be done, and on film, and you study him, there was a lot of work left to do. So it doesn't surprise me that Watson's ahead of the game. I think Shedeur has got some, growing up to do, like we all did as young players. You got drafted in the 5th round for a reason. It's because your skill set or your interview process or whatever the case may be was not what NFL scouts and NFL management thought it should be. There wasn't a conspiracy, and Kevin Stefanski didn't say, "Oh, Shadour's in. Let's give him the crappy plays quick." The Shadour stands, the sycophants they're so stupid, and it's so ridiculous. The organization, a coach wants to be fired, so he's going to sabotage his young quarterback. Give me a break. You guys cannot be this stupid.
I missed the part where he answered about Shiloh and Mary Kay. And that's part of the problem with this is that, like, when you try to get to, like, a Shiloh and Mary Kay discussion, it just it inevitably turns into just people just ripping on Shedeur Sanders. Yeah. And, like, that's so unfair to me because he's not his brother. He shouldn't be held responsible for his brother's actions. We don't do that in life. But for Shedeur, because he's a Sanders and that's his last name, we just kind of group everyone with the last name Sanders together. And I don't love how that's become a development. All right, last up here, Matt Derry filled in for Ken Carman this morning, made the case for the Guardians to make a change to the top of their lineup.
Stephen Kwan now, it's been going on almost a full year because he had a nice first half last year. He's a really good player. Don't get me wrong, he was an all-star. He's a gold glove outfielder. But when you're lofting lazy fly balls to center and left every at-bat, you're striking out more than you have in your entire career, and your whole own radio announcer. I mean, listen to I watch the games and I put the radio audio on and I have Hammy going. Hammy's torching him a little bit, going, he knows Kwan's got to be better. Stephen Vogt's got to move him down in the order and let him take a breather. I'm moving DeLauder to the top of the order.
It was great to hear Matt today. I always love to hear him. I agree with so much of what he had to say. The risk is I don't know where you move Kwan in the lineup because I think Rocchio is quite comfortable in the 9 spot, and you want to keep that train rolling. I don't know where you kind of hide him, but also still give him a best chance to get, the pitches that he needs to see and just take pressure off him. And I think Kwan's smart enough to know if you give up the leadoff spot to Chase DeLauder, you might never get it back.
You're probably not ever getting it back, and so he is smart enough to know that. It stinks. These are the type of years that Kwan was projecting himself to get paid handsomely off of, and he's just struggled so much. And I really think that's got to be just weighing so much on him. He's got to find a way to get out of this, though, because he has not hit the ball particularly well.
You and I agree with Matt. But you and I also agree, I just would be shocked as all get out if the Guardians actually did this.
It's just not in their DNA. Yeah. They just give guys a chance for way longer than most organizations do.
And I do think, Kwan has earned a longer leeway than anyone. The problem is the only thing that can give you hope right now that he's going to ping back is the lack of luck. Every other metric, including bat speed, is saying it ain't there.
No, his BABIP right now, 211. League average can be around 300, and so he's getting very unfortunate with the balls in play. There's no denying that.
Donovan Mitchell or James Harden, that conversation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop it.
University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Immediate feedback. The second I step out of the station, got a bum foot today. Just did too much yesterday. Rolled my ankle again. It's great. I got a great track record of hurting myself in the last 6 weeks. However, so I'm doing the thing I never do, which is I took the elevator down. Okay. And when I got in, there was somebody in there, and she's very nice. She actually had already pressed the button I needed, so that was good. I didn't have to walk more. And then she looks at me. She goes, "You're being pretty tough on the Cavs."
Oh yeah.
And I was like, I think that's fair.
Okay.
And so I was like, well, we'll get him in game 2. And then she said, they better. And I was like, wait, who's being tough with the Cavs now?
She's not wrong. They better.
Yeah.
She's 100% right.
So immediate feedback. Although I don't know anyone.
You're not being tough on him today. I mean, you are, but in like the sense that everyone's being tough on him today.
Yeah, I feel like today.
It's hard to be anything but tough on him today.
Like, I actually wondered today, thinking coming in, because I was so pissed yesterday. And it's so funny. Like, I get sports mad. I don't get legitimately angry. I had like vivid dreams last night because my brain was on overdrive. I was so annoyed at how that game went. I don't remember them, but I know that there were a couple times where in my dream it was like, these are really intense dreams. I think the Cavs really pissed me off. Like, I had that thought floating around at like 3 o'clock in the morning. But there was a time I was driving in thinking to myself, am I pulling a punch if I say the Cavs should have won that game? Am I pulling a punch if I go, I actually feel better about this series after that game because they did everything wrong and still should have won that game and still just managed to lose it within the last 4 minutes to go?
Yeah, I mean, not to insult your thought there, but isn't that like the prevailing thought?
Yes.
Right? Like, I mean,
but
I'm
also seen as the Cavs hater for some reason at the station.
No, I feel like I don't know how anyone leaves yesterday's game thinking anything but they probably should have had that one. It was a disaster for a multitude of reasons. Neither one of the core four, there's no one in the core four I can talk about and talk glowingly about yesterday as if like unequivocally they were great or did their part. Like they left a lot of meat on that bone.
So with that, I've avoided talking about James Harden's game yesterday as much as I could because it is a trigger point for you and me.
It definitely is. Yeah. And obviously, the fourth quarter doesn't happen without James Harden's effort, so it needs to be acknowledged there.
Yeah, you scored some points in the fourth quarter.
He scored 11 straight to then get you guys tied up at 93 apiece. And so,
that certainly undoes those 7 turnovers.
It doesn't undo anything. The turnovers are the story, obviously. No one's going to make it anything but the turnovers.
It's more than just the turnovers.
It's always the turn. Well, the turnovers are a big part of this right now. And Schroeder's 4 turnovers don't get mentioned the same way that Harden's 7 gets mentioned. Donovan's got more turnovers than assists in this series, but that doesn't get mentioned the same way either.
In one game?
I get it. No, like in the entire 8 games.
Playoffs.
In the playoffs. In this game,
he's got more turnovers than assists in that one game.
In this game, too, yes, he did. But also in all 8 games, he's got more turnovers than he does assists. Like it's not just Harden that is having turnover issues. But yes, was the fourth quarter a really great fourth quarter by Harden? Yes, while also acknowledging it was too late. The Harden playoff gaffe was already written.
And it's funny because
the first 3 quarters were so horrible he couldn't offset it.
As the guy who hammered turnovers and so much of my expectations for James are not, did you score 20 points last night? It's just I would like that, but the most important thing is, are you getting other guys going? And are you protecting the basketball? I understand with point guards, especially guys who love the flashy pass like James does. And he does have incredible court vision. He can do the old spin-a-rooney. The guy's a creative passer. There is a level of turnovers that come with that. I probably haven't acknowledged that I do think he's shown tremendous defensive effort in certain parts. There are other things. He's had a couple of nice rebounds. Like, it's not just scoring versus turnovers, right? Last night's the first time where I was like, oh, he looks washed. For those first 3 quarters.
The first 3.
He looks, and by the way.
It wasn't great.
By the way, even beyond that, he still didn't look of fleetest foot.
So once he started just basically going around Duncan Robinson, I don't know why it took until the fourth quarter for him to realize, okay, just put your head down, go by Duncan Robinson, and then just get to the basket.
By the way, why did Jimmy Neutron think to grow a mustache?
Yeah, it's not a great look.
You already look like a cartoon character, and your thought was, I'm going to grow a pedophile's mustache?
That's Detroit. Detroit Robinson.
Is that the Detroit stash?
That's what it is. Yeah. Miami doesn't play.
Yeah, that's true.
He knew it wouldn't play.
By the way, everybody, they go to Detroit. If you want to change your image, you just grow a mustache.
In Miami, they'll just call you Vice City. They'll be like, you're playing into the stereotype a little bit. Detroit, you grow a mustache, all of a sudden you're unique.
And you're the mayor.
But it was so, again, the reason why you got to 93-93 was because of Harden. There's no debating that. But the first three quarters didn't offset what he did in the fourth. At least he came alive, though. Allen and Mobley, goose eggs as far as production in the fourth quarter.
Jared Allen, to come alive, would have to be on the court.
He had to be on the court.
And we couldn't move Thomas Bryant out of the way.
Again, just an absolute gaffe. I don't understand what Atkinson was doing in any stretch of that. It's interesting. So, this very topic, who's more to blame? Is it Harden or is it Donovan? And who do you put this at their feet? In between break, 2 breaks ago, I saw our buddies over there at FS1 with First Things First had that exact same topic out there.
We had it first.
We did. We had it on the sheet. It was all there. It was what it was.
That's my baby. I thought of this morning.
Sure. And so, hey, you're doing something right because obviously they're doing it on the national level.
They took our topic.
They like it. But Broussard's answer was Jared Allen. He bypassed the idea that it could be Donovan, it could be Harden, and he went towards Jared Allen. And it's like, how is Jared Allen? Listen, Jared Allen played a miserable game, all things considered. He got 18 minutes.
Yeah.
That's on Atkinson more than it is anything.
If you bypass anybody but Donovan and James, and not even just this game.
You could throw Mobley in the mix a little bit if you want.
Nope.
But it's got to fall at Harden and Donovan.
These are the two most important offensive players you have. And both of them, and especially last night, but in general, both of them have been turnover prone, and they've made a lot of very simple mistakes that make it look like they're panicking. And Donovan Mitchell nor James Harden should be panicking in a series against Toronto or a series against Detroit. And I think it was Danny Cunningham that said this, and it was something that I thought last night. I don't think the Detroit Pistons were otherworldly, outside of their mind good defensively last night. I think it was the Cavs.
Sort of Harden himself said that.
The Cavs were the ones just giving away the basketball. It's not like there was some exotic defense. Yeah, there was some pressure applied there. Asar Thompson is a great defensive player, but there were just a lot of silly, stupid mistakes. I don't have a problem if you say Donovan, and I don't have a problem if you say James. But if you say Kenny Atkinson, you're dead ass wrong. If you say Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, even Schroeder with the turnovers last night, you're dead ass wrong. Right now, the two biggest concerns on this team are Donovan has played like garbage more often than not in the playoffs. I think James Harden has turned into the James Harden that I think some of us, me, feared that would show up in the playoffs.
The turnovers are a problem. No debating that.
I feel like you're about to debate that.
No, there's no way around it. The turnovers, you have to fix the turnovers. And you just can't have a team that is littered with, I can't even trust you to hold on to the basketball right now. And when I'm losing faith and confidence in Donovan being able to be Donovan, or even James Harden being able, I don't trust James Harden for a perimeter shot to save his life right now. That's a problem. That's something that I don't know that they can just turn around in game 2 and get fixed. But we've been asking them now for 8 games to collectively get on the same page, and we haven't seen it.
So I think Harden is the bigger concern, but it's more on how, to me, Donovan gets a shot off, Donovan doesn't get a shot off. That's a Donovan problem. James doesn't just affect James. He affects the other, 4 guys in the court. So the Cavs don't have a lot of guys who can create their own shot, and that's what James is here for. So, when we talk about the big struggling, 100% fair. How much of that is James Harden isn't getting the basketball? And I'm not trying to put disproportionate blame on James. It's just when James, as a facilitator, is a bleep show, I think it affects everything else the Cavs do. And I think that's a much bigger concern for me, especially if we're worried about him being washed, which, again, was a fear that popped up into my head last night watching him play.
And I don't think he's washed, by the way.
That's a bigger I don't know. He's 37. And it is different to score – 28-7 in the regular season when no one's paying attention and no one plays hard in the regular season. This is the time. You don't find out January 3rd if James Harden is washed. You find out in these series whether he is or not.
But I think that's why the fourth quarter was encouraging in many ways. And I'm not going to try to make it erase the previous three quarters, but
it seems like you
do finish 22-8-7. Like you did have a nice night, all things considered. If you remove the turnovers, the problem is we're at a spot where we can't remove the turnovers, and he gives no leeway to anybody else. And so then when Schroeder's got 4 turnovers and Donovan's got 4 turnovers, it just becomes a big problem for the team. Where you look up and it's like you're doing a little bit too much here.
216-474-0092. What is a bigger concern right now, the play of Donovan Mitchell or the play of James Harden? Let's go with Marcus in Aurora. Marcus, welcome to the show, bud. What you got for us?
Hey, guys. You're talking about Harden's age and being washed. Mitchell's 9 years in. We all know how many years Harden's played, and Detroit's backcourt is young, and youth is being served. They have more energy because they have more energy. The Cavs have played 90 games. I think, unfortunately, age is a factor. And the other issue is, JB and Donovan aren't having lunch anytime soon. And JB's not going to sacrifice winning the game to stop Mitchell, but I guarantee you, he's drinking a cup of tea or a cup of scotch every time he makes Mitchell look bad. And I have a hard time believing that he's going to let Mitchell score 30 in any of these games. And they have to play every other day, too, so that's a big concern for me. I appreciate you guys giving me a voice, man. Thanks a lot.
Marcus, we appreciate you.
I mean, where's the takeover from Donovan in a second half that matters? That's kind of what I'm asking for. And when your usage rate in the second half, Nick, Donovan's usage rate was lower than Thomas Bryant's was. That's just unacceptable for your number one player.
In fairness, it's because Thomas Bryant gets on the court in the fourth quarter of an NBA playoff game and thinks he's Shaq meets Kobe.
Schroeder, Bryant, and Strus had a higher usage rate in the second half of that game than Donovan Mitchell. Act like a number one at some point.
The funny thing is, I don't think with Donovan it's age. And I don't want to say James is washed because, again, that was just an extraordinarily bad – that was the worst version. Those first 3 quarters were the worst version of James we've seen in these playoffs. So I do want to add that caveat because I don't just want to blast James when it's not – I lean James because of his impact on everybody else. Donovan is just not – he can create shots for others. He creates it for himself more often than not, and that's the bigger problem right now is he's not doing that. But, I look at this and go, okay, but I think the Cavs are just – I think the guards are specifically just having problems getting through the pressure. And to me, that's a mentality thing. That is your inclination is when you get pushed – you wilt. And that kind of goes back to the energy thing or the effort thing or where the hell we're going to call whatever Kenny Atkinson admitted last night. If that's your mentality, if you're just not comfortable with that, I don't know how you get over that.
Well, I mean, I think when you watch these guys, I think that's why, I've never seen a team boot so many basketballs. I've never seen a team just lose the handle the way, and this is where I criticize Harden in this, is Harden's got some of the best handles in the game, and he's just... It's as if it got a bunch of baby oil on it or something, and it's just slippery. And it's how is this happening?
James has been at the club recently.
I said baby oil. I didn't say any other type of oil.
If he just got away from the lusty leopard and went right to the game, it could still be some oil there.
How did these basketballs get so lubed up? I don't know, James. I don't know. I don't know how it happened. But you're dribbling like it's got a bunch on there.
Can't use a door handle.
James, meanwhile, has baby oil on both cheeks.
I don't know what happened. I don't know how we got here, guys.
I went boating before the show. I'm just not going to mention what kind of boating.
We've mentioned so much about the mentality, and we do this a lot with my Deshaun Watson thing right now, where I think mentally just something isn't translating. Maybe it is just something with the playoffs with Harden, where he gets on the court and it's just there's more pressure there, and he just overthinks things a little bit too much. Whatever it is, between him and Mitchell, they got to figure this out, though.
Bigger concern right now, Donovan Mitchell or James Harden. Mike in Elyria, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, guys. You know what? I agree. Both of them are underachieving in this series. But don't you think that, role players have roles, okay?
Fair.
Dean Wade is out there. Dean Wade looks like he's scared to death every time he gets the ball. He will not shoot. Jalen Tyson, or Tyson, he comes out in the game, he ends up with 0. Now, I didn't even know that Merrill got hurt last night.
I thought Tyson played nice.
But they got to score. Nice is nice, but you got to score when you're out there.
I actually kind of disagree with that. Like in the playoffs, I expect my best players to score.
He was also one of 2 players to have a positive plus-minus. Like he did a lot of things defensively.
But they can't score every point. That's my point. And then, I thought he did a great job of bringing Keon Ellis in because bring in some fresh legs because your guys are down. You need that, but then you got to get more out of him. And, then you got Jared Allen, who contributes, 5 points or something like that. You got to have everybody clicking. And when everyone's not clicking, that then takes away some of the things that Harden can do. He could pass the ball, but if you ain't going to shoot it when you get it, you got a big problem there.
So here's the cause and effect, and you're chasing, I think, at the wrong side of this, Mike. And we appreciate you, buddy. Those role players, they produce when the guys ahead of them are producing. And I think it's as simple as that. When your point guard isn't turning the ball over and they're distributing the ball and you're getting good looks, that's when I expect you to make those shots. And he said something about Keon Ellis. I have no problem if Keon Ellis and Thomas Bryant had started the second quarter, or if they got in with 3 minutes to go in the second quarter. I have no problem finding a role for those guys
starting the fourth
early
quarter,
in games when we haven't seen them since God knows when, and you put both of them in the same lineup, and that's 40% of your lineup. When you have momentum, that's where it feels like galaxy brain.
I mean, I got 2 guys that I think played good games last night out of the Cavs. I'll throw Tyson in there. I thought he had a nice game, and Max Strus. Everybody else, I can basically play hack-a-shack towards their box scores, and then when I saw with my eyes and give you reasons for why I thought they just not only didn't, I'm not going to say sucked, but didn't deliver.
Is there a difference between sucked and stinked?
Yeah, not everybody sucked. There's a lot of people that just didn't deliver, and then some people just straight up sucked.
Okay. Where's stink?
There's a difference.
On the suckometer.
I think somewhere between the didn't deliver and suck, I think is where stink lives.
All right.
And the Stink and Truth podcast.
I didn't know if we were back at the strip club with James. 216-474-0092. Brian, Ron, I'm going to call you line 2 because you don't have a name yet. We'll get to you guys in a moment here. Bigger concern, Donovan Mitchell or James Harden, and we will have the Evan Mobley conversation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
provides an unparalleled consumer experience. I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs playoff coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, talking about the Cavs down 0-1. It really isn't doom or gloom. Today just is the kind of day when you lose that game that way, when you had every chance to win it, you kind of got to take it, right? You kind of just got to get your ass beat a little bit. And to your point, there really is nobody sacred. There's really one or two guys who played truly really good basketball last night and had no real part in losing that game.
Mm-hmm.
So my only thing is, let's just start at the masthead. We start at Donovan. We start at James Harden. And then everything else is on the table. It's
Sure.
just these guys got to take the lion's share of the blame.
Yeah, as the head of the snake, you got to. I would move this to a convo we're going to have tomorrow. I would all but promise. Game 2 becomes a must-win. Not even debatable for me.
Yeah.
Game 2 becomes a must-win.
I struggle with the must-win terminology.
Love the must-win terminology.
Because they're all must-wins. Like when you're in a 7-game series, there's really no margin for error.
I think Game 1 was your margin for error. I think Game 1 was your, and maybe the problem is they treated it like there was a margin for error, and it was a more of a feel-out game than maybe they would have liked, which is another thing I kept hearing people talk about with Atkinson. And Atkinson not playing Donovan anything more than 35 minutes, not playing Mobley or any of the main guys more than 35 minutes. It's like he's trying to make sure they have him in Game 7 and Game 6, and I would have more of an urgency attached to that. And I also, by the way, would play them 40 minutes a night, too. I wouldn't be playing them 35.
While we're on the topic, the Cavs act as if they have infinite margin for error. And I can't recall, like the LeBron Cavs, they got fast and loose in some games because it was the old flip the switch. Like that, yeah, I know that became a bit on the station. It was also real. The Cavs would mess around for 5 minutes, and they would go from 10 points up to 10 points down, and you don't know how it happened. And before you know it, you'd look back up, and they'd be 20 points up.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, well, how is there...
Jason Lloyd has talked all the time about how they put themselves in those spots to prepare themselves for when they actually got in them.
But that's not this. This is a team that literally thinks at any point they can just turn it on. But the problem is they haven't showcased that enough. Like, I know they got back into games, and I know that, but they haven't shown an ability to not just get back into games, but then win the game. Like, that was what was
they just act like they have infinite amount of time here.
Yes, exactly. Well, and once they get back to just even, they're like, well, I guess we won this game. Who's on to game 2? And it's like, no, there's 5.5 more minutes left in this game. For you, is your bigger concern right now Donovan or James?
It's Donovan. It is, and I'm worried about the Harden turnovers. I cannot dispel that enough. But
seems like you could do it more.
There's a part of me that wonders if he's just going to go back to Game 7 Harden, where he just had 2 turnovers, and he actually is in control of this the way that he suggests that he is. But I'm losing faith in that the more and more we discuss this.
All right, let's go with Ron in Shaker Heights. Welcome to the show, Ron.
My man, Nicky Dove, JP. Is Mac Robinson on the board today?
Yes.
Mac Robinson on the board? Yes. You guys are the best in the business.
We agree.
Nick, you're going to have to show your work on this because everything that you have said about Kenny Atkinson, I disagree with. I mean, it's almost like this series is kind of like Gallows humor. Everything JB was fired for is everything that Kenny Atkinson needs to be fired for now. JB is one step closer to the second round, which he was fired for because he couldn't get this team to the second round. He scored more points than Kenny. Kenny can't. Let's take a step back.
How many points did JB Bickerstaff score last night?
JB Spicker.
I don't think he recorded a single bucket there, Ron.
I'm glad you asked that. His thing was fired for not being able to draw up ATOs. I mean, everybody's measured by ATOs. All the ATOs after the score was tied 93-93 were successful. Then he made the adjustment to have Cade Cunningham in the pick and roll with Duran, like back to back. Even from the first series, Donovan and James have been triple and double team. Why hasn't Kenny Atkinson made the necessary adjustments to have the rest of the three players set a pick and cut to the basket. He was supposed to be this great. He sat under the feet of the great white hope, Steve Kerr, and won a championship there, and he didn't bring any of those principles there.
So here's the thing, Ron. I'm not saying that Kenny Atkinson doesn't deserve blame. I just think when it's the same problems across two different head coaches, across two different built rosters, at some point this has to fall on the players. Like, again, they're the exact same plays. Like, I can't just and that might have made me wrong on JB Bickerstaff, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, look at JP. I mean, he's made the adjustments. He's putting together the schemes that we said he couldn't do. That he was too dumb to do. Kenny Atkinson for 8 games in a row has made 0 adjustments. They tried to use Duncan Robinson as their foil going to their game plan. Kenny did, and Duncan Robinson was the X factor in that game last night. JB totally turned that around.
I refuse to give Jimmy Neutron that kind of credit, Ron. We can haggle over Kenny Atkinson, that weird stash freak from Miami. I don't care for him.
He's a freak now.
Hey, Nick, I hear you, but I mean, it's the same thing. 8 games in a row. Why isn't he? Well, explain Thomas Bryant to me. Why was Thomas Bryant in there?
We can't. Nobody can explain that one. Yeah, nobody can.
Ron, we do have to boogie,
right.
buddy.
Thank you, Ron. Okay.
Ron was on fire today.
Ron felt very passionate about it.
I do like that. Ron's a fire starter. I like that.
Yeah. No, we all do.
I'm trying to find the right term for it. Fire starter felt weird to call another man that.
Atkinson is taking a lot of blame. There's no denying that. But it feels like the convo for the past 24 hours has been more on Donovan, been more on Harden, and the result based off of that. I am curious as to when. I know Mobley took some heat from Kevin O'Connor. Outside of that, Mobley has left pretty unscathed, all things considered.
216-474-0092. Bigger concern, Donovan or James Harden? We've got the update you didn't ask for with Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini, and more on Evan Mobley and the Cavs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports. Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, brought to you. I don't know why I said brought to you. We got 1 hour to go. And in case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes here, Daryl was going to join us, feeling a little under the weather there. So Daryl normally joined and powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We'll catch up with him either later this week or we'll get back to him next week. So feel better, buddy. That stinks. There's nothing worse, especially now. I don't know about you. One, every winter since COVID has been brutal for illnesses, especially with little kids.
Yeah.
But now when it's like this, where it's one day it's 70 degrees, 75 degrees, and the next day it's 55 degrees, this prolongs that illness period so much. And one of my kiddos was telling me about how they just had another run of, I don't think it was flu, but it was something flu adjacent. And I was like, it's May. This should not be happening.
Yeah.
It's bad enough you have to deal with the cold, but then everybody also gets sick from it. That is BS.
I think the worst is I'm constantly in the state where I feel like I'm never 100%. I'm never really below like 80%, and I'm just stuck in that crappy middle.
Yeah,
where you're like, even like today, I'm like somewhere at like 85%. I'm not 100%. I know that, but I'm also not. I'm not where I guess Daryl is, where he's like calling off, and I feel like I live in that constant state now.
So to what you're saying, the days that we have had, it's like 65 to 70 or better and sunny. What I do is after the sauna, because I'm in the sauna for like 30 to 35 minutes, then what I'll do is I'll just kind of dry off, or I'll take a quick shower, and then I'll come down, and you're still kind of sweating even after a cool shower.
You're schwitzing like crazy.
And then I just sit on our not coffee table, our picnic table, and I'll just sun for like 30 minutes. And those days, I'm at 100%. Every other day, we're not hitting above 95. And by the way, there's still good days. We're still feeling good. But to what you said, there is that, well, I mean, I'm not 0%. I'm alive.
At least you feel like
you got a C-, but
you got like a roadmap though. It's like just like an athlete getting ready for a game. That's like your day-to-day now for the rest of your life is putting in like an hour and a half of treatment in the morning for yourself.
100%.
Get yourself to 100.
Although because the water is so high and there's been so much erosion around my pond, I don't think I can go walking with Mongo every day because once a week I've rolled my ankle because it's just uneven terrain. All the extra loose stuff has gotten so like.
Oh, is that why you're rolling your ankle?
Yeah. I'm rolling and walking out there.
You've had some real problems with you fell down the stairs.
The first one was Dolly. The first one was Dolly getting in my way and me not wanting to crush her. Everyone since then, though, has been, Nick was walking around the pond and he just stepped in a hole.
I'm trying to think if you should like build something around the pond to make sure you can just have like an EV, like
if I had more money.
Could you? Yeah. If you, I mean, obviously unlimited supplies are nice, but like if you're not going to build like a cart path or anything like that.
Oh, I would love to.
I'm trying to think what you would do or what you could do.
To put a small rock path all the way around it. That is an incredible amount of money.
Also not easy to walk on.
Much easier to walk on. Yeah,
really?
Because it stabilizes it out. Yeah. Because basically you're tearing up the topsoil and then there's a couple other things you do, but then you put down the rocks, and if they're big rocks, you will roll your ankle. If they're the medium-sized rocks, like this size, yeah. That's because we had that. I noticed that the first time I started having heel problems was walking at a park in Manaway, where they had those big stones that you would constantly trip over. I've never had a problem on, pebbles or even just a little bit bigger rocks.
I thought about buying a bunch of. I was at Lowe's the other day, and I was looking at the prices of rocks. I was thinking about doing like my whole backyard, this little section I have, and just instead of dealing with any of the grass or other nonsense that pops up, just putting rocks everywhere there.
Yeah.
The problem with that, though, and this is why I got stopped in that, is my mom told me that basically little kids love to go and pick up rocks and throw them all the time. Yep. And so I have little kids having that type of setup. They're just going to go in the backyard, they're going to pick them up, and they'll just toss them, and then that'll just be a mess for me.
Yeah, the other big thing is those are snake havens. I know we have I think two retaining walls at our place, and I can't get rid of the damn snakes. Which honestly, they're unintrusive. They're fine, and they're not poisonous. even though we do have some rattlers around it, but they're fine. My problem is I do get hurt when they spook the crap out of me, and I bicycle kick into the air to get away from them because I'm afraid of snakes. And more importantly...
these snakes on this mother effing plane.
Yeah, but these snakes and these mother bleeping retaining wall. But it's also...
It's uncanny, these impressions.
It was like Sam Jackson. Is he here? But also, Mongo just won't leave him the hell alone.
The snakes?
Yeah. He's gotten bitten 3 times.
Poor dog.
He's the dog that chomps at bees. He did it today. I was trying to clean him up. No, this was yesterday. So I was trying to clean him up because we walked around the pond. And now that the pond's really high, he's all of a sudden Johnny confident about going in. Mm-hmm. And so I'm trying to clean him up. He's being a D about it. And then there's a bumblebee. And he just chomp. And I was like, I can't take you to the vet because you got stung again. He's gotten stung like 3 times.
What's that cost if they get stung by a bee to go to the vet?
Way too damn much.
Do you have pet insurance?
No.
Because they offer that through here.
They do.
It's the thing that gets offered, and I've never known anyone that's opted into it, and I've always been curious if it's like a great deal.
I have my thoughts on it. I don't want to besmirch. I respect our veterinarian friends, and I understand how expensive this stuff is.
It sounds like a good idea, right? If it works like human insurance in many ways, I would think, but I don't know anything about that world. I don't have a pet. I don't have to think about it.
With love and respect to that community, boy, does that feel like a...
Is it just a con?
It feels like a bit of a con.
Is pet insurance just a con? I mean,
yes, because there are pretty strong stipulations in there as well.
Because all I ever hear is everyone just telling me how expensive the vet is, which makes sense. I could see how that'd be expensive.
Yeah.
But if we have like pet insurance as an option, doesn't seem like a crazy expensive thing on the ledger. Why not?
For some reason, this jogged the memory of when we had to put Artemis down. And so Artemis, so for those of you who don't know, Artemis was our pup before Mongo. He was a gigantic lab retriever. Oh my God, what's the other one? He's a big ass dog. The point is, beautiful dog, sweetest dog in the world. He was my sister's first. She was going to move to Montana, had to get rid of him. We took him in, and he just I really do think he helped my marriage. He helped my kids. He helped my mental health.
Good.
This was the one of the great loves of my life, and Vanessa's life and the kids' life was his dog. And he finally got to a point he was having seizures. He had cancer. We were going to have to put him down, and we found this out. And so we did the big, I lifted him up, put him in the back of Vanessa's car because that was a lower gate, and the kids were crying, and Vanessa was crying, and I was trying to be strong. And so I didn't break till we got down the road, and I'm talking to him, and he's kind of vocalizing to me, and we get him there. And, it really is a beautiful experience if you go in and you're with. I think he was actually pretty okay with it. They gave him the good.
Yeah.
He was higher than a freaking kite.
Is that what they just drug him? Is that what it is?
Yeah, my only regret in the whole process is I couldn't give him one more piece of cheese because when this
I was going to say, does he get like a last meal?
When this bastard got high, this bastard loved cheese. He would look at you like God if you gave him a piece of cheese when you got him a little lit. We had to do this several times. The boy had some medical problems, but I'm in there. He passes. I am beside myself. I'm brokenhearted, and tears running down my eyes. I'm still not ready to come out because I know that's gonna be the last time I see him.
Mm-hmm.
And the vet comes in, and mind you, this is not in Northeast Ohio. This was in Charlotte, and the vet comes in and she goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. He was such a sweet dog." As she's handing me the bill.
Well, yeah, you got to pay up on that, right?
And
timing maybe not the greatest out of that vet, but
Now, in fairness, there's 2 ways that goes. And I saw the dark humor of it.
Aren't people? I would imagine there's some people that just run out on the bill.
Yeah, but that's
job is done.
1, I'm not running anywhere. 2, you can't offer condolences and say pay me my money within the same breath. It just doesn't sound sincere. And to this day, I've never told Vanessa this story because I knew that she would snap upon hearing it. And in the moment, I just started laughing. I laughed right in this woman's face. I said something like, "Couldn't give me 5 minutes?"
Yeah.
And she was just like, "Oh, sorry." And I was like, "No, clearly you've done this before. This isn't like
this is protocol.
I'm going to try it first on the fat guy." But I've just never forgotten that. I was so crestfallen. And the second that it did
You
snap
could have been
me out
like,
of my fog.
Good thing pet insurance takes care of this.
I didn't have pet insurance. That's fine.
That would have been fun.
It wasn't going to really send me home.
What did it cost you? What does it cost to put
I don't
down a
recall,
dog?
but it was a fair amount. It was into the, I think with everything, I think $400, $500, $600 for them to kill your dog. That's rough. But they did it. I want to make it like they did such a good job.
A lot of people that are talking about Old Yeller right now.
They also let me stay in there for as long as I wanted.
Well, that was nice of them.
Yeah. But the bill thing, I still think it's hilarious.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I've never put down a dog. All my dogs growing up, I tell you this is a bad introduction to death as a young child. I was like 6 years.
Did they give you a book saying what's going on down there?
At like 6 years old, Misty was my first dog I ever had as a child, right? And Misty passed away and actually died outside, was outside and then just passed away or whatever it was. It was like the great family dog that we had. And my dad loved this dog, my mom everyone loved this dog. And I was expecting some sort of big funeral, some sort of big something, but I was 6 and didn't really know what was happening. And I watched my dad as my dad then just went and got a trash bag. I swear to you, he got a trash bag. He put Misty in the trash bag and then just put Misty out on the curb and was like, and now we got to call people and they'll come pick Misty up. And I'm like, this is just what happens? Yeah, this is what you do.
Is this what you're going to do to
and
me, Dad?
I'm like, 2 days ago, you're hugging on this dog, loving on this dog, like bringing this dog home, McDonald's and all this other stuff. And I guess this is just what happens.
Oh, no, this is not what we've done.
Just go get the bag, and we're going to go ahead and lift up dead Misty and put her in this bag, and then just put her out front.
We've done basically Viking funerals, not literally with the setting on fire, but whether it's me personally or even my mom and dad, when we had a cat die, like we lived in Timber Top at apartments. And my dad was like, I'm going to need you to go get a shovel and you're going to bury him somewhere nice. We don't know land around there.
That's you always think, right? At least put him under a tree or something.
And so
you know?
I did. I took. We had him in a. It was Klaus, who was our cat from the time I was a little kid. I took him in a hamper. I just walked him out somewhere in Timber Top, just dug like a 4-foot hole, put him down there, and was like, all right, God, please don't let the coyotes get him.
Is that where you learned that, I don't know how these mobsters always do it. Digging out a hole is incredibly hard.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Not easy at all.
Now, I was like 18, as I was in the prime of my life physically compared to now. So at that point, I still had some cardio abilities, but it still wasn't easy. Also, went to pick Klaus up. And rigor mortis stopped for a minute, and he just went googly-eyed and did this, and it freaked me out.
That would freak me out.
Not a lot really gets to me. Even then, I'm a pretty cool customer with stuff like that. I was like, all right, I'm going to need you. That's actually, I forgot one part of the story. So Klaus goes, and we're all there with him, and it was really tough. He was a great cat, and so. I had a migraine earlier in the day, so I was still kind of suffering from that. So I was like, I'll go do this. I just need to lay down and take a nap. Well, some genius that I grew up with, be it my parents or my sister, couldn't stand to look at dead Klaus in the hamper. And so what they did was, because I lived on, I had the master suite there, and so I'm asleep, and I wake up, and I roll over, and there's my dead cat in a hamper. It's the first thing I saw. And apparently they were like, we just couldn't be bothered. We couldn't look at him. It was too sad. And it was like, so the first thing I see when I wake up from a migraine nap is my dead cat. That's better for you?
That was the reminder of you need to get to work here.
Yeah, that was.
They're not going to let you bypass this.
That was. We're not entirely sure you do have a migraine, so we're going to find out.
We're gonna put this right at you, and you got to make sure you get this job done.
Oh, I was pissed. And I think they knew they were wrong because they kind of just let me have it. There are times where your parents, once you get old enough, they just kind of, all right, he's got a point here. We're going to let him get mad. Mm-hmm. They pretty much just let me just go off.
Yeah, well, they knew you were going to end up burying
And they were like, yeah, okay, I heard everything you said. It is getting late.
Yeah, like, can you hurry up on this?
Yeah.
We get it done by 8?
Yeah.
Those holes don't dig themselves.
We want to go to the buffet. We want
to go pick out the new cat.
You get there late. They're not going to have the bourbon chicken anymore. Let's just, chop. But sorry about your dead cat. 216-474-0092. I don't really have a topic there. Browns, yes or no? In a update you didn't ask for, but you're going to get in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The Open Road. No limits, you, your family, the freedom to go anywhere. Make it happen at RCDRV's Open House Sale, May 2nd through 9th. Shop 850 plus RVs from the most trusted brands. Buy any in-stock camper, get a $1,000 gift card. Buy a motorhome, get $1,500. Free seminars, financing incentives, accessory discounts. Your road trip starts now at RCDRV's Open House Sale, May 2nd through 9th. Visit RCDRV.com.
million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the #1 sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, we'll get to Browns yes or no's, brought to you by B&P, coming up in just a few moments. So we have another update in the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini story.
Yeah.
Now, I think it's Stugotz has been teasing that at some point in the near future, Diana's going to tell her side of the story.
Okay.
Which I honestly can't wait for, because I have no idea how she's going to play it.
I did it. Oh, okay.
I think that'd be the most fascinating thing. Like if she did it and then declared her love for Mike Vrabel, I think I at some point I think there's going to be a golf clap that's necessary.
I mean, because at some point we all just kind of recognize what it was, and we don't need Bill Clinton to go up to the stage and say I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Like it's we understand what happened.
But you and I are in pretty much lockstep that on any given development, I'm either all the way in on the story or all the way out. And it should be noted one more time. I don't condone what Diana Rossini or Mike Vrabel and Mike Vrabel are condoned to have done. I also do not clutch my pearls the way that social media does with this story, where there's a lot of people who have lived lives, who have made mistakes, who are acting like their you-know-what doesn't stink with this. This happens all the time in the country. It is what it is. And quite frankly, I don't think it makes her a worse reporter, and I don't think it compromises him as a head coach. I think all of that is fake crap that I think we should be over in 2026.
Okay.
Now, that being said, I think I'm all the way back in on the story because
I remain out, but there are moments where I sit there and I'm like, I can't believe it actually happened.
You ready for it?
Yeah.
TMZ Sports, of all people, has uncovered proof that Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini rented a boat back in 2001, when she was, survey says, or 2021, pregnant.
Yeah, there we go.
And there's another wrinkle.
Okay, what do we got?
Oh, no, that's the wrinkle.
Oh, that's the wrinkle.
Yeah.
I thought there was a wrinkle to this other wrinkle. Okay.
No, this is the wrinkle.
This is the wrinkle.
And it's a mighty wrinkle.
Why is this a mighty wrinkle?
Well, I think there's already internet speculation on whether Diana's husband is going to ask for DNA tests for their two sons.
There is internet speculation on that.
I honestly don't know what's worse. She's pregnant by her husband, and she goes in a boat for an all-day romp with Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
Or she's pregnant by Mike Vrabel while taking a day away from her husband to have an all-day romp on a boat with Mike Vrabel. I don't know what's worse. I just know both are pretty fascinating.
Do you think she knows?
She named her first son Michael.
But it wasn't Michael Jr. It was just Michael.
Well, that would be two on the nose.
I mean, imagine that being the way you tell him. It's like, Can we just add a junior on the end of that? That'd be a tough way to do it.
I will tell you. So again,
it's a tough way to do it.
I'm not high-roading anyone.
Yeah.
Life is really hard. I don't know what arrangements these people had. I don't know. It's not a great look. I think Diana is a tremendous reporter. I think she's brilliant on air. She's fun. She has a personality. And I also hate the way that every woman is assumed to have slept with athletes if you're a female reporter or in the business. I've never heard a woman in the business that I haven't heard some a-hole male counterpart in this business be like, oh, well, she slept with so-and-so. I've heard it so many times, and it 99% of the time isn't true. I might have some judgment for Mike Vrabel. If that was your kid, and you knew it, and you kind of just pieced out for 5 years because, optics. Ooh, maybe it's hitting a little too close to abandoned son kind of thing over here. I don't love it from Mike Vrabel.
I don't know how he would know that it was his. Wouldn't it?
I think the name Michael.
If you're in that spot, that's not the giveaway.
And I think boinking her around the time she got pregnant, that would be another kind of tell.
No, because if you're Vrabel, don't you just convince yourself, all right, she's also boinking her husband? Like there's no way of absolutely knowing.
I'm going to say she's not boinking both at the same rate.
We don't know, as much of the we don't know side of this story, we don't know whether or not they thought they were being safe during these ventures.
You're saying protection?
Yes, I'm saying protection. We
take
don't know.
a gun out on the boat?
In Vrabel's mind, he's probably like, I don't know. It can't be me. We did the right things you're supposed to do to not have kids in that setting.
No matter what, you're getting conjugal with someone.
Yeah.
And it turns out 6 months later, they turn out pregnant. You could have done everything. You could have had the ADT alert system in your home while you're going.
Oh, yeah?
You could have been that safe.
Uh-huh.
And there's not going to be a kernel of doubt in your mind that little swimmer might have gotten through?
It has to exist. I mean, it has to exist. You'd be an idiot if it didn't exist, right? You would be. I'm trying to think of it's just like a Mary Magdalene Joseph situation on our hands here.
Well, it turns out, not only is it not her husband Kevin's son, it's not Mike Vrabel's, it's actually baby Jesus.
I'm just trying to figure, like, if you're Vrabel, you're probably playing with the assumption that that Lady Schefter's out here boinking more than just Vrabel. And if that's the assumption, you're probably just gonna, until presented with evidence that it is your kid, you're probably
that is
just gonna,
mighty big cop out.
Probably just gonna go ahead and sweep that thing under the rug.
You're not wrong, because millionaires and people with incredible amounts of power, wealth, and influence tend to think they're above things like biology. So I don't think you're wrong. It is plausible that he might think this way. If he did, it is dazzling mental gymnastics.
Now, like, there's obviously a part of him that can't be like gobsmacked at like the timelines adding up. You know, like, you can't just be like, oh my, whoa, never crossed my mind that could even be my kid. Like, no, like you had to thought something was going on there. I still
got to figure out the Michael angle of this.
What a tough spot. Well, that's just a horrible thing that she did. There's no other way around that. Like, you might like Lady Schefter. That's a horrible thing to do to somebody.
So my old buddy Stan Norfleet, my old buddy Stan Norfleet, his mom gave him the middle name of her boyfriend before his dad. So it's Stanley Cleophas.
Cleophas.
Yeah, I know, right? You don't forget that name or a good time. And I was like, how did your dad hang in there?
Yeah, no, that's
that
tough.
feels like a bad beat for all generations.
That feels like she still loved Cleophas.
Cleophas.
That's not a name I've ever heard before. I was like, is that actually right?
So the best part about this
Cleophas.
Is that a family name?
How do you spell that?
I was Cleo Fuss. That's how you.
And like FUS in the back end?
Sure. Could be. No, I didn't meet the man.
PH.
All right. Getting back to I don't know what's worse. I don't know if it's worse if it's her husband's son and she named him after his lover or her lover. That would have been funnier. Her lover. Or if it's Mike Vrabel's son and then she was just like, he'll pass for my husband's son. I don't really know what's worse there when it comes to naming your kid the name of the person you're alleged to have been getting conjugal.
I mean, it's like an M. Night Shyamalan twist, though. If her big end goal was like, you're gonna find out it was actually Michael Jr. and I've been in love with Vrabel the entire time and not you, and this is how I have proof that I was always in love with him and not you, Diana's husband.
Diana,
why are you getting us in so much trouble?
Diana, what are we doing?
The whole thing stinks.
It's called the rhythm method, Diana.
I mean, now, so do you want to know or do you not want to know if you're Vrabel's husband / soon to be, or not Vrabel, sorry, Rossini's husband / soon to be ex-husband, whatever this is.
I honestly,
I think the marriage hinges on the results in many ways. So.
I feel like I'm an insanely empathetic person, and I can put myself in so many situations. I've raised two human beings who I've fallen head over heels with. I love these two little people, and now I have to find out if they're not mine. I don't know how you. I can't. Like, I empathize
the love
for
is
them.
there. That's it. The love is there.
But because here's the thing: if it turns out to not be your children, you're going to lose custody of them too. So it's not just, do I find out whether they're biologically mine or not? It's the second they're not biologically yours.
Yeah.
Well, they're not your kids. And legally, they will. And like, that's.
And then
that's
so then you lost your wife that you, I would imagine, loved at one point, maybe not so much in recent months. And then you lost.
I think Mike Vrabel loved her more.
And you lost your kids in the process too. I mean, that you talk about just uprooting your whole entire everything. I feel bad for Diana's husband now.
Diana's husband.
I kind of felt bad from the entire stretch of the way, though. And Vrabel's wife has got to. There's a piece of my heart that feels bad for her too.
I think I might. I don't know. I'm struggling with this. I feel bad for both of them. Let me say that first. Kind of feel like Diana and this man, they've known each other for a while. It's like, I think 8 or 9 years, but like they're both a little bit older. Like I'm sure they've had other. I think his wife has been with Mike.
They met in like 1999. I thought
since
like
Ohio State.
married since 1999. Yeah,
like before. I know
it's been a long time.
He was a big shot at Columbus. I don't want to make it seem like he's not, but like she married him at the beginning, and she hung with him through all the things that you do, including like that's just 26 years is so long.
There's a hope that maybe then she was just already over it years ago anyway.
So really, it's the best thing to happen to her?
Well, I mean, she's like, it's going to, yeah, mainly. He looks like the awful guy in the process. She gets out of a loveless marriage she didn't want to be in anyway. She's out scot-free.
I'm Team Jen and
her
I'm
kids
Team Kevin.
Her kids are still her kids.
Oof. That was high and inside. That was Framber Valdez.
It's true. Rossini's husband has no idea right now.
You know what? You're right. I was gonna go but their marriage was longer and they've known each other since they were kids, and that's 26 years of life. They're not knowing if your kids are your kids. And the name thing
just makes you a horrible person.
There's just no way.
There's no other way around it. It makes you a horrible person.
There's no other way. And like
naming your kid after your current affair partner's name is it's like a top 10 miserable thing you can do in this equation.
And it doesn't matter whether it's his kid or Kevin, her husband's kid either.
I mean, it's
just rough.
I mean, obviously the affair is the top of the list as far as offensive things.
None of it's good. Let's be honest.
But it's not that far off. Like it's as far as makes me think less of Diana as a person. They're both high up there, but naming that's just a horrible thing.
All right, now one more thing. And again, it should be noted, all of this is with the allegedly tag, right? Honestly, they could both come out and admit everything about it, and we're still not going to know what is true and what isn't because people lie and situations lie. This being said, I'm finding it harder and harder to believe that no one else knew about this. They're taking boating trips. They're getting conjugal at Arizona spas together. This clearly wasn't like we're just going to do this once every 6 months or once every 2 years thing. It's a pretty consistent thing that's going down. The NFL is the biggest knitting circle you've ever been around. There is no way that there aren't not just football people, that there aren't actual media members who knew in depth about this, because while they were somewhat careful about it, they really weren't that careful, all things considered, across the way.
They got incredibly sloppy here, Nick.
I think they started incredibly sloppy.
They got incredibly sloppy.
And then I think they just never pulled the nose up on it.
Competing pool parties and everything at the owners' meetings. Like they were playing with fire. Also, more solidifying of the idea that you can't have a not only an affair but a second family completely out of the equation in 2026. You can't get away with it.
But I don't think you can say that.
Can't get away with it
because he was sloppy.
You can't get away with it.
I think if he had been attention to detail, Vrabel's supposed to be an attention to detail guy.
Well, clearly not.
Yeah.
Clearly not. This is more of an indictment on his coaching style than anything. Because he clearly doesn't pay attention to details.
Not only is it going to hurt him in that locker room where everyone's going to high-five him.
Will this not go away because people just want him to face some sort of punishment? Is that what's going to happen? Are we just going to keep getting these stories until they actually do something?
No.
Is that the idea?
No.
Or they just know it's clickbait at this point?
They won't shut up about it. Like Diana resigning, that made the story come back up again. Mike Vrabel with his not one, not two, but 3 press conferences. Then Mike Vrabel letting everybody know the Monday after the draft, I'm actually back in the building and I'm actually healed now. And now the idea that Diana is thinking about telling her side, it's like, guys, you just keep making it more of a story.
Yeah, they're not helping themselves.
My favorite part of the TMZ piece, we've reached out to both Vrabel and Rossini about the boat trip. No word back yet. You don't say.
What is 60 Minutes? What do they pay for an exclusive with these two?
For 60 Minutes? I don't know what the street value for 60 Minutes with a woman is.
Like,
oh, is there a different 60 Minutes you're referring to? I thought we were thinking like a Pretty Woman kind of thing.
Yeah, no, you come up with that price tag. Come on, what do you think that is?
This many.
That many?
Horny. Yeah.
Because what if they end up making bank off of this?
Who?
Rossini and Vrabel.
How are they going to make? Is there a tape?
No. You took the 60 Minutes thing as not as the television program, and you took it too literally, I think. I don't know.
How are they making money off of this?
Because 60 Minutes will pay you X amount of dollars to get the first exclusive with Vrabel and Rossini. Use a different one. CBS News will pay you X amount of money to get the exclusive. Like, if she wants her tell-all story, think about the clicks and everything that's come with this already. One of these programs is going to get the sit-down, and they're going to pay north of 7 figures to do so.
I don't think they need the money that much.
I think that's what Diana's getting at. Like, this is now for sale.
I think she's getting at something else.
This is now for sale. Anybody that wants the 15-minute exclusive with the I take it for whatever you want. 60 Minutes, CBS News,
just
any of these programs.
Things that just Diana.
$1 million?
Diana.
$1.5 million?
Diana, what are we doing? In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Make the Fan your go-to for post-game reaction throughout the Cavs postseason. Jake Volnick breaks down the game.
We still got a lot to prove.
And you'll hear from head coach Kenny Atkinson.
We just stay calm, cool throughout, right? Understand we've been here before.
Donovan Mitchell and others. As soon as the final buzzer sounds, we're your home for post-game reaction. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of the show. Big thanks to Ashley Bastock at Cleveland.com, who would not denigrate the other reporters that are competing with her for the award. That's all right. We found some real dirt. Real dirt. Mac uncovered all the good stuff.
Oh, yeah. I wanted the follow-up. Let's go.
Yeah.
6:40. In case we missed it, we're going to find out what dirt you unearthed on the two intrepid reporters that Ashley's going up against.
We'll get to that in 1 second here. Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider at 420 as well. If you guys missed a moment of the show, a lot of great Cavs talk. We avoided a big James Harden blow-up, which I'm proud of us. That was a real...
Yeah, we did nice there,
It wasn't
didn't we?
tense even.
No.
You stood your ground, I stood mine, but we were friendly. That was nice. It'll never happen again. But if you missed a second of it, 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel, you can watch all 5 hours back. You do have to look at my face. I'm sorry about that. Nothing you can do about this. But don't forget to like our videos and subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube account. It is free. Now let's go ahead and get to, in case you missed it. Right off the rip, let's get to Mac.
I got to hear it now, yeah.
Mac, what dirt have you uncovered on these two dirt balls?
You look like somebody that just forgot for 3 hours.
I was doing a lot of digging into both of the other candidates.
What are their names again?
So, and I had it written down here. Give me one second.
See, that's how you
so
research.
So much digging.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I gotta look for their names.
Sure.
No, you made notes. This is good.
Yeah, it's all right. Well, what do we have?
Yeah, between Olivia Reiner and Gianna Hahn. Mm-hmm. Gianna Hahn covers the Baltimore Ravens for the Baltimore Sun. Olivia Reiner covers the Philadelphia Eagles.
Ladies. Ooh, a lady.
I was going through both of their social media platforms, and I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't able to find anything. They're really nice people. They're really great. I'm sorry.
Not even like a, hey, I thought Taco Bell is better than nothing, huh?
No, nothing.
Nothing.
Didn't go on the Fapello for either?
No, I didn't.
That's a little late night research for Mac over there.
Hello, sports fan.
He's going to come back with a whole new perspective tomorrow.
Hello.
No, Mac, don't do it on that. That's a work computer.
Yeah, we don't do it on work computers.
I said Fapello, and the instincts, he blacked out and was going to go right to that computer.
No, that's Anthony Elaine's homepage on the work computer here, so.
That's okay.
I can't believe you couldn't find anything.
I was doing a lot of digging, and
now did you
I found nothing.
I don't know.
Search?
I don't know that you did much digging.
Did you type in a slur and see if it was in there?
I did keyword search, a lot of cuss words, could not find anything in there.
But slurs. So I think that's where we're going. You got to catch the right fish. You got to use the right bait.
I didn't type anything in that regard, so
okay.
maybe there's something. Maybe there's something in there. I'm not sure.
Hey,
I'm not creative enough in terms of that. You might be a lot better than me.
You're our junior research analyst, and how you get to a senior research analyst is when we start, combing other people's social media accounts with slurs. Just so you can be double sure. You would never use them. I know that.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
we know that, but they might use them.
I mean, if you want to give me a list of all of the ones that you know, then I can maybe reference that going forward.
Very clever. I know you are, but what am I? I don't think he failed. I think these people are just really good at hiding their tracks.
They are reporters. They know where to hide.
I don't think he gave a great look.
Is it just, did he just Google them?
You could have found me something. You could have found me Olivia saying The Sopranos isn't good or something like that. It didn't have to be the juiciest of details.
You literally said you want the juiciest of details when you asked me to do that.
Everyone's got something.
But you got no details. You got details is, I guess, they're good people.
It's like, you shoot for the moon, and if you miss, you still land among stars. That's what I was doing with you here. I wanted to shoot for the juiciest and was hoping you'd give me something. Hoping you'd land on, the wire's not as great as everybody says it is. To hell it isn't.
By the way, we're trying to build up Ashley here. You could have just had AI. You could have just used a little chat GPT and just made something up. Oh, I found this tweet that's since been deleted.
And you think that Ashley would want to win in that regard?
Yeah, I win's a win.
No, she's got to play it.
Win's a win.
She's got to act like, she's a good person. We don't.
Yeah,
right?
She goes high. We go low. She goes high.
Yeah, and then she gets elevated, and then eventually we use this as blackmail to get more information from her, because that's what friends do.
Oh, but the blackmail part.
Well, I mean, blackmail's a little heavy. What I mean is we're going to leverage that information with, hey, remember that award you won? It wasn't on the up and up. We really tanked those two people's career. Now we have this information, and we will release it, that you were behind it, if you don't then give us whatever access we want. So blackmail's a little heavy. That's more what I was thinking of. That thing right there.
Yeah, you only won in public name only?
Yeah.
That's devastating.
And we're going to paint this like you knew and you were behind it. Yeah, but that's not blackmail. We leverage. That's leverage is what we call it.
It doesn't help that you're wearing like this blue shirt that almost makes you look like you're imprisoned.
Yeah. I do look like a fat mobster that is in prison. I noticed it today, and I was just too tired to change the damn shirt. I also like the shirt. It's comfortable.
You just see you having like a little knife and being like, it's only for aristocrats. Something like that.
Did you watch The Irishman?
Yeah.
So I look like the guy that tries to assault Al Pacino in prison. I want my money. It doesn't exist anymore. You forfeited it. And they just snaps. That would be me. But in a movie. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board, yes?
Yes.
Would have gotten better on the board if you just searched a little deeper.
And give me a list of slurs whenever you're ready for it.
Just remember, next time we need somebody to give a cavity search, we're not going to go to Mac. He's not going to get in all the nooks and crannies.
We're back to Fabello.
No. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Matt Corrali, baby doll. And big thanks to you. Good job today, bud.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
I'm back tomorrow. I believe it's going to be Thursday. We'll be getting ready for Game 2. We will try hard tomorrow. I cannot guarantee the same thing for the Cavaliers, but we will have our effort at Detroit Pistons level Game 1 effort. Let's see about the Cavs. See you guys tomorrow. Cheers.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.